The committee will please come to order. A quorum is present. The committee meets today pursuant to notice to consider H.R. 5, Parents' Bill of Rights Act, and H.R. 734, Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act of 2023. The chair announces that requests for recorded votes as to amendments may be rolled pursuant to Clause 2 of Rule 11 of the Rules of the House of Representatives and Committee Rule 14B. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 1, the chair may recess the committee at any point. I now recognize myself to make an opening statement. Today we're considering two bills included in the Republicans' commitment to America. Passage of both will send a strong message. We're making good on our promises. In 1972, I was an educator at Appalachian State University. I was there when Title IX passed. Recently, I've watched it has been perverted to achieve the opposite of its intentions. It's now a tool used by the education bureaucracy to enforce inequality and unfairness. As a mother and past educator, I abhor the increasing prevalence of biological men competing in women's sports, enabled by the current interpretation of Title IX. The Biden administration's radical rewrite now denies equal opportunity to women, a group for whom Title IX was originally drafted. The science behind the issue is decided. It's uncontroversial, and frankly, it is a sad reflection on society that the federal government must step in to protect our nation's young women. Progressivism and the lies it espouses have devastated our public education system. The following should never be a radical statement. Men are not women. Women are not men. They certainly shouldn't compete against each other in any publicly funded arena. The Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act of 2023 strengthens the law's existing protections for women, ensures a level playing field for female athletes, and protects the law from the Biden administration's radical regulatory scheme. Therefore, I encourage passage of H.R. 734. H.R. 5, the Parents' Bill of Rights Act, is the second measure before us today. The right to speak freely and publicly without threat of government retaliation is one of the most fundamental liberties enshrined in our Constitution. Our founding fathers enumerated in the First Amendment, definitively pronouncing it shall not be abridged. For the greatest stakeholders in our country's future, parents, that right is under attack. The education bureaucracy should no longer be allowed to censor moms' and dads' important voices. We heard their calls to reopen schools and make their children's well-being a priority during the lockdown. The government should have listened. Students experienced the largest average decline in reading since 1990 and the first ever decline in math. Additionally, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, 37% of students experienced poor mental health during the pandemic. Perhaps the only silver lining of these past 3 years is that America now realizes that parents will always put their children's interests first, and the teachers' unions that fought to prolong the lockdowns will not. Parents nurture our future engineers, pilots, electricians, full-time parents, and even public school employees. Unfortunately, their God-given right to make decisions for their children has been ignored and at times attacked. So Republicans are taking a stand and advancing H.R. 5. Parents have the right to know what schools are teaching. Parents have the right to protect their child's privacy. Parents have a right to be heard. Parents have a right to see the school budget and spending. Parents have the right to be updated on any violent activity in school. The Parents' Bill of Rights Act secures these constitutional rights for our parents, and I look forward to its passage. The chair now yields to the distinguished ranking member for an opening statement.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Fox, and good morning. Madam Chair, we all agree that parental engagement is essential for student success and that Congress has a role in promoting students' participation in sports. Unfortunately, neither of the bills before us today addresses the real issue facing students, parents, and educators, and those are issues like declining math and science scores, achievement gaps, mental health services, and too few community centers that can provide wraparound services. Instead, the majority has chosen to use our first markup to advance a political agenda by politicizing students' education and scapegoating some of our most vulnerable students as a cause of inequity in athletics. H.R. 734, the so-called Protecting Women and Girls in Sports Act, is just one example of the extreme agenda. Transgender youth are a tiny fraction of youth population in this country, and even a smaller fraction of youth in athletics. In fact, there are only 34 documented instances of out trans athletes competing at the collegiate level. That's actually fewer than the number of members on this committee. It's ludicrous to suggest that such a handful of athletes who pose no evidentiary threat justifies national congressional action. School sports should be welcoming for all students and serve as an opportunity for student development. And as such, we should be doing everything we can to eliminate barriers students face in participating in school sports and address the real issues facing student athletics, including unequal pay, sexual abuse, and lack of resources. To that end, Democrats will introduce several amendments to ensure that every student who wants to play in sports has a fair and equal opportunity to do so. H.R. 5 is another example of Republicans' track record on putting politics over people. In fact, at the outset of the COVID-19 pandemic, Republican politicians sought to force schools to reopen classrooms for full-time, in-person instruction, regardless of whether or not it was safe. Then in 2021, despite the schools and institutions' clear need for additional funding, Republican lawmakers did nothing to meaningfully help them reopen safely or help students recover from the pandemic. Not a single congressional Republican voted for the American Rescue Plan, which Democrats passed anyway to provide funding to reopen the schools safely, keep them open safely, and to make up for lost learning. And now the House Republicans are advancing today's bills. First, let me be clear. The House Democrats believe parental engagement is central to student success. Parental engagement in schools is closely linked to better student behavior, higher academic achievement, and enhanced social skills. Unfortunately, H.R. 5 does not take any meaningful steps to increase or support parental engagement. In fact, the Cato Institute, a conservative think tank that supports policies to limit government, stated that H.R. 5, quote, suffers from a fundamental flaw. It is not constitutional. Even if constitutional, it would not give parents real power, unquote. If passed, the bill would also create unnecessary and burdensome reporting requirements on schools that would divert essential resources and personnel away from meeting families' real needs without actually creating any new rights. This bill is one of many attempts by Republican politicians at the state level, some successful, to give vocal minorities the power to impose their beliefs on all parents and students. In fact, in the past 3 academic years, legislators in 45 states proposed 283 laws that either sought to ban books, censor curriculum, restrict students' civil rights, and or punish teachers for accurately recounting our nation's history. Of these proposals, 64 have signed into law across 25 states, covering over 40% of the American population. These bills have real consequences for students and educators. For example, legislation prevented an 8th grade teacher in Iowa from teaching his students that, quote, slavery is wrong. In North Carolina, high school social studies teachers are no longer allowed to assign reading from certain chapters of Christopher Columbus's journal because it explains his involvement with slavery. And a school district in Arkansas banned Anne Frank's A Diary of a Young Girl for all middle and high school students because it, quote, was overly dark and heavy. Simply put, H.R. 5 and educational gag orders across the nation prevent students from learning and prevent teachers from teaching. These efforts seek to score political points and scare parents into thinking that schools do not have their best interests at heart. Instead, we should be talking about support that schools and families actually need to improve parent-teacher partnerships. So today, congressional Democrats will focus on offering amendments to these bills that will promote participation in sports, improve parental engagement, and ensure that every child receives an inclusive, well-funded, and accurate education. I urge my colleagues to oppose both H.R. 734 and H.R. 5, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Without objection, all other members who wish to insert written opening statements into the record may do so by submitting them to the committee clerk electronically by the end of the day today. House rules require that a copy of the measures be made available to members and the public at least 24 hours in advance. Pursuant to the notice for today's meeting, a copy of the measures were made available to members and the public at least 24 hours in advance. Each bill being marked up today shall be open to amendment at any point, and the chair will allow members to offer amendments in a manner not prohibited by House or committee rules. Additionally, without objection, members who have more than one amendment to a bill and wish to offer their amendments in block may do so. The committee will now proceed to the consideration of H.R. 734 for amendment. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 734, offered by Mr. Owens of Utah.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I now recognize Mr. Owens to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk shall designate the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, Chairman. When Title IX became law,
The gentleman shall suspend for a moment till the clerk designates the amendment.
H.R. 734, offered by Mr. Owens of Utah.
The gentleman is now recognized.
thank you, Madam
Excuse
Chair.
me. Without objection, the amendment shall be considered original text and open to amendment at any point. The amendment in the nature of a substitute has already been distributed. I now recognize Mr. Owens for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When Title IX became law, participation in women's sports was still rare, and scholarships for female athletes were virtually non-existent. Title IX changed everything. I welcome the changes brought by Title IX. I believe women should have the equal opportunity in every arena, but especially in education that includes sports. Sports have had a profound impact on me, and I've seen how sports empowered the women in my lives, including my 5 daughters, and helped shape their character. I'm saddened to think that the same opportunities might not be available in the future. I want to continue seeing young girls and women benefit from the protections of Title IX. That's why I support the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act, authored by Republican Greg Steube of Florida. This legislation ensures that when it comes to institutions and programs receiving federal education dollars, biological females compete against other biological females in sports. Up until a few years ago, having women's only leagues was considered common sense. Allowing biological men to compete in women's sports not only eclipses women, but eventually erases them from the winner's circle altogether. Once again, those rascally words, common sense. Men and women have vastly different athletic abilities when it comes to muscle mass, lung capacity, height, and other physical characteristics. Pitting men, even if they identify themselves as female, against biological women in sports is patently unfair. This continues to be true even if biological male athletes suppress their testosterone levels with hormone therapy for a year. Research shows that once a biological male has gone through male puberty, his skeletal and muscular structures gives him a physical advantage over women in strength, speed, and endurance. This, my friends, is called science. This, by the way, is not just about a game. Many girls rely on athletic scholarships to get into college. We should not allow biological men to steal from women and girls their spot on the sports team, a medal they've worked hard to earn, or a record they've achieved. We need more people with old school courage to stand up and say as much. We can't let young girls continue to suffer just to stay on the safe side of political correctness. There are young female athletes who have spoken up in their schools, and it's shameful that adults in charge have bullied them. These girls have been told to be quiet or be canceled, that they'll be kicked off a team, prevented from going into grad school or finding a job. This kind of intimidation and bullying by the left is wrong. Bullying is something I learned to detest growing up in the Deep South. I detest it even more today. These girls deserve to be heard. They deserve to be able to work, to sacrifice, enter the arena of fair meritocracy, and pursue their dreams and to win. I urge my colleagues to support this substitute amendment and support the underlying bill, and I'll yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Owens. Are there any members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Susan? Okay, Ms. Bonamici, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word. Are you asking for amendments? Oh. Are you asking for amendments?
I am asking if anybody wants to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Yes, I move to strike the last word.
The gentlewoman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm disheartened and actually disappointed to see my colleagues on the other side of the aisle consider advancing a bill that is discriminatory, harmful, and openly exclusionary toward transgender students. Athletics are built on the fundamental tenets of inclusion and teamwork and healthy competition, and extracurricular activities like sports enhance and enrich students' education. They help students learn teamwork and collaboration, and they build relationships with each other and with their educators and coaches. Sports help students feel included by and connected with their school community, and they provide an opportunity to learn resilience and empathy. Equal access to extracurricular activities is a necessary part of each student receiving a well-rounded education, and a well-rounded education is critical to all students reaching their full potential. Attempting to exclude anyone from opportunities to play sports because of discrimination based on their perceived or actual sexual orientation or gender identity is not just wrong and unjust, it is a violation of federal civil rights laws and must be wholly and unequivocally rejected. The bill we're marking up today, the so-called Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act, should actually be renamed to what it actually is, which is the Exclusion of Women and Girls from Sports Act. Singling out and excluding transgender athletes from school sports is detrimental to the mental health of trans students and serves no purpose but to sow division. The inclusion of trans athletes in sports at the K-12 and college level is supported across the country by athletes, women's rights organizations, gender justice advocates, the Women's Sports Foundation, the Olympics, to name a few of hundreds. There are examples from states across the country, including Connecticut, California, and my home state of Oregon, where trans-inclusive policies have created a healthier environment and more opportunities for athletic participation for all women and girls. Madam Chair, we should not be spending our time on this committee thinking about ways to pick on and ostracize transgender students and other LGBTQI+ students. There are very real issues plaguing women's and girls' sports that this committee should focus on, instead of villainizing one of the most vulnerable and marginalized groups in our schools and colleges. We could be discussing how to eliminate sexual harassment and discrimination in women's and girls' sports programs. We could turn our attention to the well-publicized disparities in the quality of facilities and equipment between men's and women's athletic programs. We could have a meaningful discussion about what we can do to make our schools and all the extracurricular opportunities they provide, including sports, more inclusive, welcoming, safe, and supportive environments for all kids, including those who are transgender. And I welcome a conversation with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle about how we can improve and strengthen Title IX and other federal civil rights and education laws to eliminate these long-standing, persistent disparities between men and women's athletic educational programs, because anyone who purports to care about protecting women and girls in sports and in our schools must also surely care about identifying and fixing the real problems that have existed for decades. So I urge my colleagues to unanimously reject this fear-mongering, harmful bill and I invite them instead to support the Fair Pay for Women's Act, which I am proud to introduce with my colleague from North Carolina, Representative Dr. Adams. The Fair Pay for Women Act amends Title IX to improve compliance among our nation's schools and colleges and equip them with the tools, knowledge, and resources they need for all athletes, including those who are transgender women and girls, to compete equitably and be included. Support for our students shouldn't be dependent on their gender identity or who they love. As members of this committee, it's our responsibility to support students, prevent discrimination, and fight for a more equitable future. Passing the bill we're marking up today would be a grave abdication of our responsibility. And I urge all of my colleagues to support the amendment I have with Congresswoman Adams that's coming up and vote against this discriminatory bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Ms. Bonamici. Is there anyone on the Republican side who wishes to be recognized? Is there any other member wish to be recognized? Ms. Wilson from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word. H.R. 734 weaponizes Title IX, a landmark civil rights legislation, against a population of people who are already discriminated against. Transgendered youth are a tiny fraction of the youth population in the country. There are 34 documented incidents of trans athletes among the approximately 110,000 women athletes. Given these meager numbers, this concern doesn't require national congressional intervention. The concern is being addressed by national athletic associations that are establishing and revisiting policies on gender equity and non-discrimination in athletic participation. H.R. 734, the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act of 2023, is another stunt and disguise for Republican radicalism. Despite forming a small portion of the largest student-athlete population, Republicans have decided to vilify trans female athletes through direct congressional action. Unfortunately, these efforts join the wave of anti-trans legislation sweeping the nation, including in my state of Florida. These attacks are equitable participation for trans youth in school athletics, victimized and especially vulnerable population in our educational system. The Democratic delegation must stand firmly in opposition to these attempts to use trans students as political pawns in their extremist, fundamentally anti-American agenda. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Ms. Miller, do you seek recognition? You're recognized for 5 minutes. No.
Madam Chairwoman, I support this important legislation to protect our girls, and I urge the committee to pass this bill. On his first day in office, President Biden signed an executive order to destroy Title IX and force young girls to share locker rooms with 18-year-old men. That is why the first bill I introduced in Congress was the Safety and Opportunity for Girls Act, to ensure that the term sex in Title IX is defined as biological sex and not some left-wing political ideology known as gender identity. This is an issue of fairness. Allowing biological males to compete in girls' sports puts women at a disadvantage. The whole point behind Title IX was to give more opportunities to our daughters, and ignoring the biological differences between men and women is a catastrophe for our girls and women. The Biden administration is erasing women to appease the most radical fringe of their political base. Men are not women, and men should not be competing against our daughters. I thank the chairwoman for making this one of the first bills we consider, and I yield back.
Thank you very much, Ms. Miller. Mr. Takano, do you seek recognition? Let me say something. It's unfortunate that our electronic equipment was messed up due to a flood, and we're struggling with an alternative. So we're using the mics that are in front of you with the button, not the regular things that we use. So I'd ask people to be patient with working on this workaround that we have. Thank you, Mr. Takano. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The executive order that President Biden signed was an application of the Bostock decision, which was written, the majority opinion, which was written by a conservative justice, and sought to apply the same legal logic that guaranteed transgender and LGBT people generally in terms of workplace rights in other areas of the law as well, wherever the word non-discrimination based on sex appears in statute. And Title IX is one of examples of where discrimination based on sex is prohibited, and the Bostock decision is far from being something that's been advocated by fringe or a radical ideology. It was written, the Bostock decision was written by a conservative justice. And so I find the argument absurd. Also, the idea that Title IX has been perverted, as asserted by the chair, is also offensive. Because what is going on here is Title IX is being sought to be amended to discriminate against the very people who need its protection. The people who are subject to trans kids, and trans people are subjected to harassment, they're subjected to misunderstanding, and they're subjected to violence. This is a travesty to say that, that Title IX has been perverted. What the majority seeks to do is to pervert the idea of non-discrimination. So I rise today in strongest terms to oppose the bill that has come before this committee today, the so-called Protecting Women and Girls in Sports Act. And I'm saddened and frustrated by this legislation. But frankly, I'm not surprised. This is another misguided attempt by my Republican colleagues to create a solution to a problem that frankly doesn't exist. And let's be clear, discrimination is never a solution to anything. We have seen legislators allege issues regarding transgender athletes and make false claims about the harm arising from the inclusion of transgender individuals in sports. And make no mistake, Republicans are acting to legislate and erase the existence of trans people at every level and opportunity possible. There are real pressing problems impacting women's and girls' sports, including sexual harassment and assault, lack of equal resources, and pay inequality. And rather than addressing our first markup, targeting a small fraction of the youth population in the United States to score political points at their expense, transgender kids under the age of 17 make up only 1.4% of the youth population. At the collegiate level, there are roughly 30 trans female athletes competing in the United States, a drop in the bucket compared to the over 110,000 student athletes competing in college sports across the country. Young people of all gender identities participate in sports to be part of a team, learn sportsmanship, and challenge themselves. This bill seeks to fully strip trans girls of all ages of these opportunities, and this is a shame to this legislative body to the fullest extent. And I'm perplexed by the extreme lengths to which Republicans are pursuing this farce. I would much rather hold a hearing to directly engage with transgender athletes and medical professionals who actually understand the magnitude of what we are discussing here today. Absent that input, I do not know why we are marking up this legislation today. We're moving forward with highly consequential legislation that is going to alter lives. We need to make something abundantly clear. This is not a problem, and we are talking about children. Children crave and deserve dedicated time to play, as that is one of the most wonderful parts of adolescence. And since we are not able to hear from the real individuals this legislation affects directly, I would like to quote a personal narrative from a trans athlete in Ohio named Connor, who has publicly shared her experience. The girls on my team aren't worried about trans girls destroying women's sports. They are worried about unfair advantages given to more visible sports because it impacts how many coaches we have and how much time we have to spend in the weight room, how outdated our uniforms or equipment is, and how much access girls get to even get good enough to win scholarships or play on college teams. Keeping me from playing with my friends does not do anything to actually improve opportunities for girls in sports. It just keeps us from having fun together in the field. This bill is not about protecting women's sports. It is about attacking trans kids. This bill doesn't adopt a single policy recommendation that the Women's Sports Foundation has identified to improve girls and women's sports. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Takano. Representative Good, I recognize you for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and appreciate you leading us in this hearing today. Thank you for the yield of time there. It's, if anything illustrates where we are today, it's the fact that we have to discuss this issue, and that we as Republicans have to move to protect women, and to protect girls in our society, not just as it applies to athletics. I'm glad we're having this markup, though. I'm glad that the American people can see that the official position of the Democrat Party is that sex or gender is based on opinion or feeling. Democrats reject the God-created science of sex, the different chromosomes for male and female, and that literally all of the trillion or so cells that make up our being, our body, despite how they may be altered from a physical appearance standpoint, how we may alter our appearance, all trillion or so cells are literally male or female. We can never change that. Every part of our being is male or female, every one of our trillion or so cells. The fact is, God does not make mistakes. He creates us perfectly unique as individuals, and all of us are either immutably male or immutably female. But I'm also glad we're having this markup so the American people see that Democrats do not truly support women and girls, as evidenced by the discussion today. Why don't they care about the rights of privacy for women and girls? Why don't they care about the rights of opportunity for women and girls? And it's obvious to the vast majority of American people that men should not be able to compete in women's sports, that boys should not be able to compete in girls' sports. And the vast majority of American people recognize this because it's right, because it's moral, and because it's scientific. So I thank my friend Burgess Owens for being a leader on this issue, and I support the bill and the amendment as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Good. Ms. Hayes, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word and to urge a no vote on H.R. 734. It is clear from the conversations here today that many on this dais do not understand or care to understand the journey of transgender youth. As a teacher in my classroom, I can tell you about the countless times students came to me scared and lonely and trying to figure out what they were feeling. As a teacher in my classroom, I can tell you how many times students longed for inclusion. And the job of educators is to make sure that all students, every student, feels included. My official position as a teacher, as a member of Congress, as a human being, is that all people matter, even transgender youth. A 2022 CDC study said that only 1.8% of high school student athletes identify as trans. We are talking about a very small percentage. 82% of transgender youth have considered suicide, and 40% have attempted suicide. So this hearing, this legislation, these conversations further put a target on the backs of these students who are already in the scariest times of their lives. School sports are supposed to promote inclusion, are supposed to support student well-being, are supposed to motivate and make students feel proud of who they are. That is not what this bill does. I can tell you that I understand that this conversation is uncomfortable for many people, and there are so many in this room and watching, and even in America, who don't know how to have this conversation. I can tell you an easy place to start is to listen and commit to learning what it means and what is happening. My job as a teacher and as a representative now is to support all students, not all students with the exception of transgender youth. When we hear words from the other side like eradicated and erased, when we're talking about transgender youth, we cannot eliminate a population of people. If we want to have a conversation about how we include transgender youth, then let's do that. But to pretend they don't exist or to promote policies meant to set them aside is just wrong. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment. And I can tell you, if you are still uncertain or unsure about where you stand on transgender athletes in sports, I'll give you an easy exercise. Take out the word trans. Insert disabled, or black, or native, or any other group you can think of, and then ask yourself how comfortable you are with discriminating against them. And as a final thought, I can tell you that the God that I serve teaches me to love my neighbor, all of my neighbors. Doesn't matter who they are, or how they identify, or what their needs are. And I can tell you that with that love, I use my time, my energy, my effort to advocate for the least of us, for the most marginalized, for the people who have no one else speaking up for them. And right now, in this hearing, those people are trans youth. I urge a no vote on this amendment. I urge my colleagues to sit back and have some honest and real discussions about how we can help students achieve academic success, how we can make sure all students feel included and a part of the education process, and that we can use our agency and our advocacy and our power to legislate to help all students and all Americans. And with that, I yield back.
Mr. Grijalva, I understand you would like to speak for 5 minutes?
Thank you very, very much, Madam Chair. In hearing the discussion on the legislation that I oppose, the amendment, it's the reality that it's the guise of this whole conversation from my Republican colleagues is that we're doing this to protect women. That's why we're doing it. And the protection of women, I think, should be and must be an important consideration, but it's got to be one that is consistent. We want to support women. We should support the legislation that returns to them their full reproductive and personal rights as human beings in this country and not discriminate them. And after the Dobbs decision, number one. Number two, we need to make sure that we support the child tax credit so that women would have the opportunity to spend more time with their kids, spend more time with the schools and work, period. And so somebody used the word on the other side, the most extreme fringe of our side of the aisle. Well, in response to this scapegoating that's going on trans kids today, that extreme fringe is driving that agenda. This has nothing to do with protecting women. This has nothing to do with dealing with the resource equity among all students, and particularly men and women and boys and girls in our schools. This is about scapegoating in a cultural war, a group of trans kids, and making them, criminalizing their existence. And I think we should all be ashamed of that reality, that instead of talking about how we move forward, how we become, how our public school systems can do more for our communities, we are mired in this cultural war created and started by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, and trans kids in this war become mere collateral damage. Well, that's too bad. Well, that is not the principle of which this committee functions when it comes to education. It's not the principle of equity or equality and non-discrimination. And for that alone, this amendment needs to be rejected, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Grijalva. Does any other member wish to speak on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? There being no further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute, committee will move to consideration of amendments. For what purpose does Ms. Adams seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute at best.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Substitute amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 734, offered by Ms. Adams of North Carolina, identifier H734 ANS-SUB_001.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Ms. Miller?
Yes,
You're
I reserve a
recognized.
point of order.
A point of order has been reserved. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a former high school athlete and educator, I am ashamed to see my colleagues introduce such divisive, misleading, and harmful legislation. Student athleticism plays a vital role in developing a sense of community among its players and the broader student body. Through their sports, athletes learn to think critically, communicate clearly, set and manage schedules, and so much more. More importantly, though, players are encouraged to do something that our Congress struggles with, to work together as a team. Anti-trans proposals like H.R. 734 do nothing but attempt to bully and put targets on the backs of transgender girls and attempts to limit their opportunities. And let me make it clear, this barely one-page bill does absolutely nothing to advance, enrich, or uplift girls or women in sports. On the other hand, when advocates who do real work on behalf of girls and women athletes express their concern about equity for women and girls and athletes and athletics, they provided several policy recommendations which were ultimately included in the amendment in the nature of a substitute that I've introduced alongside Representative Bonamici, the Fair Play for Women Act. This legislation includes provisions that will strengthen Title IX and other federal civil rights laws to better address the root causes of disparities between men and women's sports. It prohibits discrimination in intercollegiate athletic associations, ensuring equitable membership opportunities and representation for every athlete. It includes provisions to ensure that students and their families know who in their schools and school districts to speak to when inequities or instances of discrimination arise. And importantly, it creates training opportunities for Title IX coordinators to ensure that they are equipped with the knowledge necessary to prevent and address inequities at the K-12 levels. In other words, this important legislation includes provisions that focus on ensuring safe and fair athletics opportunities for all athletes. I look forward to having a conversation with my colleagues that takes up these points, but I refuse to give credence to a conversation that will put already at-risk youth at greater risk of being ostracized or even harmed. And so I urge my colleagues to support my amendment in the nature of a substitute with Representative Bonamici and to vote against H.R. 734. With that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. Does any member wish to speak on the Adams amendment? Ms. Bonamici, you're recognized
Thank
for
you.
5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to speak in support of the Fair Play for Women Act, the amendment offered by Dr. Adams and myself. And I want to also bring you a perspective from Lori Lindsay, who was an Olympic gold medalist, a former member of the U.S. women's national soccer team. And Lori Lindsay says, as a woman, as an Olympian, and as a coach, I have faced many challenges to gender equity in this sport, but I assure you, transgender women and girls are not among those challenges. Despite this bill being called the Save Women's Sports Act, it does not consider any of the actual challenges to women and girls in sport. And I ask you, what have you done to protect young women and girls from sexual assault and harassment in sport? What have you done to ensure all institutions in the U.S. are actually compliant with Title IX? What have you done to promote equal pay for women athletes? How have you fought for increased opportunities and resources for young women and girls in sport, especially young women and girls of color? This bill, like so many others across the country, is seeking to solve a problem that doesn't exist. I've been at the front lines of the fight for gender equity in sport for a long time. I'm sick and tired of transgender youth being cruelly targeted, and I'm not alone. Hundreds of other elite women athletes, from Billie Jean King to Candace Parker, have expressed loud opposition to bills identical to this one. What does it say about our federal government that you would rather openly target and harass a vulnerable group of young people instead of actually listening to women athletes? This is not the country I know and love. Let's support Ms. Lindsay, and let's reject the underlying bill and accept the amendment offered by Dr. Adams, the Fair Play for Women Act, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Bonamici. Anyone else wish to speak on the Adams amendment? I'll recognize myself. I'm opposed to this amendment. As I read the amendment, it greatly expands the applicability of Title IX to include athletic associations, whether or not these athletic associations receive federal funds. I believe it would be unwise to expand Title IX to include private associations that do not receive federal funds, especially with no careful discussion of the pros and cons in committee. Second, the amendment adds a vast new reporting requirement on colleges and universities. Later this year, this committee will engage in a robust debate about how to hold colleges and universities accountable for student outcomes and how to address the rising cost of college. Whatever the merits of some of the information this amendment would collect, we should not impose a vast new reporting requirement without substantial debate about the impact on our broader goals of expanding post-secondary access and reining in cost. Finally, this amendment does not address the underlying issue we're here today to address. Allowing males to compete in female sports is discriminatory and unfair. This amendment does nothing to address that problem. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting against this amendment and supporting the underlying bill, and I yield back.
You need to ask Mary Miller if she insists on her point of order. Does the gentlelady insist on her point of order?
Does the gentlelady insist on her point of order?
Yes, Madam Chairwoman, I insist on my point of order pursuant to Rule 16 of the Rules of the House of Representatives. The fundamental purpose of the amendment offered is different from that of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. The fundamental purpose of the amendment in the nature of a substitute is for H.R. 734 to protect women in sports. However, the fundamental purpose of the proposed amendment is beyond the subject matter of the bill.
The chair is prepared to rule. Germaneness
Madam
is...
Chair?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Can I be heard?
On the amendment, or is there any debate on the point of order?
Is there any debate on the point of order? Mr. Scott's recognized.
Yes, Madam Chair, first of all, you don't have to sustain the point of order even if the parliamentarian has opined that it's not in order. You don't have to sustain the point of order. But sustaining the point of order would eliminate, Chair mentioned the private organizations. This is aimed at the situation just recently where the NCAA was caught discriminating against women's sports. In their tournament, they had one set of accommodations for men's basketball and a totally insufficient accommodations for women. Discrimination by definition. And this would allow Title IX to address that issue. It also would eliminate, if you sustain the point of order, it would eliminate the enforcement tools that are in the amendment in nature of a substitute. It eliminates training of staff, and it really jeopardizes the full use of Title IX if you sustain the point of order, and I would hope that you wouldn't. I yield back.
The chair is prepared to rule. Germaneness is construed narrowly in order to support informed consideration of legislation. The chair finds the amendment is beyond the bill's subject matter. The amendment is a proposition on a subject different from that under consideration within the meaning of Clause 7 of Rule 16 of the House Rules. Therefore, the amendment is not germane. The point of order is sustained.
Chair,
The
can I ask,
gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
was that the opinion of the House parliamentarian?
That is the opinion of the House parliamentarian. I got it. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment. Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 734 offered by Ms. Bonamici of Oregon, identifier H734-ANS-AM_005.
Ms. Miller, you're recognized.
I reserve the point of order.
A point of order is reserved. The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And even though I don't support the underlying bill, I think we could all agree that student privacy should be of the utmost concern and importance to this committee. H.R. 734 could result in a gross invasion of students' privacy and could result in students feeling unsafe, unwelcome, and unsupported in places that should be safe havens and positive learning environments for them. Particularly concerning are recent proposals in states such as Florida that would blatantly invade students' rights to privacy and bodily autonomy. It is never okay to ask for unnecessary menstrual and reproductive information from women and girls as a basis for determining eligibility for sports. That would be a gross violation of Title IX. So my amendment would prohibit institutes of higher education from requiring an athlete to provide reproductive or sexual health information, including menstrual cycle information. This is a common sense amendment that would protect students' privacy, maintain the integrity and inclusive nature of athletics program, and uphold the spirit and letter of the law. I urge all my colleagues to support my amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Bonamici. Does any other member wish to speak on Ms. Bonamici's amendment? And I recognize myself. I'm opposed to this amendment. I believe a reasonable conversation could be had about how to protect women from the discrimination the Biden administration is imposing through its radical rewrite of Title IX, and at the same time protecting their privacy. If the gentlewoman would be willing to engage in a good faith debate about how to accomplish both goals, I'd be happy to do that. Unfortunately, this amendment strips out the underlying bill, so it continues the Democrats' radical attempt to erase women. H.R. 734 is about protecting women from discrimination and unfair playing fields. This amendment prevents the achievement of both goals. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting against this amendment and supporting the underlying bill, and I yield back. Ms. Miller, you're recognized.
Madam Chairwoman, I withdraw my point of order.
The gentlewoman withdraws her point of order. Does any other member have an amendment?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Takano, you're recognized.
I'm a bit confused. It's been the previous practice of the committee to have copies of amendments distributed to members. We've seen 2 amendments brought before the committee, and I have not been able to see anything in text, either in electronic form or in written form. So I'm perplexed as to why we are departing from previous practice.
Mr. Takano, these amendments were to be transmitted electronically from your staff, and that is the way you did it last session of Congress, and that is the way we assumed it was done again this session of Congress. These are the Democrat amendments.
Yeah, I've not even seen the electronic forms of the amendments. But in any event, may I be recognized to speak to the to the amendment.
You're recognized to speak for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Again, the chairwoman uses the terms radical imposition of the president. Let's be clear that the executive order, again, merely applies the legal logic, the legal reasoning established by a conservative Supreme Court justice in the Bostock case, and applies it to the interpretation of non-discrimination on the basis of sex on Title IX. Hardly a radical imposition by the President of the United States, merely applying the same legal reasoning that was employed in the majority opinion written by Justice Gorsuch.
Does any other person wish to speak on the amendment? All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Mr. Scott. Okay. A roll call is ordered pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Does anyone else have an amendment to offer? Mr. Takano.
I have an amendment before the desk, at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment. Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 734 offered by Mr. Takano of California, identifier H734ANS-AM_010.
Chairwoman, I reserve a point of order.
The point of order has been reserved. The gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Madam Chair, my amendment would ensure that the gains that female athletes have seen over the last 50 years of Title IX are not lost if an administration hostile to girls and women's sports comes into power. Under this amendment, long-standing regulations on gender parity in high school and college athletics would become law. Under the regulations, although the regulations carry the force of law now, an administration that wanted to turn back the clock back to a time before the proliferation of girls and women's sports could easily do it by rescinding the text. And make no mistake, the regulations in 34 CFR 106.41 contain the central protection of women's and girls' sports in this country. I'm sure my colleagues across the aisle would share my concern that too often schools provide inadequate and unequal support toward the success of women's sports. Disparities in resources for men's and women's sport continue to create playing fields that are literally unequal. Many girls' teams play on poorly maintained grass fields, while boys play on expertly curated turf. Playing fields allocated to girls' sport often lack proper fencing and lighting and may have holes or drainage problems, all contributing to less safe playing conditions. Equipment for girls' sports is replaced less often than boys' equipment, and too frequently, girls' teams are given old equipment from boys' teams once the boys have received new. Girls' uniforms are often made of less advanced materials, more cheaply produced, and expected to last for longer periods than boys' sport uniforms. School districts continue to offer boys' teams without the equivalent for girls, even when they are skilled players for and substantial interest in a girls' team. These are the Title IX violations that threaten girls and women's sports on a day in and day out basis. These are the conditions that are the basis of so many resolution agreements between the Department of Education and schools. 50 years after Title IX, these regulations have helped to make progress, help us make progress to equality in sports, but we have a long way to go. By codifying these regulations, we would signal to the world that you can't turn back the clock on women's sports. By cementing these protections in Title IX, we can build upon them to ensure that the next generation of female athletes have it better than those now. and we get closer to that point where all athletes are competing literally on even playing fields. And again, the threat to women's sports is not the handful of trans youth seeking to participate. It is the unequal conditions that persist today that renders us falling short of the full meaning of what Title IX could mean for the girls and women of our country. I urge my colleagues to accept this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Takano. Ms. Miller, do you insist on the point of order?
Yes, Madam Chairwoman, I insist on my point of order pursuant to Rule 16 of the Rules of the House of Representatives. The fundamental purpose of the amendment offered is different from that of the amendment in the nature of the substitute. The fundamental purpose of the amendment in the nature of the substitute is for H.R. 734 to protect women in sports. However, the fundamental purpose of the proposed amendment is beyond the subject matter of the bill.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Does any member wish to be heard on the point of order?
Madam Chair, I was hoping to speak to the amendment. Did I lose an opportunity to do that?
I'm sorry. I didn't realize there was someone else who wanted to speak on the amendment, Ms. Bonner.
Yes, I would like to speak in favor of Representative Takano's amendment.
Do you wish to speak further?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so before I ask someone to speak on the point of order, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I want to support Representative Takano's amendment because it really addresses the real issue about girls and women in sports. But don't take my word for it. Listen to the words of Dr. Melissa McLaren. Dr. McLaren is the parent of a transgender girl and high school athlete. And she says, in Ohio, there have been less than 20 trans girls approved to play middle school or high school sports since 2015. None of these girls have won awards or scholarships. My daughter was often one of the slowest runners on her cross-country team and barely made it off the bench during field hockey season. These girls are not a threat to their cisgender peers. If legislators want to protect women in sports, I can think of far better ways to improve a girl's chance at getting scholarships for college, and it starts with improving equity across boys and girls in sports in schools. Girls' sports has a long way to go before they have equal coaching staff, equipment, training time, and budgets that would have a bigger impact on increasing their access to college-level teams. There are a handful of trans girls playing sports in each state across the country. They are not the threat to girls' sports, and attacking them attempts to create a problem instead of actually solving the problems that do exist. So let's solve the problems that do exist and accept Mr. Takano's amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Bonamici. Now, does the gentleman from Virginia wish to speak on the point of order?
Yes, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, all this does is codify existing law. I don't see how that can possibly be out of order. I yield back.
The chair is prepared to rule. Germaneness is construed narrowly in order to support informed consideration of legislation. The chair finds the amendment is beyond the bill's subject matter. The amendment is a proposition on a subject different from that under consideration within the meaning of Clause 7 of Rule 16 of the House Rules. Therefore, the amendment is not germane. The point of order is sustained. Does any other member wish to offer an amendment? Mr. Takano?
I have an amendment before the desk.
Ms. Miller, you're recognized.
Yes, Madam Chairman, Chairwoman. I reserve a point of order.
The gentlewoman reserves a point of order. The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My colleagues across the aisle want to talk about morality and fairness, and that is what my amendment does. It establishes a Bill of Rights that every student that participates in sports at any level should enjoy. My amendment reinforces the Supreme Court's ruling in Bostock that sex discrimination extends to sexual orientation and gender identity, clarifying that no person shall be excluded from their participation in athletics on the basis of sex. Aligned with the original intent and the values of Title IX, this amendment requires that equal opportunity be offered to all students who participate in athletics, including the allocation of resources, facilities, practice times, and coaching opportunities. Young people of all gender identities participate in sports to be part of a team, learn sportsmanship, and challenge themselves. This bill strips trans girls of all ages of these opportunities. There are real pressing problems impacting women's and girls' sports, including sexual harassment and assault, lack of equal resources, and pay inequality. Rather than addressing any of these issues, anti-LGBTQI+ politicians on the Education and Workforce Committee will spend their first legislative markup targeting the handful of trans and women who participate in school sports. My, what a courageous bunch of legislators. This bill is not about protecting women's sports. It is about attacking trans kids. What a cowardly thing to be doing. Cowardly. This bill does not adopt a single policy recommendation that the Women's Sports Foundation has identified to improve girls' and women's sports. And when it comes to protecting women's sports, we should look to leading women's sports and gender justice groups, athletes with lived experience, and major international athletics organizations for their expertise. The Women's Sports Foundation and National Law Center, as well as leading women's athletes like Billie Jean King, Becky Sauerbrunn, and Megan Rapinoe, support transgender inclusion in sports. Major athletic bodies such as the International Olympic Committee and the NCAA have guidelines for the participation of transgender athletes, and those bodies reject the type of systematic exclusion of transgender people from sports that anti-LGBTQI+ Republicans are pushing. Let me just say that there is no need to make a federal case out of trans athletes, that we have organizations, associations, athletic associations, school administrators and officials that can work this out without a false sense of moral panic be ginned up by a political party that seeks to use trans kids as pawns in an effort to attain power. This is a cowardly piece of legislation that I seek to amend for the better, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Does any other member wish to speak on Mr. Takano's amendment? Okay. Does the gentlewoman insist on her point of order?
Yes, Madam Chairwoman, I insist on my point of order pursuant to Rule 16 of the Rules of the House of Representatives. The fundamental purpose of the amendment offered is different from that of the amendment in the nature of the substitute. The fundamental purpose of the amendment in the nature of the substitute is for H.R. 734 to protect women in sports. However, the fundamental purpose of the proposed amendment is beyond the subject matter of the bill.
Thank you. Does any member wish to speak on the point of order? Mr. Scott, you're recognized.
Madam Chair, according to the logic that we're dealing with, the underlying bill deals with men playing in women's sports. And if you have an amendment that deals with all athletes, therefore it's non-germane and can't be considered. That seems like an absurd restriction, because if we interpret Title IX like it's supposed to be interpreted, like the rules apply to everybody, it's not germane. Only men and women's sports, not women in women's sports, men in men's sports, or any kind of discrimination can't be dealt with, and that's puts us in a ridiculous situation, and I don't know how you talk the parliamentarian into helping you on this, but you don't have to rule it out of order. We can consider the amendment on its merits, as we should, and I'd hope you would so rule.
Well, Mr. Scott, I didn't try to talk the parliamentarian into agreeing with us. We simply submitted it, and the parliamentarian has ruled. In this case, we do agree. In this case, we agree with the parliamentarian. The chair is prepared to rule. Germaneness is construed narrowly in order to support informed consideration of legislation. The chair finds the amendment is beyond the bill's subject matter, in agreement with the parliamentarian. The amendment is a proposition on a subject different from that under consideration within the meaning of Clause 7 of Rule 16 of the House Rules. Therefore, the amendment is not germane. The point of order is sustained. Pursuant to House Rule 10, Committee Rule. Pursuant to House and committee rules, we'll now recess for at least 30 minutes to allow both sides to review amendments. The committee will be in recess for 30 minutes. Committee will come back to order for consideration of and voting on amendments to H.R. 734. Ms. Jayapal, I understand that you have an amendment you would like to offer. Madam, would you please use this microphone?
Button is on the microphone.
Button on the microphone.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute to H.R. 734 offered by Ms. Jayapal of Washington, identifier H734ANS-AM_013.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Ms. Miller, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My amendment.
No, Madam, I'm sorry. Ms. Miller? No, okay. All right, go ahead, Ms. Jayapal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My amendment renames this bill to be the Stigmatizing Vulnerable Children Act. And it does that because we need to be exactly clear about what this bill does and what the consequences of this bill would be. But first, I want to be clear about the facts about trans kids in sports. In 2004, the Olympics enacted its first policy letting transgender athletes compete in teams that align with their gender identity. In 2008, my home state of Washington became the first state to allow trans kids to compete in sports teams according to their gender identity. And I'm proud to share that after 15 years, Washington State has not had problems with this policy. In fact, Washington's success has encouraged at least 16 other states to enact similar policies affirming trans kids' participation in school sports. So it is simply not true, as my colleagues on the other side have asserted, that trans kids are somehow a product of so-called gender mills. And they exist, the trans kids exist in every district, red or blue, urban and rural. As a matter of fact, rural youth are as likely as urban youth to identify as LGBTQ. So what this bill really does is stigmatize vulnerable children. LGBTQ kids already face enormous challenges, and many trans kids suffer from lack of adequate services and supports. More than 75% of transgender students report experiencing harassment or discrimination in schools. Neglecting these harms follows them into adulthood, where 77% of transgender individuals grew up to have mental health issues. A survey found that more than half of transgender and non-binary youth have seriously considered suicide. Suicide. And 1 in 5 have attempted suicide. The Journal of American Medical Association Pediatrics has clearly outlined the benefits of sports to young people. Still, these kids are afraid of participating because of the stigma that this bill reinforces. 71% of transgender youth and non-binary youth have reported experiencing discrimination solely because of their identity. 83% of trans kids are worried about even participating because, in part, due to this discrimination. So this proposal does nothing to address those very real harms that trans kids are dealing with. Instead, if enacted, trans kids would effectively be banned from joining a team and forced to give up their favorite sport under this bill. I've also heard a lot from my colleagues on the other side about the need to defend women. But there is a real hypocrisy here that should be named. The first markup of this committee's majority is during Women's History Month, but it does nothing for women experiencing actual harms. Here are real, measurable harms for women. Women make 82 cents of every dollar by men. When House Democrats advanced the Paycheck Fairness Act to combat gender-based wage discrimination and end the gender pay gap, it did so with just 1 Republican voting in favor. Reproductive health care is banned in 13 states. No Republicans voted for the Women's Health Protection Act as states passed those draconian restrictive laws criminalizing women for seeking an abortion. And childcare is increasingly expensive for 63% of families. Not one member of the majority supported investments in childcare so that every family can afford childcare and allow women to rejoin the workforce without breaking the bank. Now, this committee's majority did speak up for Title IX, but only in the context of hurting women and defending the previous administration's erosion of protections and freedom for survivors of sexual violence on college campuses. Women are not tools to obscure the hate for gender inclusivity. So, let's be clear about what this bill actually does. Let's stop the attack on trans kids and do what people have elected us to do in this committee, which is fully fund public schools, keep classrooms free from gun violence, and give every kid a safe, inclusive environment in which to succeed. That is, again, why I believe we should call this bill what it is, which is the Stigmatizing Vulnerable Children Act, and I ask for my colleagues to support this amendment. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Does any member wish to speak on the Jayapal amendment? Ms. Bonamici, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to speak in support of Representative Jayapal's amendment because it is important to talk about what this bill really does. But don't just take my word for it. Listen to the voice of Debbie Jackson, a parent of a non-binary teenager. Debbie says, playing sports helps with mental health, teaches teamwork, provides camaraderie with others, and teaches discipline and goal setting. It opens doors to friendship, connection, and community with others, and that's what my child experienced in gymnastics class, and other trans kids deserve to experience all of those benefits too. I am so thankful that Avery, her 15-year-old, didn't have to choose between not participating in sports or being forced to participate as a boy. Forcing a transgender child to choose between living an authentic life and playing a game is cruel. Think about how it would feel to have your body openly discussed by others, or to have the fairness of your existence and basic rights debated in a public forum. That's what you are doing to innocent kids. Please leave our kids alone. They deserve so much better from people in power. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Bonamici. Does any other member wish to speak on the Jayapal amendment? Mr. Takano, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support the Jayapal amendment to rename the legislation before us because stigmatizing vulnerable children is exactly what this attempt to amend Title IX in a perverse way, which would weaponize Title IX. The amended Title IX would be weaponized against a class of students who do exist, a class of young people who are trans. And this, to me, is an act of cowardice, an act of cruelty, and an act of just not recognizing that trans youth do exist. The authors of this bill, the authors of the underlying bill, should be ashamed of themselves. There are real pressing problems impacting women and girls' sports, including sexual harassment and assault, lack of equal resources, and pay inequality. And rather than addressing any of these issues, the anti-LGBTQ+ politicians on this committee are spending this very, very first legislative markup targeting the handful of trans girls and women who participate in school sports. Again, 1.4% of youth ages 13 to 17 identify as transgender. 0.5% of adults aged 18 and over identify as transgender. You see, the transgender section of our population is an extremely small but yet vulnerable part of our population. They are the ones that are subjected to harassment. They are the ones that are subjected to violence. And they are the ones that are subjected even to murder. And the idea that this committee would be entertaining the weaponization of Title IX to further do harm to children, young children who identify as trans, is just incomprehensible to me. There are only 34 documented instances of out trans athletes competing at the collegiate level, as I mentioned earlier. And again, there are approximately 110,000 women athletes that compete yearly in sports. That equates to about 0.03% of all women athletes involved in college athletics. And why it is that we are contemplating using the full force of the federal government to intervene on an issue that can be settled by school administrators, sports associations, collegiate associations, indeed the numerous experts in the area of girls and women's sports should be listened to over the extreme measures that are being contemplated here. With that, I again reiterate that this is not about protecting women and girls in sports. This is about stigmatizing a vulnerable section of the population. And I'll yield to my friend Ms. Jayapal to speak further.
Thank you so much, Mr. Takano, for yielding. Madam Chair, I wanted to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record 2 documents, and I want to read from one. One is a statement from the American Medical Association opposing mandatory gender-based treatments for athletes. And the second that I want to read from is an article from the Scientific American written by an expert in adolescent psychiatry at the Stanford University School of Medicine. Dr. Turbin writes, quote, "These bills would cause further emotional damage to transgender youth. While we haven't seen an epidemic of transgender girls dominating sports leagues, what we have seen is high rates of anxiety, depression, and suicide attempts. Research highlights that a major driver of these mental health problems is rejection of someone's gender identity. Forcing trans youth to play on sports teams that don't match their identity will only worsen these disparities. It is a classic form of transgender conversion therapy, a discredited practice of trying to force transgender people to be cisgender and gender conforming." I'll just say, Madam Chair, that I am the proud mom of a trans kid, and it hurts me every single day to watch these attacks on trans youth who are simply trying to make it through life and be who they fully are. And I know that when my daughter came out, it was not an easy process, but when she came out and I was completely supportive of her, what she continues to see around her and from politicians, unfortunately, is a condemning of who she is. We cannot allow that to happen. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Without objection, the material will be inserted. Does any other person wish to speak on the Jayapal amendment?
Madam Chair, I'd like to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. You're recognized.
I'd like to speak in support of Ms. Jayapal's amendment. And I just want to ask a simple question. Why can't we leave trans people alone? Let them be who they are. Let them live their lives. Let's stop discriminating against them simply because they are different from who we are and different than what we understand. Just because we don't understand it doesn't mean we shouldn't support the transgender community and love them in the same way we should love all human beings. They're not bothering anyone. They want to go to school. They want to play sports. They want to hang out with their friends. They want to live their lives. Let them live their lives. We have an ugly history of discriminating against people who are different than we are throughout our time in this country. Whether they are Black, Latino, Asian, LGBTQ, poor, people with disabilities, women. We have an ugly history of discrimination in this country, and now the trans community is the target. All they want to do is live their lives. Why are Republicans so uncomfortable with this? Let them be who they are. That's it. They're not bothering you. They're not taking your lunch money. They're not criminalizing your communities. They're not engaging in gun violence. They just want to live and be happy like everyone else. And they are contributing members to society, whether it's through education, sports, the economy, or anything else. What the heck who are we as Americans and as a human race to be so darn uncomfortable with an individual or group of people that's different from who we are. From the beginning of American history, as we got our stuff together, as we tried to, we invited people from all over the world to help us build the nation that we have now. And we continue to try to evolve into the nation that we're capable of being. And no one should be left out of that, especially not the trans community, which is the most vulnerable community right now in our country. Ms. Jayapal already shared some of the data, as did Ms. Bonamici, and as did Mr. Takano. I just want my Republican colleagues to just take a breath, stop, relax. The trans community isn't bothering you. Let them live. Just like you want your friends and family to live and have freedom and have rights and have choice, let the trans community have the same thing. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does anyone else wish to speak? Ms. Hayes, you're recognized.
I move to strike the last word. And just add just a final footnote to this. Something that Ms. Jayapal said reminded me of this. It is Women's History Month. It is International Women's Day. And it is also quite telling that this legislation does not target trans boys, which also exist. I'm not really sure why we are singling out just a small group of people. And as an educator, I say that this is a missed opportunity, a very unique opportunity to teach kindness. These young people, whether they play sports or not, will still exist in the world. They will still exist in our communities. And we have the opportunity to introduce texts and resources to lower the temperature and send our children into the world better informed, understanding, so that they do not fall to the peril of our generation who just is unwilling or unable to understand. We could be using this as a very unique opportunity to say, how do we make sure that our education, our sports, our athletics, everything is more inclusive and not less. Yet instead, we have found an even more creative way to discriminate against women. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Hayes. Anyone else wish to speak on the Jayapal amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment by the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Jayapal. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. No. The noes have it. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The gentlewoman requests a recorded vote. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. The committee will now proceed to the consideration of the bill H.R. 5 for amendment. The bill was circulated in advance, and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 5, to ensure the rights of parents are honored and protected in the nation's public schools.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point, and any amendment offered shall be considered as read. I now recognize Ms. Letlow to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk shall designate the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of substitute to H.R. 5, offered by Ms. Letlow of Louisiana, identifier ANS_01.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered original text and open to amendment at any point. The amendment in the nature of a substitute has already been distributed. I now recognize Ms. Letlow for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This substitute amendment that adds language to the Title I Parents' Right to Know provisions to ensure that parents have the right to inspect books and other reading materials in school libraries. This amendment also makes one technical change. I welcome the conversations that we've had here today as this committee takes up H.R. 5. Having first introduced this bill nearly a year and a half ago, I'm grateful for the opportunity for this legislation to be debated and discussed. H.R. 5 is not a bill that is designed to be complex and complicated, nor is its intention to be partisan or polarizing. This bill is about one simple and fundamental principle. Parents should always have a seat at the table when it comes to their child's education. In my home state of Louisiana, we have a Parents' Bill of Rights that passed in 2014 with broad bipartisan support, and we see it work every single day. Now, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle and some of their political allies have said that this bill is an attack on our hardworking teachers, that it will lead to Congress dictating curriculum to local schools, or telling librarians what they can and cannot have on their shelves. But in that argument, it's very clear that their underlying message is that they don't want schools to have to be accountable to parents. They don't believe that transparency is a good thing. Rather than opening the doors to welcome parents as partners, they would rather slam them shut and have government bureaucrats make all the decisions. I worked in education before I came to Congress, and I'm also a mother. I can tell you without a shadow of a doubt that when schools attempt to educate children without buy-in from parents, it leads to disastrous results. I personally don't know a teacher who doesn't welcome parental involvement. We have mountains of data available to tell us about the massive learning loss that our students suffered during the pandemic. Catching them up to speed and ensuring that we meet the educational standards is going to take a team effort. Everyone, the parents, families, educators, and administrators working together towards a common goal. This bill is the foundation by which we can build those productive partnerships. It is the vehicle by which we can put parents and educators at the same table and have a productive dialogue about how we can help our children succeed. At the end of the day, isn't that what we all want? No matter our party affiliation, I know that we're all here to build a brighter tomorrow for our children and the generations to come. That's why I'm asking the committee to adopt this substitute amendment and vote yes on the underlying bill. Thank you, Madam Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Letlow. Are there any members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Madam Chair?
Dr. Adams or Mr. Takano? Which one?
Yes, Madam Chair, I move strike the last word.
Thank you. Dr. Adams is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to H.R. 5, which my colleagues are calling the Parents' Bill of Rights. This bill is a dangerous set of policies that seeks to further pit parents against teachers, rather than encouraging those vitally important groups to work together on behalf of their students. What's more, the bill does not address many of the challenges that students and parents and teachers alike have raised as barriers to communication and collaboration. And while the bill does appear to give parents the opportunity to review their child's curriculum, it also sends our school systems down a slippery slope of mandates, many of which are already included in federal law. For example, current law provides opportunities for parents to review curricula and even opt their students out of certain lessons. That is current law. Further, H.R. 5 does not provide clear definitions for much of their terminology, which will send educators and school leaders alike on the search for curricula that meet undefined, ever-changing goals. Additionally, as the bill implements additional reporting requirements, it does nothing to equip our already underfunded schools with additional resources to accomplish these mandates, tapping into the funding that should be used to support students, outfit classrooms, purchase school supplies, or support more effective communications apparatuses. For years, our teachers and parents have come to Capitol Hill to speak directly about how the federal government can best support student-teacher engagement. As a member of this committee for the past several Congresses, I am deeply frustrated that we've lost sight on what's most important, the success of our students. I look forward to having a conversation with my colleagues about giving our parents and teachers the support that they need to have meaningful exchanges, but I'm disappointed that this conversation is not taking place today, And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Dr. Adams. Mr. Owens, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment, Owens 008, at the desk.
Mr. Owens?
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Parental rights are non-negotiable. Parents have a God-given right to make decisions for their children, to raise their children according to their values, and to how their children should be instructed in school. Americans should never be forced to relinquish these parental rights to the government. In particular, parents have the right to know who is addressing their children. Schools often invite groups and individuals outside the school staff to speak to children. Sometimes that happens in individual classrooms, and sometimes it happens in school-wide assemblies. It is critical, it's crucially important that parents are aware of who these outside speakers are before the event. After all, it matters what voices our children hear. When schools invite someone to hear or to speak in front of a classroom, they are placing that person in a position of authority. Schools are sending a message to our children that the speakers they invite have a message worth hearing and advice worth heeding. As such, it is entirely reasonable that parents should want to ensure these speakers will use their platform responsibly and will not take advantage of their time in school to focus on ideological indoctrination. Parents should never be surprised about who is speaking in front of their children or what message they're sharing. Schools should be completely transparent about who they're putting in front of our children. This amendment is common sense. If schools are confident that parents will approve of the outside speakers they invite, then they should have no problems letting the parents know in advance. This amendment will help ensure that parents are never surprised by the people or the groups that their children are learning from. There's an entirely reasonable idea and consistent with the underlying bill's goal to ensuring transparency and protecting parents' rights. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting in favor of this amendment and in favor of underlining bill, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Owens. Mr. Takano, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike last word and rise in opposition to this bill. We are moving forward with marking up legislation that does not take necessary steps to address the real and pervasive issues confronting our teachers, students, and parents both in and outside the classroom. No one is questioning or denying the importance of parental involvement, but we must be vigilant about avoiding misguided education policy that widens the gap between parents and educators and sows mistrusts, and that presents undue burden for educators to get the job done with our children. And further, there are elements of this bill that I believe put children in true danger. So let's look back at how we got here. Parents are frustrated in the wake of school disclosures, of school closures, and the Republican caucus is taking the opportunity to capitalize on those frustrations, as Parents' Bill of Rights have become the most useful vehicle for attacking inclusive education. This misnomer, parental rights, is being wielded to turn the classroom into a political arena. Right-wing culture war attacks are distracting us from the real issues at hand. In a moment, when we're facing a severe teacher workforce shortage and schools are struggling to equip their students with adequate materials, Republicans have decided to introduce a bill that is simultaneously burdensome to educators while also being vague on the details of its execution. And although its purported goals are to give all parents more autonomy, this bill panders to only a slim fraction of parents. This is a transparent effort on the part of Republicans to excite a small subsection of their base and to score cheap political gains. Out of the provisions included in this bill, I'm particularly troubled by the extent to which provisions would invade the privacy of students involved. Let's remember that students and young people also need to be protected, and they also need to have rights, including sometimes the first bullies may often be a child's own parent. The language under Title II of this bill states that, quote, an educational agency or its institution shall upon request from a parent or a student, disclose to such parent the identity of any individual or entity with whom information is shared from the education record of the student or any response of the student to a survey, end quote. Although this is meant to protect the privacy of student data, this has dangerous implications for LGBTQI+ youth who may face shaming, rejection, or even violence at home if outed by a survey they were unaware was available to their family. Yes, there is, because of the vagueness of this language, the danger of LGBTQI+ children being outed to an unsupportive home. The reality is that due to the vagueness of this language, we are endangering LGBTQI children. And during my time as an educator, I vividly recall an instance regarding an LGBTQI+ student who was outed to his father by an administrator at the school. The student was subsequently attacked by his father, to the extent to which the student had to leave the school and move to a different part of the country. We all should be concerned about the implications this poses to such a vulnerable group of children, and I reiterate, we are talking about children here. And if there's any morality to be had here, it is about protecting the vulnerable children the GOP is attempting to turn into the scapegoats for the sake of winning elections. The moral outrage to be had here is against this legislation. This is a prime example of what we can expect to see happen across the board if this misguided legislation was to become law, or to become law. We are acutely aware of the high rates of homelessness LGBTQ+ youth already face, and with many times these instances stemming from rejection by their parents. Outing children before they are all ready to come out to their parents only increases the risk of potentially facing homelessness. And while I have the utmost respect for parents' desire to protect their children from data collection privacy violations, the reality is that LGBTQI+ students are already more likely to face victimization, violence, and suicidality, and need a safe place to express themselves without fear of being forced out of the closet before they're ready. And I've run out of time, so I will yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. He yields back. I now recognize the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Miller.
Thank you. My constituents strongly support H.R. 5, the Parents' Bill of Rights Act, and I urge the committee to pass this bill. The Biden administration, Democrat governors, and teachers' unions have all attempted to silence parents and replace them as the decision makers for their child. For example, in response to an amendment that I offered last Congress, a member of Democrat leadership stated that kids need to be protected from their parents. The Biden administration even used the FBI, the most powerful law enforcement agency in the world, to silence and intimidate parents for showing up at school board meetings to oppose Biden's radical agenda. I am grateful that several of my bills are included in the Parents' Bill of Rights to protect children from the radical gender ideology and to ensure parents are informed when information is collected about their kids through surveys or documents. Parents have the right to know what's being taught to their child and the right to protect their child's privacy. Parents, not radical left-wing activists, are the decision makers for their children. Parents, not radical left-wing unions, are in charge of their child's education. I urge my colleagues to support the Parents' Bill of Rights, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady, and I recognize the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word. As an educator, I have worked with parents for years to support the educational success of their children. I know parental input is fundamental to children's achievement, and all educators know that. However, much of what H.R. 5 poses has already been addressed through previous state and local legislation. But this bill fosters a toxic relationship between educators and their parents and continues the foolish, misguided games we've seen playing out in school board meetings across the country. I wholeheartedly believe parent voices should be honored in schools, but we all know that this bill is not about that. Thus, I cannot support H.R. 5. In 2020, COVID-19 brought the world to its knees, but not teaching and learning. If not for schools, have you considered what would have happened to our children? In the face of a global pandemic, our highly trained, underpaid teachers' workforce jumped into action. They taught virtually, controlled, and disciplined our children right before our eyes as we bit our fingernails, nervously saying, "I don't know how these teachers do it every day. These 2 children I have at home right now are driving me crazy." Chairman Scott and I had virtual roundtables with teachers across the country. Some had broadband and computers and proceeded after a crash course in virtual schooling. We talked to others, like in Alabama, where there was no universal broadband. There, teachers donned protective gear and went door to door daily, delivering classwork and lunches to thousands of children. Sacrificial lambs. Teachers kept millions of children grounded, engaged, and safe, and they kept parents sane. And you are crafting a ludicrous, fake waste of time, a bunch of bull that you call a parent's Bill of Rights to monitor the most dedicated, sacrificial workforce in our nation with some cheap stunt, pretending that you really care. Where in the Bill of Rights does it say children have guaranteed access to broadband and must be issued a computer? Where does it say working parents should receive before care and after care for their minor children? Where does it say to parents we guarantee a free hot breakfast, a nutritional lunch, and a take-home snack for all children? Where does it say parents we have a registered nurse in every school for asthma, pink eye, diabetes, impetigo, and migraines? Where does it say we provide eyeglasses for those who need them and dental preventive care for all? Does it give children the right to universal pre-K, free community college, and free trade school? Does it offer parents the right to improve their own education and job skills? Stop wasting our time and come back with a Bill of Rights that will help American families survive and live out the American dream. Put our children and families over politics and deliver what they really need. Guarantee that their teachers will make a minimum wage of $60,000 a year. Make sure that every child that comes to school has a warm, safe house to return to after school. Provide intensive counseling for troubled children to interrupt the school shooting crisis. Are you willing to interrupt the school-to-prison pipeline by investing in at-risk boys of color? You know, today is very telling. It affirms that most of you have not been in a school since you graduated, and it shows by this shameful bill, which amounts to nothing more than pushing a shameful, extreme MAGA agenda that will hurt children, Democrats and Republicans. Parents leave their precious children with a group of people in what we call a school for, in some instances, 10 hours a day. Wow. They sleep 8 hours at night. They leave and that only leaves 6 hours for family. And you want to demonize and terrorize the very people who love our children, keep them safe, and educate them. And they have been doing it for generations. They did it for you. How dare you? Your third grade teacher is shaking her head in shame and probably saying, baby, what has come over you? Give our teachers a raise. Appreciate
The gentlelady's
them
time
and
has
support them.
expired.
These
Please
are
wrap it up.
things that should be in the Parents' Bill of Rights. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. Now I recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Bowman.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and I want to associate myself with everything Representative Wilson just shared with this committee. I, like her, am a former educator. Actually, I am still an educator. But prior to coming to Congress, I worked in education for 20 years. I started my career as an elementary school teacher in the South Bronx before becoming a high school dean of students, before opening up my own district public school in the Northeast Bronx, where I served as principal for 10.5 years. I also have a doctorate in educational leadership, and some may consider me a scholar on education issues. Now, throughout my 20-year career, I have been hand-in-hand partners with parents throughout my entire career. So this Parent Bill of Rights is repetitive, redundant, and unnecessary. Us sitting here having this conversation is a waste of taxpayer time and money. They send us here to work on legislation that will be transformational in their lives and respond to what's needed in their lives today. We are dealing with an issue that is already on the books. School districts are governed by local school boards. School boards are governed by elected representatives of a particular district. Those elected representatives, by and large, are parents who are deciding on budget, voting on budget, deciding on curriculum, and deciding on the superintendent that will help govern the schools. This is U.S. policy. School districts are governed by local school boards. There is also something called a Parent-Teachers Association. We have a national Parent-Teachers Association. School districts have Parent-Teachers Associations, and schools have Parent-Teachers Associations who form a collaborative partnership to decide how schools are governed from budget to curriculum and the like. This is already in place. In New York City and in states, in cities and states across the country, we have something called a school leadership team. The school leadership team meets monthly, where students, parents, and teachers discuss what's happening in the school, discuss curriculum, discuss budget, and then make decisions on how to move forward as a school. So this bill is unnecessary. Parents already are an essential voice in education and essential partners and already have the rights that this bill seeks to put forth. There were a few times when I served as principal where a parent was uncomfortable with a book choice or an aspect of the curriculum that was being taught in a particular class. The parents, who had my cell phone number, by the way, called me, texted me, wanted to meet about the concern. We had a meeting about the concern. I heard them out. They decided to remove their child from a particular lesson or remove them from reading a book. I agreed and approved it, and it was a done deal. There was no forcing of the curriculum upon a particular student. That didn't exist for me, and that doesn't exist anywhere in this country. The other thing is this bill is divisive because, again, parents and teachers are already partners, and teachers bend over backwards and make miracles in our schools every single day with limited resources for our children that they love. So when they supported the closing of schools during a global pandemic, the first in over 100 years, they were looking to save the lives of children. What are we talking about here? And to underscore Ms. Wilson's point once again, it's like my colleagues have spent little to no time in an actual public school. And we know historically the Republican Party has demonized teachers and demonized public schools and has looked to close and shut down the U.S. Department of Education because of the stretching of, because they support local control of schools. So let's be honest with what this is. This is another attempt to attack our public school infrastructure in support of a privatization agenda. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize the gentlelady from Oregon, Ms. Matabinici.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word and speak in opposition to the amendment in the nature of the substitute. I'm very grateful that we're discussing parental involvement. That's something I'm very familiar with. In fact, when I had kids, I left my law firm. I took a 15-year career break, and much of that was spent as an involved parent. And I was very involved. I volunteered in classrooms. I chaired the parent-teacher organization. I served on district-wide committees studying various academic issues. I served on an education foundation to raise and grant funding for enhancement activities. And although I did not serve on a school board, I attended many school board meetings. And I experienced firsthand how important it is as a parent to meaningfully engage with educators and school leaders. I agree there should be more opportunities for families to be involved, especially those who are traditionally left behind because of their job or their socioeconomic status, their race or ethnicity, language spoken, or sexual orientation or gender identity. What I don't agree with is the approach my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are taking. When I heard we're marking up this bill today, I realized that the only hearing this committee has had so far, this Congress, was titled American Education in Crisis. And although I appreciate the importance of parental involvement, as I mentioned, I do not see anything in this legislation that is even close to sufficient to get our country to the point where we have a public education system that prepares every student, regardless of who they are or where they're from, for the future. I don't see anything in this bill that makes parent and family engagement more accessible, authentic, and meaningful for students, educators, and parents. In fact, there are many things we could be doing and should be doing to address the needs in our public education system. We could be discussing the implementation of the Every Student Succeeds Act and the previous administration's failure to implement that law with fidelity. We could be discussing fully funding Title I to help meet the needs of schools with higher populations of low-income students, and Title II for better professional development for educators. We could be working on the importance of well-rounded education that includes the arts, humanities, and technology by fully funding Title IV-A, and fewer, better quality assessments that give us the data we need about student outcomes while reducing student burnout from overtesting. That's something we should be able to agree on. The Every Student Succeeds Act also emphasizes local control, which this bill seems to ignore. Importantly, we could be discussing the need for wraparound services, particularly access to mental health care and counseling. We could be advancing legislation that would help keep students safe by passing legislation to prevent bullying, reduce gun violence, and eliminate discrimination in how students are disciplined in schools. We could be advancing legislation that invests in community schools and magnet schools. And because the federal role in education is based on civil rights and providing opportunity for all, we could be discussing the importance of fighting discrimination, especially against LGBTQI+ students, educators, and staff. And when it comes to First Amendment rights, we could be working on protecting the rights of students to read books from a well-stocked library, with books by authors about people and who are people of color and come from underrepresented, marginalized communities. And Mr. Chair, we could be talking about the importance of history, the not always nice but true, accurate, and painful history of our country, what we have learned from it, and how those lessons can help us do better today and tomorrow. The so-called Parents' Bill of Rights misses the mark. This is a bill with discriminatory undertones, a bill that would not improve public education, but instead pit parents and families against their kids' teachers and schools. This should not be an adversarial approach. We need more positive parental involvement. So I invite my colleagues to join me By signing onto my Bill of Rights for students and parents, a resolution I will be introducing soon that does in fact address the issues of civil rights and safety and real history. A resolution that recognizes the importance of parental involvement, but also of a public education system that prepares students for success no matter who they are or what path they take, and to prepare them to be active, informed, and involved members of our community, society, and democracy. A resolution that provides a hopeful, aspirational, inclusive vision for public schools in our nation. I urge my colleagues to reject the amendment in the nature of the substitute, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady, and I recognize the gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Jayapal.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I yield my time to Mr. Takano.
Thank you, Ms. Jayapal. In addition to my concerns over the vagueness of the student data portion of this bill, which would potentially out LGBTQI people, youth, to unsupportive homes and subject them to potential emotional and psychological harm, as well as outright violence, and even ejecting them from their homes to join the 40% of homeless youth who are LGBTQI. I want to also cite a very practical concern about this bill's overreach, which would cause an undue burden on local educators. This bill requires that teachers meet with parents in person no less than twice a year. Now, that's one thing for an elementary school teacher who may have 35 students, but this bill makes no exception for the secondary teachers who often carry 5 sections of 35 students, which is a normal load at 180, which would mean 340 meetings that are mandated by this bill. With the teacher shortage going on in this country, teachers at the secondary level are often asked to teach an extra section, which would mean that they would have 420 meetings a year. This is a perfect example of this bill's undue burden on local school systems who are plagued with teacher shortages and just imagine an English teacher teaching high school who has to spend all this extra time in mandated meetings. This is, I thought the Republicans were the party of small government, limited government, but here we see this massive overreach into what should be local school board policy, and I yield back.
I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady, and I recognize the gentlelady from Connecticut, Ms. Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word and speak in opposition of this amendment. I truly want to believe that my colleagues on the other side are entering this conversation in good faith, and I can only assume that it's because they don't truly know what happens in a school building that many of these conversations are taking place. I can tell you that I agree wholeheartedly with the fact that effective teachers cannot succeed without parents. Every piece of research supports that and suggests that. I can tell you that when I was named the 2016 National Teacher of the Year, I had the support of not only radical left-wing parents, but also my Republican parents. As a teacher, you generally do not even know the political ideology of your students or their families. You just teach. Parents are already involved at every level of decision-making when it comes to schools. When we have curriculum committees that write the curriculum that is taught in our schools, parents are a part of those committees. On our local school boards, parents oftentimes are elected officials and participate in those meetings. And even when they are not on the board, they have the opportunity to appear before the board and speak directly to local decision-making. I can tell you that our state boards of education exist, and parents are a part of those. When assemblies happen, parents have the opportunity to opt out if they don't want a speaker. I can also tell you that teaching is not mission work. It requires preparation, pedagogy, partnership, and support. And it is because of those relationships that parents build with educators. when sensitive content does come up, my parents would trust that I would treat their students gently and make sure that we were having critical discussions. And when the rare opportunities that a parent felt uncomfortable with a text, a lesson, or something that was being presented, we always had alternative resources or a different presentation to teach the same skill set. Teachers and parents work in partnership all the time. So to plant this seed and present this legislation as an us against them proposal really just amplifies the fact that so many people on this committee don't understand who teachers are, what teachers do, or what really happens in the sphere of public education. I yield back. Thank you.
Thank the gentlelady, and I recognize the gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word and speak against the amendment in the nature of the substitute. I am wondering how we got here. I am wondering how we are debating this legislation dubbed the Parents' Bill of Rights that seems to want to pass into law the requirement that parents will have to sign off on their student using a whiteboard, sign off on their students going to see a guidance counselor when we have a guidance counselor shortage. When you think about the merits of this very committee that we serve on, in this very institution, on behalf of this nation that we are privileged to be in, our bent must be towards the educational outcomes of our students. When I think about what I hear from the parents of Oakland County, Michigan, it is alarming. It is alarming. They are talking about equity. They are talking about the fact that students of color are disproportionately, punitively punished in their schools, disproportionately unable to obtain the same educational outcomes of students who are white. How do we achieve equity? How are we listening to those who are different than us? How are we making sure that every student has a pathway to achieving post-secondary educational outcomes? I come from a manufacturing community. Our first hearing, dubbed the Crisis in American Education, had a witness from a community college, the Technical College System of Louisiana, speaking very clearly about the need to expand Pell so more students can get access to skills. We've got tight labor markets. We want to compete globally. We've got a select committee on China competitiveness, and we're over here debating the merits of requiring parents to allow their students to use a whiteboard or various aspects of technology. This is a fool's run, and we are very privileged on this committee to have multiple educators, particularly on this side of the committee, multiple educators who are experienced in their craft, who we should be listening to. I also, by the way, hear from parents palpably on the fear of violence in our classrooms. 14 months, a shooting at MSU, a shooting in Oxford, a guidance counselor shortage, anxiety through the roof, a fentanyl crisis impacting this nation. What are we talking about in this bill that is addressing those matters? The real pressing crises impacting education. I loathe that we are in this place because I'm optimistic. I'm a product of public schools. I'm a daughter of a public school teacher. I was just talking to my father last night about how much he misses being in his classroom and how when he taught inner city Detroit, 3 meals a day, feeding our students, making sure that we have access to free and reduced lunch across the board. We salute Governor Whitmer in Michigan for getting that on the table so that our students don't have to worry about being hungry. That's a Bill of Rights I would sign up for. That's what I wish we were debating today. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. There being no further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. For what purpose does the gentlewoman seek to be recognized?
Thank you,
Ms.
Mr.
Lamich.
Chairman. I wish to be recognized to offer an amendment. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Substitute for the amendment in the nature of substitute to H.R. 5 offered by Ms. Bonamici of Oregon, identifier SUB_01.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today I'm offering a substitute for the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5, the Parents' Bill of Rights Act. As I have said earlier in this markup, I am very familiar with parental involvement in public schools. It's the main reason why I became a policymaker. I'm eager to have a discussion with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle about how we can best support frequent, meaningful, and collaborative parental involvement and engagement in public schools. The so-called Parents' Bill of Rights we're marking up today is unfortunately not the right vehicle to further that discussion. So I'm pleased to introduce this substitute because it is clear that the bill offered by my Republican colleagues, the amendment in the nature of the substitute, does nothing to address the real issues affecting our students and their parents. The so-called Parents' Bill of Rights is not a productive piece of legislation because it will not help make parental involvement more accessible or collaborative. It encourages parental micromanagement and sets the tone to create hostile and adversarial relationships between parents and educators. The Parents' Bill of Rights Act is not a productive piece of legislation because the additional onerous requirements it places on school districts and educators will disproportionately hurt Title I schools and require school districts to comply with even more federal mandates. If this troubling bill passes, for example, funds at Title I schools that could and should otherwise be spent on supporting students from low-income families will go instead to needless tasks such as compiling and disseminating a comprehensive list of library books and reading materials, when instead that funding could be actually used to help students get reading at grade level. Parents, families, students, educators, and community members are all key stakeholders in the public education system, and the input and perspectives of each of these stakeholders is vital to building and sustaining high-quality public schools. My amendment encourages all stakeholders in the education system to work together because when collaboration is a defining feature of our public schools, students do better academically, socially, and emotionally. My amendment also highlights the benefits of inclusive educational opportunities in a diversity of settings and describes the critical role of the U.S. Department of Education in overseeing and strengthening our nation's public schools in collaboration with states, school districts, parents, and educators. Importantly, my amendment provides a clear rationale for why the Parents' Bill of Rights is unnecessary. It simply reiterates many existing rights parents can and do already exercise in the public education system, such as the right to inspect instructional materials included in a curriculum and the right to address a local school board, while conveniently ignoring others, including many of the opportunities for parent and family engagement available in Titles I and IV of the Elementary and Secondary Education Act. Now, out of consideration for my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, in my amendment in the nature of a substitute, my substitute amendment, I provide a comprehensive list of parental rights available under federal law. I encourage my colleagues to review those rights, especially as they consider the seriousness and utility of the legislation, or lack thereof, before this committee today. And finally, my amendment includes a sense of Congress that promotes an affirmative and aspirational vision for public schools in our nation. Within a public education system where parents, teachers, and administrators are working together to support students, improve academic outcomes, eliminate discrimination, root out censorship, and advance equity. So I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support an inclusive vision for our nation's public schools and vote for my substitute for the amendment in the nature of a substitute for H.R. 5. And because I have just a moment remaining in my time, I really do. I know the committee room doesn't feel like anybody's listening right now, but I really do encourage everyone to read this proposed substitute amendment because it lists all of the places it currently provide for parental engagement. I think many of my colleagues are not aware of those, showing that this Parents' Bill of Rights is completely unnecessary. Thank you, Madam Chair. I urge everyone to support the substitute for the amendment in the nature of a substitute, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Ms. Bonamici. This amendment does damage to the underlying bill, and so I oppose it. I think most of you know that votes have been called, and so we're going to recess the...
Just continue debate. See if anyone else wants to speak.
I apologize. Does anyone else wish to speak on this amendment? Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I think anything that positions parents as overseeing the teachers causes conflict instead of unity, and also instead of collaborating with the teachers. We need to have partnerships with teachers, not the kind of conflict that this bill suggests. It's clear that this bill is very much duplicative of present law. Specifically, it requires extra reports, like updating the list of books in the library every time you buy a new book, but it doesn't have any new rights except the right to be heard at a school board meeting, which you already have. You already have a right to meet with teachers, so it doesn't really add anything significant. The American Rescue Plan, which actually had funding that can make schools better, was opposed by every Republican on this committee. And the reasons that I like this amendment is that it lists the provisions that are already part of present law, because suggesting in the bill that this is a new right suggests that you don't have the rights already. We already have most of the rights, and just listing them as this amendment does is very helpful, but it also eliminates a lot of repetitive, unnecessary, and burdensome reports. I would hope that we would adopt this amendment in nature of a substitute, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? So, if not, the question is on the amendment by the gentlewoman from Oregon. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
The no has it.
The no has it. The ranking member requests a recorded vote. A recorded vote will be rolled to later in the evening. The committee will recess until 5 minutes after the last vote begins. Votes have already been called. Committee's in recess. committee will be in order, and I'm very grateful to people for their patience. We obviously did not get back at the time that was announced, and you have my abject apologies for that. But I appreciate very much everybody's understanding. For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek to be recognized?
Madam Chairman, I have a amendment Owens 008 at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5 offered by Mr. Owens of Utah, identifier OWENUT_008.
The amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman from Utah is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Parental rights are non-negotiable. Parents have a God-given right to make decisions for their children, to raise their children according to their values, and to know that their children are being instructed, what their children are being instructed in school. Americans should never be forced to relinquish these parental rights to the government. In particular, parents have a right to know who is addressing their children. Schools often invite groups or individuals from outside school staff to speak to children. Sometimes that happens in individual classrooms, sometimes it happens in school-wide assemblies. It is crucial and important that parents are aware of who these outside speakers are before the event. After all, it matters what voices our children hear. When a school invites someone to speak in front of a classroom, they are placing that person in a position of authority. Schools are sending a message to our children that the speakers they invite have a message worth hearing and advice worth heeding. As such, it's entirely reasonable that parents should want to ensure these speakers will use their platform responsibly and will not take advantage of their time in school to focus on ideological indoctrination. Parents should never be surprised about who speaks to their children or what the message they might be sharing. Schools should be completely transparent about who they are putting in front of their children. It starts with the premise that parents and not school employees are charged by God to raise their own children. This amendment is common sense. If schools are confident that parents will approve of the outside speakers they invite, then they should have no problems letting parents know about them in advance. There should be nothing to hide. This amendment will help ensure that parents are never surprised by the people or groups that children are learning from. That's an entirely reasonable idea, and it is consistent with the underlying bill's goal to ensure transparency and protect parents' rights. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting in favor of this amendment and in favor of the underlying bill. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Is there any debate on this amendment? Ms. Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition of this amendment because, once again, it does not take into consideration what already happens in our schools. I can tell you, as a teacher, there were many times that I met people who invited themselves to my classroom or asked, can I come and speak to your students? The decision to do that is not up to the teacher alone. You have to get permission first to have a person come into your classroom, and then a permission slip goes out that the parents can sign or opt their child out of hearing this speaker or this guest in the classroom. It is not something that you can just arbitrarily do, and it is already dictated at the local level. That permission slip generally will include a box that says, do you allow for photos of your child to be taken to be used in any media or press release? So parents have to sign off on all of these things already, no matter who the speaker is, no matter what the subject is. But more importantly, any educator who is doing their job and doing it correctly in a school district knows that you don't invite someone into your classroom to promote ideological views. It is, oftentimes we have speakers with different perspectives or different backgrounds that have different opinions on things, and what teachers do is teach kids how to critically analyze information, how to evaluate sources. If we are limiting the information that our children are given, we are sending them out into the world woefully unprepared. Again, I oppose this amendment. It does not do anything to help improve student success or student outcomes. It does not do what it purports to do, and this very thing is already addressed at the local level with permission slips and list of classroom guests. Also, one last thing I'll say is that oftentimes schools have career days or career fairs where you have people from various backgrounds come into the school and talk about the work that they would do. Parents get lists of those in advance as well. So I'm not sure if my colleagues have consulted with people on the ground or people who actually work in schools, but I can tell you that this is already being addressed at the local level. With that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Is there anyone else wish to speak on the Owens amendment? Mr. Scott.
Just to add to that, the administrative burden on getting this done, if you have a career day or other, who's going to give the invocation at a graduation, any school-sponsored event, the administrative burden is just unnecessary, and this should be worked out, as the gentlelady from Connecticut just mentioned, at the local level, and not a matter of federal mandate. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Mr. Takano, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Yes, this bill is rife with all sorts of redundant, repetitive regulations or mandates, rather, on processes and procedures that are already put in place at the local level. And I'm going to assert that the reason why we are, the construction of this bill is as it is for the majority to erect a kind of straw man that doesn't exist. In the rhetoric that I've heard enunciated by the majority members, the rhetoric accuses Democrats, teachers' unions, and the public school ecosystem of not paying attention to parents or blocking parents or not informing parents or keeping information from parents and not empowering parents to be a part of their children's education. This is not true, and filling a bill full of redundant or repetitive kinds of mandates that are already in place at the local level. As Ms. Hayes mentioned, she as a former teacher observed a whole procedure that involves permission slips, announcing who is coming to class. You can't just bring anybody into class or into the school as a school speaker. There's a whole internal procedure within schools and school districts at the local level. Why we're spending time on promulgating a federal law with these mandates, and the question I have is who then is going to be empowered to enforce these? Is the Secretary of Education? Is there going to be a whole new federal police force that's going to be involved in enforcing these things? Are we going to be withholding school funds based on these procedures not being observed? They're wholly unnecessary. It's a whole new layer of federal government involvement in a place that does not need to be nosed into. And I find it ironic that my colleagues in the majority are pursuing such invasive legislation which is wholly unnecessary.
The gentleman yields back. Is any other member? Ms. Bonamici, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to speak in opposition to the amendment.
Nice for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I want to align myself with the remarks of Representative Hayes, not just because it's her birthday, but because she was the National Teacher of the Year, and she spent probably more time in classrooms than anybody here. I know we have other educators as well. Yes, this is a local issue, and I'm looking at the text of the amendment, and some of the things have been mentioned, but it also says, or any other school-sponsored event. I don't know what that means. There was a career fair that was mentioned. What if there's a fun run? What if there's a field trip and a parent volunteer says, hey, everybody get on the bus? Is that speaking to the students? I just think the compliance with this would be incredibly burdensome and unnecessary. I trust our educators, and as Representative Hayes said, there's already a system in place at the local level to deal with this. So we don't need this amendment. I urge its opposition.
Will the
and I
gentlelady
back.
yield? Will the gentlelady yield?
I yield the remainder of my time to Ranking Member Scott.
Did you mean to say that if you take a field trip to a museum, you got to give the name of all the people that will be addressing the students at the museum?
That very well, I don't know. That's a good question. I think it's very broad. I don't know what other school-sponsored event means, and I think people in compliance for the district would have a real challenge figuring out what had to be done under this burdensome requirement. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Ranking Member.
Gentleman yields back. Does any other member wish to speak on Mr. Burgess, Mr. Owens' amendment? You're good. All right. The question, Ms. Manning. They've been circulated electronically. We're doing the same thing that you all did in the last session. There being no further debate on the amendment, then the question is on the amendment by the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Owens. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Mr. Scott requests a recorded vote. That roll call is ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. The next amendment is the amendment by Ms. Hayes. You're recognized for 5 minutes. Oh, I'm sorry. Pardon me. Sorry. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5 offered by Ms. Hayes of Connecticut, identifier AMD_08.
Now, I recognize Ms. Hayes for 5 minutes to explain the amendment.
Thank you. I rise to introduce an amendment which would allocate $117 million to improve the quality and effectiveness of teachers and invest in preparation, training, recruitment of teachers, and to improve overall academic achievement. I'm excited by the presence of so many on this committee here today who profess to truly want to improve educational outcomes for students, and this amendment will help to do that. A June 2022 Government Accountability Report on Pandemic Learning estimated that public education lost about 7% of its total teaching population, or roughly 233,000 educators between 2019 and 2021. Today, more than 3/4 of U.S. states are experiencing a teacher shortage. Weeks before classes began at home in Connecticut, we had over 1,000 vacancies, with shortages concentrated mostly in urban areas. One way to support educators and parents is to give students and teachers the resources they need to help students reach their full potential. The Grow Your Own model provides wraparound support services, such as mentoring and financial support to cover the costs associated with teacher preparation, offers culturally relevant pedagogy and training, and assistance for educators to learn how to help facilitate parent engagement. This funding would be especially beneficial for schools with high concentrations of low-income and minority students who often receive fewer instructional resources. We've heard all day today about the importance of parent engagement. Let's work with teachers and parents to do this. The science proves that it works. Parent engagement in schools is closely linked to better student behavior, higher academic achievement, and enhanced social skills. Effective teachers cannot succeed without parent engagement. We should focus on expanding resources for teachers and strengthening the relationship between teachers and parents, not on a bill that opens the door to censorship in classrooms and libraries. If we truly care about this issue, we must invest in our teachers. I believe this is a bipartisan issue, and I hope my colleagues will consider supporting this amendment. We've all seen and we know what the data says. We've lost so many educators. And as we are trying to recruit and attract more people to this profession and put the most highly qualified, highly trained individuals in front of our children, we have to make sure that we are providing the resources to support them. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment, and with that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. I yield myself such time as I may, 5 minutes. We certainly want teachers to have appropriate preparation for being successful in the classroom, but multiple studies have shown us that professional development underperforms on its promises and often fails to make teachers more effective at what they do. Before allocating even more funds for professional development, we should make sure that these funds are used wisely and well. The amendment offers no guarantee these funds will produce better results than we've seen in the past. Furthermore, this amendment misses the point of the underlying bill. The problem we're addressing today is not teacher professional development. It's that parents have too often been kept in the dark about what their schools are teaching. We need to be empowering parents. I yield back. Anyone else wish to speak on this? Ms. Bonamici, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word and speak in favor of Ms. Hayes' amendment. Next to salary, planning time is a critical factor that educators weigh in choosing to stay in their jobs or moving to different schools. Planning time is used by educators to prepare lessons, to communicate with parents, hence relevant to this bill, grade student work, collaborate with other educators, and participate in professional learning communities. One way of improving communication between parents and educators is to increase teacher planning time. Out of an average workday, the most common amount of planning time is provided to educators is 45 minutes, which is not enough to accomplish grading, preparing lessons, and communicating with parents, especially when you consider the additional requirements of this underlying legislation. Because teachers do not have enough prep time, they're often spending additional unpaid hours grading, prepping school lessons, and giving students individualized help. It's important that we consider this reality as we consider this bill and use our platform to support teachers, give them the professional development opportunities and time they deserve. Thank you, Madam Chair. I urge my colleagues to support the Hayes Amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Ms. Bonamici. Does anyone else seek recognition on the gentlewoman's amendment? Hi, Mr. Takano, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I take issue with the claim that funding to improve teaching, to improve the quality and effectiveness of teachers and ongoing training of teachers has no value or has not shown to have value. In fact, our educators need updating of their knowledge and their skills, as well as the ability to contend with the increasing diversity of the public school student population. I also applaud Ms. Hayes' amendment in that we have a teacher shortage. And these are the issues that we should be addressing because they affect Democrats and Republicans alike, red and blue states alike, liberal and conservative states. There are public schools across the country that are in crisis because of the national teacher shortage that we are facing. This is what we should be addressing, not divisive legislation which weaponizes the federal government against vulnerable student populations. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Takano. Ms. Jayapal, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield my time to Ms. Hayes.
Thank you, Ms. Jayapal. I just want to provide a concrete example for this committee about the fact that we all know and research has proven that professional development, teachers who engage in professional development are more likely to have students that are successful, whether it's a workshop, a conference, a meeting, or even collaborating with other teachers. I can tell you as a classroom teacher, I'm going to say that over and over, as a classroom teacher, I attended many professional development workshops on digital classrooms and teaching hybrid and virtual lessons that really helped to improve my teaching practices and helped me to communicate with students better. I had graduated from my teacher preparation program 15 years prior to being in the classroom. I can tell you that had I been in the classroom during the pandemic, I would have been prepared for what teachers were faced with. So to think that when teachers graduate school, there is no need for them to have continual learning, to be lifelong learners, to continue to sharpen their tools and practice those skills and improve their craft and collaborate with their colleagues so that they can help to improve the outcomes of new and beginning teachers, to share resources. That is what works in schools. That is how we make sure that our educators are continually learning and growing, and that students are the beneficiaries of that type of success. I'm not really sure which study has pointed to the fact that professional development does not help in schools and that there is no real value to teachers being continual students and learners, but I can tell you that I believe that to be wrong, and from my personal experience, I've learned from so many different workshops, conferences, continual learning sessions where I was able to continue to learn and grow in my own capacity so that I could pass that on to my students. If we are truly trying to improve educational outcomes for students, we would make sure that the people that we are putting in front of our students are highly qualified, resourced, supported. We will make sure that the same individuals who every person was screaming during the pandemic, I need to get my kids back in front of their teachers. My kids need to be in person in front of their teachers. My child's teacher is the best indicator for student success. That those people standing in the classroom have our backing and our support. Again, I urge my colleagues to read the text of this very short amendment that I have proposed and to support it so that we can do what it is that we are supposed to be doing as a committee, which is to improve student outcomes. With that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back.
Back to Ms. Jayapal, I'm sorry.
You recognize you.
I yield back. That was my time that I yielded, so I'm yielding it back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Anyone else wish to speak on this amendment? No further debate on the amendment. If then the question on the amendment, then we want to vote. The question is on the amendment by the gentlewoman. All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Madam
And
Chair?
Ms. Hayes requests a
I
recorded
request a
vote.
recorded vote.
Okay, a roll call vote is ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Mr. Kiley, for what purpose do you seek recognition? The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5 offered by Mr. Kiley of California, identifier Kiley_001.
Mr. Kiley, you're recognized for 5 minutes to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Across this country, and perhaps nowhere more so than in my state of California, there is an extraordinary movement of parents who are asserting their right to control the education of their children, who are reforming corrupt and failing school systems, and who are putting student learning back at the center of American education. This bill is about putting power back in the hands of parents. And there is no more powerful instrument for parents to have a say in their child's education than determining where it is that they go to school. School choice. It's proven to be the single most powerful instrument for advancing educational excellence. When you look at the results in states that embrace school choice, such as Florida, which ranks at the top when it comes to student achievement, versus schools that do whatever they can to constrain school choice, like my own state of California, which even prior to COVID-19 was second to last in the country when it came to education outcomes for children in low-income communities. And then, of course, in one of the most harmful policy decisions in our country's history, California had the single longest school shutdown of any state in the country, which has exacerbated these achievement gaps in ways that we are only now really beginning to understand. And so what I am proposing today is a modest amendment that could prove to be very powerful in advancing the options that parents have for where they send their kids to school. Because different districts and different states across the country allow a higher degree of choice, but if parents are not aware of what choices they have, then they're not able to exercise that choice. And so what I'm proposing is that parents have a right, wherever it is that they live, to see exactly what public school options are available to them. And so that would mean, number one, what schools can they send their child to within the district whose boundaries they live within. Different districts, again, have different policies, but generally you'll be assigned a neighborhood school, but then there's an option to choose a different school. Some school districts have open enrollment. Others will give you an ability to do an intra-district transfer if you follow a given process. So we want to make that transparent to every parent. And then you also have the option in some states and some districts of doing inter-district transfers. So if there's a neighboring school district, for example, that accepts transfer students, if there's a process you have to follow, parents should have the right to know of that option as well. And then thirdly is charter schools, which are tuition-free. They're public schools, but the parents generally have to opt in, but they aren't able to do so if they aren't aware of the option. And indeed, you do have certain districts where there's sort of an effort to intentionally discourage public awareness of what those options are. It's important to note that this is of most help to low-income families, parents who are working multiple jobs who might not have the same ability to learn how to navigate the system that other families do. But if they have a clear presentation of here are the schools within your district where your child can enroll, here are the schools in neighboring districts where your child can enroll, here are the charter schools where your child can enroll, then they will have a much more meaningful measure of school choice. And the effects of this are positive in several ways. First of all, it gives the parent that ability to choose the option that is right for their child. It might be that there are different options of schools, and one might not necessarily be better than another, but one is just a better fit for their child because of different classes that are offered, because of a different focus of the school, because of different extracurricular activities, and so forth. But perhaps the biggest benefit is this will promote a sense of competition, both within districts and between school districts. Even in my state of California, there is a limited school choice option called the Districts of Choice program, which for some districts allows students to transfer from a neighboring district. And there was a study done by the nonpartisan legislative analysts that showed that, number one, there were better educational outcomes for students who transferred under that program, but number two, that the districts they were transferring away from actually responded by improving the type of education that they offered, by having new course offerings and by having more professional development and improving their educational product across the board. So, Madam Chair, I would simply ask that this amendment be adopted. I think that it will go a long way towards supporting the broader purpose of this legislation. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think some of the, move to strike the last word.
The gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I think some of the comments made by the gentleman are not reflected in the actual language of the bill. I mean, he says that you get all this information and everybody can make an informed choice. Well, if the information shows that there's one good school in the district, everybody's going to choose that school. There's not enough room in the school, and so you don't get your choice. And then what happens to those that are stuck at the bad school? In fact, probably in most cases like this, 90% of those are going to be stuck at the bad school. And the language here is you've got to have information of all the schools served by the local education charter schools, apparently all over the world, and schools served by different local educational agency in the state. Number two is not limited by any jurisdiction, so you got any charter school they could possibly enroll in, you got to give them information. This does not improve, this amendment does not improve anything except for the privileged few that get the first choice, and everybody else, when the school fills up, and it's probably full to begin with, get nothing. And a worse school because all of the political pressure to actually improve the school took care of themselves and got away. I think this amendment promises a lot that is not based in reality. I'll yield to the gentleman.
Thank you. I think it's important to understand what the ranking member has just said. He says, well, what if there's only one good school in the district, then everyone's going to want to go there. So his solution is that we should keep everyone else trapped in their failing schools. And that, unfortunately, is the mentality that prevails in far too much of public education in this country, is you get one choice for where to go to school, and if that school isn't teaching your child to read, isn't teaching them to add and subtract, tough luck. You shouldn't have any other option. What we're trying to say is that you give students the ability to transfer to different schools, whether it's within the district, whether it's outside the district, whether it's a charter school, that if schools face the risk of losing students and the funding that comes with them, then that has a powerful effect of inducing reform and improving their educational offerings. And as far as you're concerned about, well, there are going to be too many students, there are procedures that charter schools already have. If they're oversubscribed, they have waiting lists. They have to have then lotteries in order to let students off of those waiting lists. I don't really see what the objection could be to giving parents more information about the options that are available.
Reclaiming my time,
Thank you. I yield back.
I think the suggestion that those stuck in the bad schools are just stuck in the bad schools is not the point. Point is that the solution to that ought to be not let a privileged few escape, but to improve all of the schools in the area so people are not stuck in bad schools. The solution could be let the privileged few who are making the most noise get away. Everybody else, probably upwards of 90%, are going to be stuck behind, and no emphasis, no pressure to improve the school where they're left behind. I just can't imagine if you've got schools and disparities, the solution isn't let everybody try to sneak into the good schools. The solution ought to be to improve the good school, to improve all of the schools so no one is stuck behind.
Does the gentleman yield?
I yield.
This idea of a privileged few being able to leave, that's what happens right now. You look at people like the president, the vice president, the governor of my state, California. generally opposed to school choice, opposed to charter schools. They send their own kids to private schools. So they embrace school choice for their own families. Wherever you live in this country, if you have means, then you do have school choice available to you. You can go to a private school, you can move to a district that has high-quality public schools. What we're trying to do is expand that choice that everyone seems to embrace for themselves to the entire population, so it's not just a privileged few like the president, the vice president, the governor of California, who have that ability to exercise school choice.
Reclaiming my time, a few will be able to pay for their own education and take care of that. What I'm saying is that you do not improve the schools by letting a few try to get into the good schools in the district. The challenge ought to be to improve all of the schools in the district so everybody has a good school to go to. And the fact is that if you let a few out and don't do anything for the vast majority that are going to be left behind, you haven't improved educational opportunities. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Owens, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. You know, it's interesting. It seems like there are many here that do not realize we've been here before. I've been hearing this same excuse for 40 years. Let's not let people leave public schools because it'll hurt public schools. Meanwhile, what is the result of that? The great state of California, that has less choice than any other state in the country, 2017 found that 75% of black boys could not pass standard reading and writing tests. You know, what's interesting is that the other side of the aisle could care less. They care more about the institution. But those black young men who cannot read, cannot write, cannot think, cannot dream, but they will stay in that failing school because there are unions and people who thrive on misery. This is such an interesting conversation because everyone in this room will make sure their kid goes to the best school possible. They'll change their address. They'll save their money. They'll do whatever they have to do. They'll borrow to make sure their child has an opportunity. Yet those who are at risk, decade after decade after decade, are left behind with no sense of empathy or desire. And we sit here with the arrogance to see these people failing and not want to do anything about it. So this is a very simple option. Thank goodness the Republican Party now is in control. So we can have this conversation and let people decide for themselves if they want their children to succeed or fail. And I can promise you parents across this country care about their kids more than it appears the Democratic Party does. And we're going to make the right decisions. We'll get people excited about the Parents' Bill of Rights. They're going to end up voting their children's future in the future. And this is going to be a turning point. I'm getting excited about that. We finally have this opportunity to have this conversation. And we're going to start using some common sense, look around this country, see where people are failing, and it's where these schools are thriving through the misery of our kids. And we need to change that. I yield back.
Gentleman from Utah yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? Ms. Hayes, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
I move to strike the last word. Let me just first start by saying that it is completely inappropriate to say that Democrats don't care about kids and education. That's just completely inappropriate. But also that this bill fails to recognize that there are other activities that contribute to student success. Fewer resources at home to complete homework or opportunities to study or engage in outside activities also contribute to students' academic success. Many of our low-income neighborhoods and community schools in most districts pull from municipal funding. So the highest income earners live in well-resourced communities that have strong public schools. I feel like our job as a committee is to make sure that every school can thrive, so that if a parent is making a choice to send their child to a different school, it's not because the school across the street is underfunded, it has poor academic performance, it's because it is truly a choice. So before we can get to the point where it is you pick the school that is best for your child or teaches a specific curriculum that would work best for you or your family, that should not be done out of a desperate need to flee a school district. So instead of picking and choosing winners and losers, we should be trying to make sure that every school in every community and every neighborhood is the best quality school that it can be. But picking off, again, winners and losers and having funding follow them with networks and systems where there is zero accountability is not the way to do this. I agree with the gentleman that parents should be able to choose. If you have a child who's interested in STEM or in the arts, and there's a different educational option or alternative, then you absolutely should have that right, but it should not be to the peril of the kids who are left behind. And then finally, the last thing I'll say is, again, as a classroom teacher, I can tell you that not every kid who shows up in school has an adult who knows how to advocate on their behalf. So absent that, it should be our jobs to make sure that even those kids can expect a high quality education. What you're saying is that the parents who have the most agency, the most advocacy, and make the most noise are the ones whose kids should receive the highest quality of education. I'll say again that I showed up even for the kids who didn't have a parent at home, who had their back and was at every meeting and supporting them. I was their cheerleader. That's what teachers do. So again, I want to believe that the intention behind this is pure, and it really is an effort to help kids, but it is, I don't believe that the outcome is what the gentleman would be trying to achieve. I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? Mr. Takano, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Yep. So this injection into our debate on the bill at hand is a huge distraction from the fact that the underlying bill is largely structured to mimic the kinds of attacks that we see on public education occurring in different parts of our country. Efforts to pit teachers against parents and to create a straw man argument that Democrats do not care, Democrats or teachers do not care about the input of parents or the engagement of parents, which is false. What the gentleman seeks to do with this amendment is to divert our conversation toward very cliched market ideas about how we improve the schools, public schools. I will cite some absurdities in terms of what do you do in rural states where the public schools and the amount of public school choices are very much limited to the public system. You have no choice but to support the public system. And in California, we have a history and legacy of different communities at different wealth levels being able to fund their schools in proportion to the wealth of those communities. Beverly Hills is going to have far more resources than some of the schools in my area of the Inland Empire. I mean, we can throw ourselves into a discussion about all of this and just how difficult it is to actually make sense of whether public school choice or school choice in general is going to bring us out of the doldrums of so much learning lost out of the pandemic. But I think we should be engaged in a discussion about just precisely how we are going to improve public education because we have so many ends to achieve in terms of our democracy, citizen engagement, civic education of our young people, the competitiveness which we need to achieve with our economic rivals to be a country of innovation, instead of a bill which targets and victimizes the most vulnerable of our student population. which masquerades as a bill which is about empowering parents, but actually, in fact, jeopardizes and puts at risk the very students that we should be concerned about protecting. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does anyone else wish? Ms. Bonamici.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to speak in opposition to the amendment. I'm concerned about the notion that, as Representative Hayes said, that somehow Democrats don't seem to care about education, and that's just wrong. I think about the district. My kids went to public school in a district which Representative Chavez DeBremer knows, the Beaverton School District. There's lots of choice within the Beaverton School District. There's an arts magnet, a medical magnet, and an international school. And that's great, but I assure you that every parent in that district knows what those choices are. And as Representative Hayes said, the involved parents will be involved. But my concern, and this comes up whenever we talk about vouchers or choice, is that there's this notion that somehow we're going to solve the problem by letting people flee what some people call our failing schools. A school is a building. Let's ask the question about that. What is happening in that school? Do they need smaller classes? Is there lead in the water? Do they need ventilation? Do they need more well-rounded curriculum? Do they need more food? Are they hungry? So we need to ask the question as federal policymakers, not how we can help a few parents who are involved and may want to move their child around, but what is our obligation to every student in our public school system to make sure they are getting the education they need and deserve? So that's my concern.
Does the gentlewoman yield?
Yes, I'll yield.
So you can read the text of the amendment. It simply states that every parent should have the right to know what options are available to them as to where they send their child to school. It's not seeking to expand those options in any way. It's like the school district you mentioned. You said there are various options. It's ensuring that every parent is made aware of that, not just the involved parents, but every parent can see specifically what their choices are. Do you object to that notion?
I certainly don't object to that notion. And I hope every district does it, just like the district I live in. And I still urge opposition to the amendment. It does not need to be a federal law. It's a local issue, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition on the Kiley amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment by the gentleman from California. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The ranking member has requested a roll call vote. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Okay, all right, who's next?
So no vote.
Oh, no vote, pardon me. Okay. Mr. Scott, you may. For what purpose does Mr. Scott seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk, AMD_11.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute to H.R. 5, offered by Mr. Scott of Virginia, identifier AMD_11.
Distinguished ranking member is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this adds a new Title III at the end of the bill, Strength and Diversity Act, which is a grant program to help school districts that want to voluntarily desegregate their schools. Madam Chair, in 1954, in Brown v. Board of Education, the Supreme Court said that it is doubtful that any child may reasonably be expected to succeed in life if denied the opportunity of an education, and such an opportunity is a right which must be made available to all on equal terms. He went further to say that separate educational opportunities are inherently unequal. Unfortunately, in 2020 and 2021 school year, the GAO found that more than 1/3 of public school students attended predominantly same-race ethnicity schools, where 75% or more of the student population is of single race or ethnicity, and 14% of students attending schools where 90% or more of the students were single race. In fact, they found that segregation in public schools was as bad recently as it was in the 1960s. The school segregation doesn't just isolate students, it isolates educational opportunities. This amendment would help public school districts and communities have the tools to voluntarily desegregate their schools. These grants are needed because a few years ago, the Supreme Court found that voluntary desegregation plans in Louisville, Kentucky, and Seattle, Washington were unconstitutional. But they said they could do it, but in those cities, they didn't do it right. This grant program would provide the technical assistance so plans could be developed that are not only effective, but those that could withstand a constitutional challenge. It is modeled after an Obama program that ended when President Trump came in before any money could go out. I would hope that we would fund this plan so that those school districts that want to voluntarily desegregate can do so effectively. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Anyone wish to speak on the amendment from Mr. Scott on our side? Then I'll recognize myself. I appreciate the gentleman's persistence with this bill. This amendment would create a new grant program. We're here today to talk about transparency and providing parents with additional information about what's happening in the schools. Therefore, I oppose the amendment, but I thank the gentleman for bringing it forward. And I yield back. Ms. Bonamici, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support the amendment offered by Ranking Member Scott. Diverse schools are high-quality schools, and high-quality schools help students learn and thrive. In almost 70 years since Brown versus Board of Education, we've seen some progress in improving racial and socioeconomic diversity in our nation's public schools in many places, but there is still a lot of work left to achieve true racial and socioeconomic integration in our schools. De facto segregation persists. Higher proportion of Black, Latino, and low-income students attending schools where at least 90% of classmates are also Black, Latino, or come from other low-income families. Many of these schools are also consistently the most underfunded. They have trouble recruiting and retaining educators and creating safe, inclusive, and supporting learning environments for students. These issues are glaring reminders of our school's segregated past, and the fact that they persist, even after 7 decades, is unacceptable. We must support schools with additional resources and be intentional about increasing diversity because all students benefit from policies that support voluntary integration efforts. We should be investing in proven solutions such as revising school boundaries, reducing barriers to attend high-quality, diverse public schools such as magnet schools. I'm proud to support this amendment, and I urge all my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join me and recognize the importance of this diversity and directing federal resources toward supporting voluntary integration in public schools. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Ms. Bonamici. For what? Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment by the gentleman from Virginia. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. No. The no has it. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Mr. Scott requests a roll call vote. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. For what purpose does Mr. Scott seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk, AMD_16.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5 offered by Mr. Scott of Virginia, identifier AMD_16.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The amendment is very simple. It's just one sentence. It just says that nothing in this act or amendments made by this act may be construed to authorize federal funds to arm any person. Madam Chair, when we're talking about safety in school, one way is to keep firearms out of schools. There are a lot of programs that want to arm teachers, but some studies suggest that armed officers in the school are actually counterproductive, creating more problems than they solve. Moreover, law enforcement experts and school administrators have testified that arming teachers run a greater risk to school safety due to a lack of tactical training. More schools on school grounds also presents greater opportunity for a gun to get in the hands of the wrong person. If the firearm is going to be useful, it has to be accessible. If it's accessible to the teacher, it's accessible to anybody else, and that's where the problems occur. If parents want their children safe in school, and arming teachers will not keep students safe. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to support the amendment to increase school safety, and I yield back the balance of my time.
I recognize myself for 5 minutes. This amendment is really superfluous. This bill has nothing to do with using federal funds for guns. Nothing. We oppose the amendment, and I yield back. Seek recognition on this amendment. No further debate on the amendment. If not, the question's on the amendment by the gentleman from Virginia. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. And the ranking member requests a recorded vote. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. For what purpose does Mr. Grijalva seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will
Number
report
14.
the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5 offered by Mr. Grijalva of Arizona, identifier AMD_14.
The gentleman from Arizona is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. You know, banning books and censoring teachers is un-American, period. Unfortunately, Republican politicians across this country want to take books off shelves under the guise of parental rights and transparency. It's a fundamental American principle that we allow our citizens to develop independent thinking, and students should be no exception to that. By curating our students' bookshelves, extreme politicians are depriving students of that right and preventing their full academic development. I want to concentrate on the issue of literacy and the issue of school libraries. Literacy opens the door for lifelong opportunity and economic success. And the data show that school libraries make a big difference in giving kids the skills and the inspiration to become proficient and enthusiastic readers. Students that utilize school libraries have a 73% higher literacy rate than students who do not. And the positive impact of effective school libraries is highest for marginalized groups, including students experiencing poverty, students of color, students with disabilities. And while school libraries are the most effective when they offer resources that connect and engage and empower students and that align with their First Amendment rights, 32 states have enacted bans on books that disproportionately limit access to titles with LGBTQ+ characters and characters of color. That's why I'm offering my amendment, which would prohibit elementary and secondary schools from requiring the banning or censorship of books. The book bans and censoring of library collections that my Republican colleagues have supported attack not only student rights, but restrict a very basic access to information on the part of students. My colleagues on the other side will say this bill does not censor book. However, it is a slippery slope, and one can take this amendment as a good dose of prevention to assure that we don't slip down that slope. The bill would expand federal involvement in what is normally a local decision and will do so in a way that essentially invites more and more attempts to censor information and to ban books. For this reason, I urge my colleagues to support the amendment and ensure that this bill would not inadvertently create more and more attempts of censorship. And, you know, we just have to look at recent history and what's going on. Let's take the state of Florida. Books being banned are books about Rosa Parks. Books being banned is Roberto Clemente, The Pride of the Pittsburgh Pirates, Of Mice and Men by John Steinbeck, and the list goes on. And of many biographies that is published by Penguin Books, of the 15 that are banned, 11 are characters of women and characters of color. So my point being that if we don't want to go down that slippery slope, we don't want to create the impetus that we see it in front of school board meetings to take books out, to ban certain discussions, to limit access to literature, to change the curriculum, then we have got to put in this legislation, which in its present form I do not support, something that prevents that. And my amendment is a preventive tool, it's a safeguard, it's a guardrail, so that we assure that the students in this country will have the opportunity to access literature, to access information, and within their public libraries and their school libraries to continue to access the books as they choose. You know, no one should choose a book that I'm going to read, and we shouldn't be putting ourselves in a position where we are demanding and mandating what students can and cannot read. With that, I yield back, Madam Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grijalva. Is there anyone on our side of the aisle who wishes to speak on the amendment? I yield myself 5 minutes. This amendment is based on a false and misleading premise designed to distract from the issue we're here to advance, and that is the right of parents to be involved in the education of their children. There's nothing in this bill about banning of books, period. This bill is about transparency and ensuring parents have the opportunity to see the educational materials in their children's school. We've heard from parents the concern that their children are being given inappropriate materials at school. Parents have a right to know about this so they can engage in conversation with educators and school leaders at the local level regarding what is age appropriate. I strongly oppose this misleading amendment and urge my colleagues to oppose it. Anyone? Ms. Bonamici, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do note that in the Parents' Bill of Rights, it talks about providing parents with a list of books and reading materials available in the school library. So there must be some sense of what the parents are going to do with that list. And I've been trying to figure it out. What if, for example, there's 500 parents in the school and 3 of them don't like the book? Or what if there's a classroom and there are 30 students and 28 parents think, great, their students are reading this book and 2 of them don't? It's really tough to try to figure out what you anticipate people to do with this list. I'm also concerned about the burdensome keeping of a list like that. If people check out books, or if they lose books, or if they don't return them, does this list have to get updated on a regular basis? And I just want to close with this comment. I was recently having a conversation with a teacher in the district I represent who said, it would be great if we could get kids to read books. We can't get them off their phones. That's a topic for another day, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just very briefly, the fact that you have these lists, as the gentlelady from Oregon just mentioned, just enables national groups to quickly identify every library that has an identified book, and they can start the campaign from a national perspective. And there's no question this will facilitate campaigns to ban books. It doesn't actually, as you've mentioned, doesn't actually ban the books, but it makes it a lot easier to run national campaigns so that selective books all over the country can be banned. I just think this is an unnecessary amendment. People can go and find out what's in the library if they so desire. Excuse me, it's a good, the idea, the underlying bill is a bad amendment, and this amendment fixes one of the problems with the legislation. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does any members seek recognition? Ms. Jayapal?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just reviewing the text of this bill again, and it seems pretty clear to me that it is, providing all these lists is all about potentially then taking out certain books from that list. And so I think censoring books to just fit one viewpoint robs students of their education, but it also does something else. A lot of the books that we see being banned by Republicans around the country are books that reflect our history as communities of color, as LGBTQ communities, and erase that history, and also prevent students from feeling seen and being seen themselves. And I'll just give you an example. Look no further than Florida, where students arrive to a classroom without books on their shelves. Those students may be attending a full school year without having access to a fully stocked library, while the state decides whether a children's book might indoctrinate them. Really? If some governments are policing books for content so that kids only read certain pieces of history that have been deemed to be appropriate for them, they're not going to learn our whole history, but they can only read certain pieces, what do we call that? That seems to me to be very clearly censorship. And I just want to point out that many of these books, as I said, target communities of color, target LGBTQ communities. Even though they are completely benign, they, again, are an important part of our history. One example, Florence Mills was the black daughter of formerly enslaved parents and rose up against discrimination to become a revered singer and dancer. She was a historical figure during the Harlem Renaissance, but her biography was banned in 2021 by a Pennsylvania school district before parents and students. Is that somebody on the, I hope that's not somebody on the majority staff side having fun with Florida. Great. Let me go back and repeat the example, because it seems to me that we might have lost some of that. And I know that the chairwoman is very fair. She'll give me some additional time to make up for that. Florence Mills was the black daughter of formerly enslaved parents and rose up against discrimination to become a revered singer and dancer. She was a historical figure during the Harlem Renaissance, but her biography was banned in 2021 by a Pennsylvania school district before parents and students fought back. Dumpling Soup is a 30-page picture book about a girl helping her family make their traditional New Year's Eve meal. The book was first published in 1993. It took Duval County, Florida, 30 years to suddenly begin the process of censoring it. When the Emperor Was Divine is about the incarceration of Japanese Americans during World War II. Muskego, Norway schools in Wisconsin are just fine with discussing World War II, but would rather ban a book that represents one of our country's horrific mistakes rather than talking about it and teaching students about it. So I am concerned about what this bill does to ban and censor books, and I completely support my colleague's amendment and urge the rest of the committee to support it as well. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Are there any? Mr. Takano, and as soon as Mr. Takano speaks, we will recess to go to the CBO presentation.
After
We'll resume debate when we come back.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike last word, and I will say that Mr. Grijalva's amendment is very much on point. The citing of the section by my colleague Ms. Bonamici, which would publish these lists of books, and as as our ranking member has also cited, certainly prepares national groups who wish to target the exclusion of certain texts that they find objectionable, is certainly related to the potential banning of books. And it's important because I believe that the origin of this legislation is very much tied to the kinds of extremist activities that we're seeing going on across this country. The Muskego Norway Board of Education in Wisconsin, in rejecting When the Emperor is Divine, which was a memoir about a Japanese American, about the internment of her family, is a case in point. This book was adopted by English departments across the country. But in the extremist wave of MAGA extremism that is taking over many school boards across the country, this is very much the political energy that the majority is tapping into. And this is why it is important for the majority, if they are to cleanse this underlying bill of any kind of association with such extremism, should be able to willingly accept Mr. Grijalva's amendment, which says nothing in this act or amendments made by this act shall be construed to authorize federal funds to, excuse me, I got the wrong one. Nothing in this act shall be construed to allow the banning or censorship of books in public elementary or secondary schools. I think most Americans would agree that this is a most American of amendments. It's the most in line and aligned with our values of the First Amendment. And we want to have our schools be places not of ideology or subject or constrained to the whims of an extremist minority. We should be rejecting these attempts to put history in a straitjacket. And so therefore, I most passionately argue that Mr. Grijalva's amendment is most on point, and the majority should be the first to accept it if they truly want to see, if they truly purport to have this legislation be about parental rights. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Subject to the call of the chair, the committee will stand in recess. Thank you. Committee will come to order. I really apologize that we've had such a harried kind of day today. No, I hate wasting time more than anybody in the world, but we don't have control over our fate. We do have a little control over our fate the rest of this meeting. We can either be here till midnight or sometime in the middle of the morning, depending on how many people remember the Boehner rule. Okay, I believe, Ms. Hayes, you were waiting to be recognized on the Grijalva amendment. I recognize you for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I rise in support of the amendment offered by Mr. Grijalva to prohibit the banning of books. I can tell you that for many educators, books and literature provide a way to unlock learning for kids by first providing them with something that they see as relevant and that they like, and then opening it up to curricular exercises and history. I taught history for many years, and this is a very dangerous path to go down, following the likes of countries like China, Bangladesh, and Egypt, whose common practice is to ban books, to restrict education, and allow censorship. It's also a very elitist position because for many young people, their only access to books are public libraries and at schools. They often don't have home libraries. But I wanted to take this time just to share something with this committee. I taught African American history at the high school level for many years, and while many of my students in this majority-minority school came in angry and disgruntled, at the point where I was able to facilitate a discussion in historical context and have respectful dialogue and teach them how to critically analyze and just read, it opened so many doors for them and really brought down the temperature in my classroom and gave my students a better understanding of what was happening at that time in this country. So, contrary to popular belief, banning books that have sensitive context or things that people might think is offensive actually has the opposite effect. What we should be doing is allowing our young people access to this information and then answering the questions that they may have so that they go out into the world informed and prepared. And I will just end by noting that if you look at the books that are being banned, 40% of the books from July 2021 to June 2022, PEN America's Index of School Book Bans lists 2,532 instances of individual books being banned, affecting 1,648 unique book titles. 41% of those books explicitly address LGBTQI+ themes, and 40% of those books have protagonists or prominent secondary characters of color. If we are just removing any resemblance of diversity, of difference, of change, of anything from our school shelves and not providing young people with the opportunity to ask their questions and have debate and just read, we are doing them a disservice. So I support the amendment put forth by Mr. Grijalva and really caution my colleagues on this dangerous practice of going down a road where we are banning books and limiting education and censoring authors. If you look historically, civilizations that have fallen, the way to start that is by limiting access to information, and banning books is one of the simplest ways to do that. So I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on the Grijalva amendment? As there's no further debate on the amendment, the question is on the amendment by the gentleman from Arizona. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The noes have it. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Mr. Scott requests a recorded vote. A roll call vote's ordered pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Mr. Wahlberg, I believe you have an amendment.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment in the nature of substitute to the amendment offered by Mr. Wahlberg of Michigan, identifier WALBER_001.
Mr. Wahlberg, you're recognized for 5 minutes to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The proposed amendment would add, I believe, common sense, reasonable language from my legislation, which is H.R. 736, the Parental Rights Over Education and Care of Their Kids Act, or Protect Kids Act. The Protect Kids Act, which I introduced with Senator Tim Scott, would require that federally funded public elementary and middle schools obtain consent from parents before changing a student's gender markers on a school form, pronouns, or sex-based accommodations, including bathroom or locker room assignments. Now, I want to make it clear, I don't want things to be misconstrued. The amendment would not mandate that schools can't allow students to make these type of changes, just that they must receive consent of the child's parent. I also want to emphasize that the language only applies to elementary and middle school children as young as 5. Seems to me this is an age where we ought to be fostering the family and fostering parental involvement and encouraging that. This week, a story broke about a middle school principal in Arizona distributing a list of preferred pronouns for students with the express instructions not to share with parents. It's important to protect student privacy, but for minors, teachers and school administrators should not and cannot withhold this critical information from their parents or guardians. When a child goes on a field trip or fails a test, I can attest to this, their parents are told and often required to sign some sort of acknowledgement. Why should the small things require notification, but something as significant as a child's pronouns or a change in accommodations be withheld from the people who raise them, care for them? The amendment is straightforward and common sense. It will safeguard parental rights and improve the critical relationship between parents and schools. Parents have the right, no, they have the authority to know when their children make major life changes. I encourage my colleagues to support the amendment and the underlying legislation, and I yield back.
Mr. Wahlberg yields back. Does any member wish to speak on the amendment?
Madam Chair, I would.
Well, Mr. Scott, and then we'll come to Mr. Moran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, classrooms should be safe and supportive environments for all students, and we know that a safe and supportive environment is conducive to their success, including having trust in the teacher and feeling safe at school. There may be a good reason why a student doesn't want their parents to know. Some students fear that teachers may put them at risk for revealing part of their identity, a part of themselves in the classroom, and they will disengage. That will have a detrimental effect on their academic success. Creating a safe and equitable environment in classrooms throughout the school community is essential for all success. And I think a one-size-fits-all federal mandate to cover all cases is inappropriate. There may be some cases where it is not appropriate. And certainly, most cases, you'd assume that the parents will know, and the parents should be informed, but there may be cases where that's not the case. And having a federal law that requires in all cases that the parents be informed may or may not be in the best interest of each and every child. And so I think this amendment requiring a federal one-size-fits-all mandate is inappropriate, and I'd hope we'd oppose it.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yield back. Excuse me, I yield. Sorry.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I understand what you're saying, but again, I think in reality, the overwhelming number of parents, especially of this age group, down to age 5, middle school, elementary school, really care about the kids. And if indeed there are some parents that would take actions or words that are detrimental to this child, I'd rather find that out by having the opportunity for the parents to be notified and give consent. And then if we have the opportunity to see that there's a problem that goes from that, which won't take place in the majority of parents, but the ones that do, then we have a better shot. If we neglect the family and leave them out of it, again, ages 5 on up to 12, I think we have a bigger problem. So I don't think this is one size fits all. And I think this is an age where we ought to be encouraging parents, and indeed, the parents do have the rights and the authority. And generally speaking, and I have spent time in classroom, it will be the best for the children. And we can then restore trust in the teachers as well when they're working with the parents on this, as opposed to parents feeling like they have been held at a distance. And I yield back. Thank you.
Reclaiming my time, I agree with the gentleman that an overwhelming number of cases, he's absolutely right. But in that small minority of cases, this bill would still cover those cases. That would not be in the best interest of the child, and that's why I'm opposing the amendment. Yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Mr. Moran, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Dr. Fox. I am proud to speak in support of Mr. Wahlberg's amendment. Our classrooms are a sacred place, one where students focus on their academic journey and prepare for a lifetime of independent self-sufficiency by being a productive part of society. It is often where they find their passion, their path, and their unique calling in this life. And it's where they practically prepare to pursue it. The classroom is not a place for advancing a political agenda. It is not where those with influence should propagandize, and it is certainly not a place where parents should be left out or circumvented from making important life decisions with their children. But less than half an hour away from this location in Fairfax, instead of focusing on education, so-called educators are advising their students on things like how they can change their names or their pronouns without parental consent. These students are being influenced at a young and impressionable age to embrace a political agenda contrary to that of their creator and contrary to the role of an educator, and oftentimes contrary to a parent's wishes. This is simply wrong. It is not the role of our educators to supplant parents and to act in loco parentis. Since entering Congress 2 months ago, I have repeatedly spoken out in favor of restoring parents' rights to have the leading voice in their child's education. As the Supreme Court unanimously held nearly 100 years ago, parents have that fundamental right to guide their child's intellectual and religious training and upbringing. It is a most substantial part of being a parent. They are not going to cede that over to teachers. Under Mr. Wahlberg's legislation, these rights would be safeguarded, ensuring that our kids, that our schools are sticking to the designated curriculum, and that children are learning in an environment that is best for them. This is the decision that should be directed by parents and guardians and no one else. I'm proud to stand alongside my colleagues to advocate on behalf of all parents and ensure that they remain at the center of their child's education, their upbringing, their training, and these very important decisions that Mr. Wahlberg's amendment addresses. Bottom line, let's keep the classrooms focused on education, keep politics out of it, and leave the rest to parents. I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Moran. Mr. Takano, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've come to respect the gentleman from Michigan and his motivations, and I respect the fact that he has circumscribed the students in the language of this amendment to, it appears to me, the elementary school age as well as middle school age. I would quibble with the middle school age being sort of included in this, and I agree with the gentleman that most parents of very young children would want to be consulted. But I also want to remind the gentleman that in states like mine, in the state of California, when I was an educator, and if I still were an educator in the classroom today, I would still be obligated under state law to notify Child Protective Services if I felt that children were in a position of being abused or being harmed. So I was on a legal obligation to balance parental rights versus the safety and rights of the child. I'm sure the gentleman understands that. I also agree with the ranking member's assessment that in most cases, parents and teachers will want to work together. And I associate myself with that sentiment, but there are going to be cases where revealing certain facts about the children to parents could be harmful. And we need not a one-size-fits-all federal statute with the, being enforced with the power of federal funding. So I object to this amendment based on that inflexibility. But I do not quibble with the notion that teachers and parents need to work together on such sensitive issues. Now, I must object to some of the rhetoric by the previous speaker, the gentleman from Texas. It is simply not the case that trans young people and trans identity, the identity of a trans young person can show up quite early. It shows up. This is not something that that I see educators or any particular ideology trying to get someone to become a trans child. My goodness, I mean, think about the enormous social consequences of a young person coming to know themselves and courageously beginning to reveal themselves. This is not about indoctrination, inculcation, ideological agendas. This is about compassionate, caring teachers who worry about the safety of their students. And such rhetoric does not move us toward understanding. Such rhetoric moves us toward ostracization, stigmatization, and more misunderstanding. So I would plead with the gentleman to refrain from characterizing what happens in schools with teachers who care as indoctrination or some sort of ideological agenda. Trans youth, trans individuals, the trans experience does exist, it's real. It's recognized by mental health professionals, by the medical profession. There's widespread agreement among such professionals. And it's time that we, as lawmakers, reflect on that consensus and also have compassion and respect for trans youth and make sure that we keep them safe. I yield back.
Does Any other member wish to speak? Ms. Bonamici.
Briefly, thank you, Madam Chair. I want to speak in opposition to the amendment, but along with Mr. Takano, agree, Mr. Wahlberg, I don't doubt your sincerity, your capabilities as a loving parent. The problem is that about 40% of homeless youth are LGBTQ because they are not from a supportive family. And I recall when I had the honor of chairing the Subcommittee on Civil Rights and Human Services in this committee, and we had a hearing on the Equality Act. And there was a mother, Kimberly, who testified. Kimberly described herself as a Fox News watching conservative Republican from Texas. But Kimberly's child from a very early age said, "Mom, I'm a girl." The school didn't accept it, her family didn't accept it. They tried conversion therapy, which then they later regretted. They finally moved to another town where Kimberly's daughter, Kai, was getting support and doing very well in school. That was a supportive family. Not all trans kids come from families like that, and it is about their safety and making sure that they can be safe and supported that concerns me about this amendment. Not questioning your intention, but just really concerned about those students who do not have supportive families and are afraid. I just read a story about a trans student who was outed by a teacher who said her home became from unsupportive to a battlefield. We can't be doing that to trans students. They're already vulnerable. Let's support them and vote no on the amendment. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Is there another member that seeks recognition on this amendment? All right. If not, the question's on the amendment by the gentleman from Michigan. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. You're recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. The clerk has an amendment at the desk, number 12, I believe.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5 offered by Mr. Courtney from Connecticut, identifier AMD_12.
You're recognized, Mr. Courtney, for 5 minutes.
Great, thank you, Madam Chairwoman. This is a one-sentence amendment which states very clearly, nothing in this act shall be construed to authorize any department, agency, officer, or employee of the United States to exercise any direction, supervision, or control over the curriculum, program of instruction, administration, or personnel of any educational institution, school, or school system. For people who are students of federal education law, this is should be very familiar to you. It is black letter law that goes back over 50 years when ESEA was being enacted that put some very sharp restrictions in terms of federal control of local and state educational institutions, even those that are receiving Title I funds. This law has been reenacted numerous times with reauthorizations of the Elementary and Secondary Education Act, and most recently with ESSA, which we passed, a number of us were here for that, which again reasserted that we are not a board of education. The Secretary of Education is not the superintendent of schools for the entire United States, and that, again, we are really limited to just providing support based on the formula that was created in ESEA and has been reauthorized numerous times. There's two reasons for this. Number one, because there was a concern that there would be unfunded mandates if we started issuing policy provisions as a Congress in terms of how local school districts are supposed to operate. And the second is really just respecting that local government, which is closest to the people, is better aligned in terms of designing administration of schools, curriculum of schools, operation of schools, And those two principles really have stood the test of time. Ironically, well, not, I think worth noting is that on April 26th, 2017, President Donald Trump issued an executive order on enforcing statutory prohibitions on federal control of education, which again walked through as an executive order precisely what I've cited already, which is that, again, the Congress has a long history of making sure that we are not crossing the line in terms of running school districts as part of federal education law. And Madam Chair, I would ask that I could introduce a copy of President Trump's executive order.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, this is a straightforward amendment, which I do think, raises serious questions about the scope of this bill, particularly in terms of administration of school districts. Just for example, the provision that mandates that schools provide a list of books and materials available to students in school library and also send that to parents. So that task of compiling, cataloging, and disseminating to parents on a rolling basis, because libraries are not static, they change their offerings. That is intruding, I think everyone has to concede in terms of the administration of schools. I mean, we are telling schools basically how to run their libraries, and that sort of impact, which this law, or this proposed bill, would create in terms of local school districts, again, runs completely afoul of the long-standing provision that we are going to respect local decision-making in terms of public education. Again, I hope this is something that all of us can support, and with that, I would yield.
I recognize myself for 5 minutes. We've been told by the other side that this bill is unnecessary, or this amendment is unnecessary because these rights are already in the law. Well, this amendment is clearly in the law, but if the other side wants this included again, we can accept it. I yield back. Does anyone else wish to offer an amendment?
Call the question on the amendment. I call the question on the amendment.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment's agreed to. Okay, Mr. Good. Mr. Good, you're recognized for the purpose of offering an amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5 offered by Mr. Good of Virginia, identifier Good_005.
Mr. Good, you're recognized for 5 minutes to offer an amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My amendment will ensure that schools cannot charge parents fees for reviewing curriculum. It's common sense that parents should be able to look at the things their children will study. But sadly, there's recent examples of school districts putting up barriers to parents pursuing this most basic objective. In fact, last year, a mother in Rhode Island asked to review race-based curriculum for her child's kindergarten class, and the school quoted her $74,000 to comply with that request. According to a report by the Wisconsin Institute for Law and Liberty, when a request was made to the Madison Metropolitan School District in Wisconsin, the district requested payment of more than $5,000. A parent of the Frederick County Public School System was asked to pay $5,000 to review emails related to curriculum in the schools. The problem is one that many parents face across the country, ranging from small fees to those that are more exorbitant, like the ones just described. For example, the Oregon Department of Education has charged $10 per email that is requested reviewed by parents. Curriculum transparency shouldn't come at any cost for parents or be any kind of a financial burden. Of course, that would hurt low-income parents and families the most. It doesn't contain, when you ask for curriculum, it doesn't contain any personal information or protected secrets, and teachers already have the information organized to prepare it in their lesson plans for their kids, and it can and should be available to parents at no cost. So I urge my colleagues to support the amendment to ensure that no arbitrary fees get in the way of a parent exercising his or her rights under this legislation. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does any member wish to speak on the amendment? Mr. Scott, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, strike the last word. Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, we have to balance the idea that there should be no federal mandate on local schools if they incur expenses to provide this information. We have to balance that with the right of the parents to access public documents freely and fairly. And I think my colleague from Virginia got it right. Ought to be at no cost. The idea that you have to pay all these thousands of dollars to get access to public documents, I think is unreasonable. There's a civil rights group that wanted access to emails and other kinds of documents that the Attorney General had. They charged them $20,000. I think if you're going to get access, you ought to get access. And so I would support the gentleman's amendment.
After all, it's their tax money to begin with that is funding it, and I don't want anybody to ever forget that. They're getting what they're paying for. So, if there's no further debate on the amendment, questions on the amendment by the gentleman from Virginia, all in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Are there other amendments to be offered?
Yes, Madam Chair, I have another amendment at the desk.
Do you have other? Mr. Grijalva has an amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate it. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5 offered by Mr. Grijalva of Arizona, identifier AMD_28.
The gentleman from Arizona is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, when I speak to the parents in my district and in the school districts that comprise and are part of my district, they tell me that above all, they want their kids to receive an accurate and high-quality education. They want the resources that make the question of equality real. They want equity. And one of the areas that I think my amendment addresses is the issue of history and the teaching of history. As my colleague Ms. Hayes pointed out, statistically, efforts to ban, remove, censor books are concentrated in a segment of our society that is underrepresented, under-resourced, and many times become the most obvious targets for banning and censorship. And so my amendment says that the rule of construction not to ban the teaching of Latino history specifically. And the history of Latinos is intertwined with the history of this nation. It's full, it's vibrant, and talks about contributions and gives the young people and the children of our communities in which Latino families live a sense of place, sense of identity, and a sense of purpose. It's an important part and plays a critical role in the education of kids. And not just Latino kids. Non-Latino kids can learn, appreciate, and have a different sense of who their classmates are and what they bring and what they've contributed to the history of this country in war and peace and in every aspect of our development. And it continues to be that case now and continues to develop more. And rather than do a long list of contributions that Latinos have brought to this nation that I'm sure all of us are aware of, let me just talk about an example. In the state of Arizona, in a school district that I used to serve as a school board member of, there was an effort, politically driven, to get rid of all ethnic studies programs in that school district. There was a state law passed in Arizona that prohibited the teaching of ethnic studies and specifically banned certain books. The divisions that it caused in that school district, the divisions it caused in the community, a decade plus to reconstruct and reinstate those programs, and all the lost time. That was unnecessary, but it was focused on Mexican American studies, African American studies, Native American studies, and Asian Pacific studies, to eliminate them as an offering in the curriculum. It was successful for 10 years, and that's been reinstated. And so the federal government is prohibited from dictating curriculum. Therefore, we should be careful that this bill does not inadvertently allow anyone to claim that it gives anyone the right to remove the histories of people, particularly people that are underrepresented in the overall history of this nation. You know, sometimes the history makes us uncomfortable. The legacy of that history is not always it's not always a benefit to everyone. But to tell the history and to understand the history, I think does a lot to unify this country and to appreciate all the different peoples that make up this country. So my amendment does that. It encourages, it and prohibits the elimination of a type Latino history in this amendment from any portion of the legislation, and in doing so, I think protects not only an inheritance of history, but also protects the real contributions that people have made. With the teaching of history comes the very good points of our nation and its people, and also comes the warts and the blemishes that come with that history. And not to teach it fully is to lie to our students, and we should not be lying to them. And I yield back. Thank you.
The gentleman's time has expired. I appreciate my colleague's amendment, but the General Education Provisions Act makes clear that the federal government has no place in dictating curriculum. This amendment is duplicative of current law, and we think it is harmful to start listing specific things when we have a solid, time-tested prohibition in the law already. I yield back. Does anyone else want to speak on this amendment? If not, the question's on the amendment by the gentleman from Arizona. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. No. In the opinion chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. You want a roll call? The gentleman has requested a roll call vote. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Mr. Good, I believe you have an amendment?
Yes, Madam Chair, I do have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5 offered by Mr. Good of Virginia, identifier Good_006.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My amendment simply states that schools cannot act as the agent of a parent by consenting on their behalf for a child's vaccinations, especially those that are potentially harmful to children, to allegedly combat a virus that presents essentially zero risk to otherwise healthy children. The underlying bill ensures parental consent for medical exams and screenings, which would include vaccines. My amendment would strengthen this concept by ensuring that schools cannot become overly involved in medical decisions by ultimately acting as a consenting authority for children. While I believe that parents should always be consulted, there are some states' laws that allow minors to consent to vaccinations, and this amendment would not encroach upon state laws. But sadly, tyrannical COVID vaccine mandates highlight why this provision is necessary. How egregious to treat children like senior citizens or those with multiple comorbidity factors while denying the demonstrated risk of this COVID vaccine to younger children. For children, the COVID vaccine was inexcusably connected over the past couple of years to school attendance. Kids who were at little to no risk of severe COVID were kept out of schools, sports, and extracurricular activities unless they got an experimental vaccine. Many states and school boards have adjusted these requirements over time as the COVID vaccine has been shown not to be as safe or as beneficial as it was presented along with the unconstitutional mandate to receive the vaccine under this administration. But medical decisions are intensely personal, and no one knows a child's health better than a student's mother or father. This amendment further protects parental rights by preventing schools from becoming overly involved in medical decisions as important as vaccinations. So I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does anyone wish to speak on the amendment? If there's no,
No, I don't have it. I'm next on the
Mr.
amendment.
Scott, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, if you have parents at home, this makes sense, but there's some students who are homeless or otherwise don't have a parent to consent on their behalf. There's some situations where the vaccines were required for attendance, so the student can't come to school unless they're vaccinated. And I'm not sure what happens in that situation. And for that reason, I'm going to oppose the amendment, but I would assume that this is present law already.
Back? Okay. Does anyone on our side wish to debate the amendment? Then does anyone here wish to speak on the amendment? If not, then the question's on the amendment by the gentleman from Virginia. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Right. Mr. Grijalva, do I understand you have another amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5 offered by Mr. Grijalva of Arizona, identifier AMD_32.
Mr. Grijalva, you're recognized for 5 minutes to explain
Thank you
your
again,
amendment.
Madam Chair. This amendment is to assure that there is no ban on the teaching of Native American history as a consequence of this bill. It is to assure and ensure that this bill does not inadvertently allow anyone to claim that it gives anyone the right to remove Native history from the classroom. Now, it's similar to the previous amendment that I had on Latino history, but we're talking here about the first Americans of this land of ours and the rich history of the land our nation occupies and the peoples who have inhabited for millennium should be part of this nation's history and should be part of the story that we tell and the discussions that we have in the classrooms. For the history of indigenous people in this country is marked by a tragic, sad, exploitative history and a brutal colonization. And we know that. And to pretend that it did not happen, and to not put that experience and of the first Americans, the indigenous people of this nation of ours, into as part of the curriculum is wrong. And if it's seen, and so all my bill is says, let's acknowledge, let's that be part of the curriculum, and that the history of the first peoples in this nation, the rest of us all got here a different way, they were here, is protected and told. Mark Twain is given credit for saying that, you know, history doesn't repeat itself, but it sure as hell rhymes. And sometimes we have to tell history in its accurate form, and my amendment, as the previous amendment, is simply to assure in this legislation that no one inadvertently or purposely can remove the history of Native Americans from the curriculum and the libraries of our schools, and the same for the Latino history discussion on the previous amendment. With that, I yield back, Madam Chair, and thank you.
The gentleman yields back. Does any other member wish to speak on this amendment? I yield myself 5 minutes. I will repeat what I said before. I appreciate my colleague's amendment, but the general education provision makes clear the federal government has no place in dictating curriculum, including this amendment. This amendment is duplicative of current law, and I think it's harmful to start listing specific things when we have a solid, time-tested prohibition in the law already. I yield back. Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, the question's on the amendment by the gentleman from Arizona. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. And Mr. Scott, gentleman from Arizona requests a recorded vote. A roll call vote is ordered pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Mr. Good, I believe you have another amendment.
Madam Chair, I do have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5 offered by Mr. Good of Virginia, identifier Good_007.
Mr. Good, you're recognized for 5 minutes to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment will amend the underlying bill to allow parents to make copies of their children's curriculum in addition to simply being permitted to inspect it. The amendment offers an additional layer of transparency and accountability for parents and schools. So when a school presents curriculum that has questionable content, like the 1619 Project or discriminatory race-based ideology, equity and inclusion presentations, or highly sexualized content, it is the parent's right to obtain and retain their own copy of that material, paid for by their own tax dollars, for whatever future reference they may want or need those. Frankly, parents may need proof of materials in order to advocate for change in their schools. This amendment may even help ease the burdens on schools because parents will be able to share copies of curriculum with other parents who have questions about the instructional material given to their child. That is, assuming the school personnel is not threatened, of course, by parents knowing what is being taught. Schools must be open, transparent, and accountable to parents regarding the curriculum taught to their children and work alongside those parents to provide a well-rounded education. Parents should be able to fully exercise their rights to improve our education system and encourage the development of students who are critical thinkers and prepared to contribute to our country to make it prosper and safe. My amendment makes the underlying bill even stronger for parents, and I urge my colleagues to support it, and I yield back.
Does any member wish to speak on the amendment? Ms. Hayes, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
I move to strike the last word. And I can't help but think, because my common sense is kicking in as I'm hearing these amendments being read out, but if a parent has a child enrolled in a school and they're questioning the curriculum and the materials that are being handed out, wouldn't they already have a copy of that information from their child? So they have proof of the textbooks and the materials because their child would have it. So I'm really confused about many of these conversations, because if the premise for dismissing so many of these amendments is that the federal government has no place in dictating curriculum, isn't removing curriculum in effect dictating curriculum? So I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment and really, really, really encourage everyone to spend some time in a school, spend some time talking to an educator, spend some time doing a simple Google search, because most curriculums are public information. After the last amendment was read, I Googled very quickly on my smartphone the Oregon Department of Education, and guess what? Their curriculums and standards are public. So this is a colossal waste of time to try to put a federal mandate to require something that is already public to be public. So I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back.
Mr. Owens,
Thank you,
you're
Madam Chair.
recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to yield my time to Mr. Good.
Thank you, Mr. Owens. Isn't it incredible that we have members who would want to prohibit parents from being able to make copies of curriculum? What a foolish argument just presented, that every child comes home and brings the curriculum to show it to their parents. Lots of schools don't let kids take the books home. Lots of schools don't assign homework anymore. Lots of children fail to bring home the curriculum or what they were taught and show it to their parents. But irrespective if that was not a foolish argument, how anyone could be against allowing parents to make copies of curriculum they come and inspect at the school is beyond me. Thank you, Madam Chairman. I yield back.
I yield back.
Does anybody else wish to speak? Ms. Bonamici?
Briefly, thank you, Madam Chair. I also move to strike the last word and oppose the amendment, not because how I feel about parental involvement and engagement, because the difficult position that it can and inevitably will put schools in if it passes. Just in some districts, teachers are already limited in the number of copies they can make for their own instruction and providing to students as part of their learning. Devoting all these additional resources to making unlimited copies of instructional materials, which can be voluminous, for parents is not only a waste of paper, resources, and taxpayer dollars, it would be a policy change that potentially deprives many students of getting the copies of their work they need and learn to be successful. Educational materials could be print, textbook, digital materials, videos, virtual labs. None of these are easy to print, copy, or widely distribute, and in some cases it may even be unlawful to distribute these materials beyond the classroom under copyright law. So I'm concerned about this. We should have teachers focus on developing high-quality lessons that focus on student learning rather than photocopying, and I strongly oppose this amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same.
The gentlewoman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition on this amendment? Mr. Scott?
Strike the last word.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Madam Chair, it just seems to me that this could cause a lot of mischief. If you got people coming in to make copies of what could be voluminous documents, you could tie up the office for hours. People need to be able to work. And I just think this is, you've gotten into a situation where something just might not be practical. And I would hope we'd defeat the amendment.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone else? Being no further discussion on the amendment, the question is on the amendment by the gentleman from Virginia. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Mr. Bowman, do I understand you have an amendment at the desk?
Yes, Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5 offered by Mr. Bowman of New York, identifier AMD_26.
Mr. Bowman, you're recognized for 5 minutes to explain your amendment.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. What we've been talking about here this evening with our amendment and many others offered by my Democratic colleagues is simply ensuring that the truth remains central in our schools. We want to make sure that my colleagues across the aisle do not prevent schools from teaching the truth about Black history or anyone else's history. Students should have access to truthful, comprehensive, and high-quality education materials about Black history and culture specifically, but also all history and culture. The truth should always be available to all students, educators, and families, but unfortunately is under attack in states like Florida and Virginia, where right-wing elected officials like DeSantis are banning AP African American History Studies and prohibiting educators from having authentic, truthful conversations with their students about a variety of topics. The GOP movement to take away accurate, truthful, and holistic education in our schools is dangerous for children and for our democracy. If we don't have knowledge of each other's race, culture, background, and ethnicity, we will not have empathy in our society, and empathy is essential for a healthy democracy. We are a human race. What are we trying to do by taking away this knowledge from our school children and our school systems? Teaching Black history, AAPI history, Latinx history, LGBTQ history, and all history helps us to work together to create communities rooted in tolerance, justice, and love for humanity rather than fear and hate. Access to comprehensive history that includes Black history and all history is a source of freedom and power for all of us, and I know my Republican colleagues love freedom. But I love that. So, by protecting comprehensive education that is truthful and meets the needs of every student, we are protecting the freedom to learn and think critically about the world. What could be more central to public education and democracy than that? Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek to speak on the amendment?
Madam Chair.
Yep. Dr. Adams, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word. I want to speak in favor of Representative Bowman's amendment. W.E.B. Du Bois famously said, "Education must not simply teach work, it must teach life." And our teachers have been hard at work teaching the important lessons that lead to well-rounded lives. History provides important context to help us understand our present realities. Further, showing students examples of our nation's historic thought leaders and positive change makers often inspires and motivates students to learn more. As a nation, we've made great progress in providing students with greater opportunities to learn more about the history of this country. Several of my colleagues rightly noted this bill is duplicitous to current federal law and is an overreach into matters that we've historically left to states. Waging war on American history education will be harmful for all students and unnecessarily set students behind their global peers who will have the opportunity to learn more. This committee has important business to consider during this Congress, and it's unfortunate that we're using our first markup of this Congress to give a platform to the destruction rather than the improvement of our public education system. Our students, our teachers, and parents deserve better from their representatives. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Dr. Adams. Anyone else? I recognize myself for 5 minutes at the risk of being redundant. I want to state again, the General Education Provisions Act makes clear the federal government has no place in dictating curriculum, and these bills that are being offered now dictate curriculum. That's not what we are allowed to do. This amendment is duplicative of current law, and it's harmful to start listing specific things. We have a solid, time-tested prohibition in the law already, and I yield back. As there is no further debate on the amendment, the questions on the amendment, by the gentleman from New York. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. No. Then the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
I would like to request a recorded vote.
And the gentleman from New York has requested a recorded vote. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Mr. Takano, I believe you have an amendment?
Yes, Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment. Okay. Sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Takano.
You're going to go someone else?
We're going to go to Mr. Good.
That's fine.
And then we'll come back to you.
That's fine.
Mr. Good, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have an amendment at the desk.
The chair will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5 offered by Mr. Good of Virginia, identifier Good_002.
What was the designation?
Good_002.
Mr. Good, you're recognized for 5 minutes to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My amendment would simply clarify that the Biden administration and executive agencies cannot target parents for wanting to have a say in their child's education. It is truly unfortunate and just unimaginable just a couple of years ago that we would need an amendment such as this. But that was before the Biden-Garland regime. Back in 2021, unprecedented numbers of parents across Virginia, my home state, and across the country began rightfully standing up against radical policies flowing from the left and from the Biden administration and, frankly, in my home state in Virginia, from the Northam administration. Instead of listening to these concerned parents, most of whom were frustrated by the ongoing indoctrination and heavy hand of government coming down on their children, things like mask mandates, vaccine mandates, school closings, remote learning, CRT or other racist ideology, anti-American curriculum, inappropriately explicit materials, sexualization of children, transgender policies, and a general failure to focus on academic excellence. So the National School Board Association instead called on the Department of Justice to treat these outraged parents as, quote, domestic terrorists, unquote. Attorney General Merrick Garland responded by issuing a memorandum targeting these parents. AG Garland called the parents who are speaking up for their children a disturbing trend. And I was glad to see this Republican majority recently vote to establish a committee on the weaponization of government. This should not be necessary in these United States, but unfortunately it is. Because the federal government continues to increasingly encroach upon the personal lives of American citizens. From devaluing innocent human life to censoring conservatives on social media and now targeting parents as so-called domestic terrorists, the Biden administration has launched an all-out assault on the American citizen. In Virginia, we even had a former governor and then gubernatorial candidate explicitly state, "I don't think parents should be telling schools what they should teach." This shocking statement, for which he doubled down on, was simply admitting, accidentally I guess, what the left really believes: the state should have more control than parents in a child's life. The only disturbing trend here, to use Merrick Garland's words, is the ongoing efforts by the current administration to put our children at risk and silence the parents. My amendment fights against the Biden administration's attempts to push parents out of the way, and I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone wish to speak on the amendment? Mr. Scott, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment to the amendment at the desk. 2D02.
Does the clerk have a copy of the amendment? Do members have copies of the amendment?
It's 2D_02.
Could we make sure Mr. Good has a copy of the amendment? Since you're amending his amendment. Mr. Owens.
Madam Chair, may I reserve a point of order on this amendment?
The gentleman reserves point of order. The gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, is recognized.
Thank you. Madam Chair, the underlying amendment says that educators, policymakers, elected officials, executive branch officials, and employees and other stakeholders should never seek to use law enforcement to criminalize the lawfully expressed concerns of parents about their children's education. The amendment adds, but should never hesitate to contact public safety officials if there is a credible threat to the safety and security of students, parents, educators, policymakers, elected officials, executive branch officials or employees or other stakeholders, school facility, or staff. It just says that if people are expressing themselves in a way that creates a credible threat to safety and security, then public safety officials could be called. You don't want to set up a situation where people can create these threats and by virtue of this amendment feel free from accountability. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Good, you're recognized to speak on Mr. Scott's amendment to your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ranking Member Scott, for your amendment. I actually agree with the amendment and don't have any problem with it, and in part because when Merrick Garland took, and these other federal officials took the action that we're referring to here, and it was asked, is there any credible threat that this was based upon? And of course there was none. And so certainly if that was the case, that there was, we'd want the right officials to be contacted if there was a credible threat to the safety and security of the students, parents, educators, and so forth. So I have no problem with the amendment.
Mr. Good will accept your amendment, Mr. Scott. So is there further debate on Mr. Scott's amendment? Ms. Bonamici?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word. I certainly support Mr. Scott's amendment. However, because the other gentleman from Virginia who introduced the original amendment brought this up, I just want to note that the memo that my colleague is talking about that was addressed to the FBI director said, in recent months there has been a disturbing spike, not in parents speaking out, but a disturbing spike in harassment, intimidation, and threats of violence against school administrators, board members, teachers, and staff who participate in the vital work of running our nation's public schools. While spirited debate about policy matters is protected under our Constitution, that protection does not extend to threats of violence or effort to intimidate individuals based on their views. Threats against public servants are not only illegal, they run counter to our nation's core values. So I just want to clarify that that memo had to do with threats of violence, not an increase in people speaking out. I certainly support people speaking out if they do it lawfully and peacefully. So I just want to clarify that for the record. I do support Mr. Scott's amendment, though, to make that clear. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Mr. Good, you have reserved a point of order. Would you like to insist on your point of order?
Remove my point of order.
The gentleman removes his point of order. There being no further debate, the question is on the, I'm sorry, Mr. Owens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to yield my time to Mr. Good.
Thank you, Mr. Owen. I would just like to clarify, I'm well aware what the memo said, But then when it was challenged to say on what basis was that those assertions made in the memo and what credible threats were there wasn't any that was documented or demonstrated. So thank you very much.
I yield back. Thank you.
Mr. Owens yields back. The vote will be on accepting the amendment from Mr. Scott to the amendment by Mr. Good. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those in favor, any opposed? All those in favor of accepting the amendment from Mr. Good as amended by Mr. Scott, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The amendment is adopted. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Now, Mr. Takano, I believe now you have an amendment to offer.
Yes, Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5 offered by Mr. Takano of California, identifier AMD_29.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Madam Chair, thank you. And the amendment I am offering here clarifies that nothing in this bill should be used to censor any lessons relating to LGBTQI plus history or curriculum. Schools have an obligation to provide safe and supportive learning environments for all students, and that includes LGBTQI plus students and students of color. Depriving them of the opportunity to see themselves or their families represented on the bookshelves of their own schools can have a direct impact on their sense of self-worth and mental health. America is a country of freedom of speech and freedom of ideas. Those freedoms end when politicians start banning books and censoring curriculum simply because some people find them uncomfortable. Bills that censor the existence of LGBTQ plus people in our society reinforce the negativity and hostility that many LGBTQ plus people, especially youth, already experience. In 2021, 68% of all LGBTQ plus students surveyed by GLSEN reported feeling unsafe in their school environment due to their perceived sexual orientation, gender identity, or expression. In addition, more than 3/4 of LGBTQ plus students who attended school in person during the surveyed period reported experiencing in-person verbal harassment based on their sexual orientation, gender expression, or gender at some point in the past year. Attempts to erase LGBTQ plus people and content from schools will only worsen the challenges that LGBTQ plus students already face and further isolate them. There is nothing taboo about being a member of the LGBTQ plus community. These bills cannot erase the fact that LGBTQ plus people are part of our communities. They are our family, our friends, our coworkers, and our neighbors. So I offer this amendment in the spirit of inclusion of all students. That on all students includes LGBTQ plus students as well as students of color. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
The gentleman from California yields back. Does anyone wish to speak on the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment by the gentleman from California. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. And the amendment?
I ask for a vote.
The gentleman asked for a recorded vote. Ms. Bonamici, do I understand you have an amendment at the desk?
I do, thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5 offered by Ms. Bonamici of Oregon, identifier AMD_30.
The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized for 5 minutes to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as we have been discussing during this markup, we are aware of the federal government's lack of authority to micromanage local curriculum decisions. That means that the federal government cannot impose requirements on what should be taught and how it should be taught. It also means the federal government cannot unilaterally ban or take steps to suggest banning certain curriculum from being taught in schools. In addition to leading to unrealistic requirements and constraints on local school districts' autonomy over curriculum and instruction, the Parents' Bill of Rights makes clear what should not be taught in schools. Some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are intent on whitewashing history and misrepresenting the ills of our past. If we pass this bill, we're doing a disservice to the ability of educators at all levels to address these issues and to help our country learn from its mistakes. By denying the ability of our students to learn about Black history, LGBTQI+ history, Latino history, Asian American history, women's history, and the history of other marginalized people, we're denying students the opportunity to receive a well-rounded and complete education. That's why I'm offering this amendment prohibiting anything in the Parents' Bill of Rights from being construed to ban the teaching of women's history. And I'm proud to stand alongside my colleagues, Rep. Grijalva, Bowman, and Takano, in upholding the autonomy of our school districts and educators to prepare our students for success in college and career. And I urge my colleagues to vote for this common sense amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Does anyone wish to speak on the amendment? Once more, the General Education Provisions Act make clear that the federal government has no place in dictating curriculum. This amendment's duplicative of current law, as it was of the previous amendment, and it's harmful to start listing specific ways when we have a solid, time-tested prohibition in the law already. If there's no further debate on the amendment, the question is on the amendment by the gentlewoman from Oregon. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Does the gentlewoman request
Madam
a
Chair, yes, I
recorded
would
vote?
like to ask for a recorded vote. Thank you.
Roll call votes ordered pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Ms. Jayapal, do I understand you have an amendment at the desk?
I do, Madam Chair.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5 offered by Ms. Jayapal of Washington, identifier AMD_27.
Ms. Jayapal, you're recognized for 5 minutes to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I continue the chorus of concern that my colleagues have already started. This amendment is to ensure that nothing in this bill promotes or allows for the removal of the history and the contributions of Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander communities to America and should not be controlled by Congress. Exclusion from history curriculum is actually a root cause of the erasure, hate, violence, and harassment against all these communities that have been named, including AAPI communities that persist nationwide. There are a record 22 million people in the United States who identify as Asian American Pacific Islander, and we are projected to be the country's largest immigrant group by the middle of the century. AAPIs are an important part of the American fabric, and many have long histories in the United States. And yet, unfortunately, some members of the Republican Party have no clue even what AAPI means. I'm stunned to say that just last week in the Judiciary Committee, I had to teach a Republican colleague this very basic thing. He did not know the acronym AAPI. So I reiterate, why should we trust that our colleagues across the aisle do not, in fact, intend to erase us from curriculum across the country? Congress has a responsibility to let educators simply educate. Teaching history that's inclusive of our nation's diverse communities prepares students to navigate our multiracial, multicultural world and let students see themselves, build bridges with one another, and recognize and resist stereotypes and divisions. Educators across the country may teach their students about a number of things I wonder if even all of my colleagues on this committee know about. the Chinese Exclusion Act, which Congress passed in 1882, banning Chinese laborers from immigrating to the United States for 10 years, but then extending and expanding that so that the Chinese Exclusion Act actually remained in place until 1943. They might also teach students about the 1875 Page Act that restricted immigration from Chinese women. There's also the 1923 Supreme Court decision in United States v. Bhagat Singh Thind that actually denaturalized South Asian Americans and then kept South Asians from becoming naturalized citizens until 1946. They may cover the Supreme Court case, Korematsu v. United States of 1944, that upheld the shameful incarceration of Japanese Americans during World War II. They might highlight how critical the civil rights movement was in dismantling abominable laws and passing the Immigration and Nationality Act of 1965, which eliminated exclusionary immigration laws that gave preference to people from Western Europe and allowed for more immigration from Asian and African countries. The Seattle Public Schools began offering a Filipino-American history course to high school students last year in my district. And some middle school teachers are embedding Filipino-American history into the social studies curricula that they teach. I am heartened by these efforts, and we should seek to support similar opportunities rather than passing legislation that could threaten them. The moments that I've mentioned and many others are vital to the fabric of American history. They help our students to feel seen, to learn about their communities, and to make connections with others. As a proud South Asian immigrant and the first South Asian American woman elected to the House of Representatives, I'm proud to champion this amendment to ensure that legislation on education explicitly maintains that schools will not face barriers to teach students about AANHPI history. Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander history is American history. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Does anyone else wish to speak on the gentlewoman's amendment? Mr. Takano, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, and I thank my colleague from the state of Washington for a brief survey of all of the laws that were enacted that egregiously discriminated against AAPI, H and HI members of our national community. But I want to bring forward another aspect of this history that she cited that is very relevant, because we know in certain states in our country that there is a resurfacing of the idea of alien land laws. Alien land laws existed mainly on the West Coast, and they prescribed any sort of sale of real property to immigrants from Japan and China, and my very own immigrant grandfather and American-born grandmother were very much affected by this, and it's concerning to see this sort of rhetoric arise again, and that history is repeating itself. I had thought that this sort of egregious discrimination that occurred in the past, that said that certain immigrant groups could not buy property, was going to resurface again because of rising political rhetoric, but it is. And so I would add to the types of history that Americans need to remember and understand so that we are on track to becoming a better America. I would add to that in terms of AAPI history, the history of the alien land laws in our country, and the fact from the very beginning of our republic, the first really discriminatory law was about saying that immigrants from Asia could not naturalize. For most of this country's existence, naturalization was proscribed for Asian immigrants, and as Ms. Jayapal mentioned, it really didn't start to be addressed until the 1940s, until after people realized the contributions of AAPIs in helping the United States win World War II. And with this, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does any other member wish to speak on the Jayapal amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment by the gentlewoman from Washington. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Ms. Jayapal requests a recorded vote.
I do.
Roll call votes ordered. Announcement. This vote will be postponed. Ms. Jayapal, I understand you have another amendment at the tape?
I do, that's correct.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5 offered by Ms. Jayapal of Washington, identifier AMD_18.
The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized for 5 minutes to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Education Committee should not pass legislation that risks ruining education. My amendment would have the Government Accountability Office simply verify that this bill would lead to improved school grades, especially as schools continue to deal with teacher shortages, learning loss, and behavioral health challenges. Parents have a right to be actively engaged in their child's education, and there are numerous examples of the positive results of a well-engaged parent, including by meeting their teachers, attending PTA meetings, or going to extracurricular activities like school plays or sports games. But too many provisions of this bill have nothing to do with those values. In fact, the only values this bill seems to embrace are of those who don't believe in a public option for education, values that we have seen turn school grounds into battlefields, all in favor of one narrow perspective of curricula that erases communities of color and LGBTQ communities. Our committee should be ensuring that schools are graduating kids that are ready to compete and lead. We should want our students to think critically, to gain practical life skills, all while maintaining good grades. And we can't get there while emboldening activism to the point of emptying bookshelves and concealing history. Given those risks to learning outcomes, I'm very concerned that we've had no hearings on this bill, and more specifically, no feedback from actual teachers. In fact, the only input that this committee received from educators were those that I have the pleasure of serving with on this committee, the majority of whom have by and large made clear that this would be disastrous for students and public schools everywhere. I don't know about this committee's majority, but under Ranking Member Scott's leadership in the last Congress, this committee put students before politics when we passed any legislation that involved our schools. The American Rescue Plan that helps schools safely reopen and address learning loss was informed by many witnesses who were educators or school administrators. In contrast, this majority called a witness that not only had no experience in the classroom, but weaponized trans kids against public schools. The witness penned an opinion piece that embraced a strategy of attacking trans kids to promote defunding public schools under the guise of empowering parents. We've heard from the educators on our side of the aisle over and over again about all the reasons why this bill does nothing to actually ensure that our kids succeed. If my GOP colleagues feel so sure that this bill is a good idea, then you should have no problem with this amendment. What is very clear to me is that it is Democrats and not Republicans who are the party of freedom and family. Democrats believe in your freedom to not have your books banned, in your freedom to learn, or simply in your freedom to be who you are instead of stigmatizing kids for being different. And Democrats are the party of family and parents. Democrats believe in universal childcare, universal pre-K, in paid leave and equal pay. We believe in all families, no matter what they look like. Congress has the constitutional authority to write laws. What a mockery and a betrayal of that sacred duty it would be to do so without the facts. I urge my colleagues to support this simple amendment so that we will know whether students will have better learning outcomes before this bill gets signed into law. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Does anyone wish to speak on this amendment? I yield myself 5 minutes. There are many things I could say in response, but I'm going to be very measured in what I say. Parents cannot wait. Parents cannot wait for a lengthy study to know what their kids are being taught in schools. Parents' rights are being trampled on right now. The last thing we should do is tell them we need yet another study by Washington bureaucrats before their rights can be protected. Further, what negative impact does the representative expect will happen? This bill simply says that parents should know what their kids are learning in school. That's a common sense idea. Rather than negatively impact learning, this is key to promoting learning. Study after study tells us that kids do best when their parents are more involved, not less involved, in their children's education. This amendment is just an excuse to postpone and delay a worthwhile idea. Parents' rights not only should be protected, but must be protected, and they must be protected now. I yield back. If there's no further debate on the amendment by the gentlewoman from Washington, I'm sorry, Mr. Takano, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Yes, Madam Chair, the sense of moral panic that the chair is advancing is way overblown. As we know, much of the rights that are covered in this bill are already being practiced, in fact, at the local level. And there are a few sections of this bill that are highly problematic that we've pointed out, and that has to do with the ambiguous language about data and how that might inadvertently out LGBTQI students to unsupportive homes. And as teachers, we're also obligated, in many states, and at least in the state of California, they're obligated to protect children by calling Child Protective Services if they think harm is going to come to a child. There are concerns over censorship of the curriculum, invasion of the federal government into areas that really should be the province of local and state governments. But the sense of a GAO study delaying the rights of parents is absurd, it's overblown. In fact, most of the substantive rights are already covered by local procedures and both within schools and local school districts. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Now, if there is no further debate on this amendment, the question is on the amendment by the gentlewoman from Washington. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. But Ms. Jayapal requests a recorded vote. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Mr. Burleson, I believe you have an amendment at the desk.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I have an amendment. It ends in 08 at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5 offered by Mr. Burleson of Missouri, identifier BURLIS_008.
The gentleman from Missouri is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Thank you again for being able to offer this amendment. This amendment would add professional development materials to the list of items that parents have a right to review. Parents have a right to know what's being taught in schools, and this includes the training materials, often which contain sometimes the most controversial subjects. And throughout the last few years, we've seen subjects as controversial as critical race theory, gender ideology, and other woke disciplines being pushed on to teachers who are to teach the children. In my own district, Springfield Public Schools use taxpayer dollars to hold numerous mandatory district-wide staff meetings and demanded teachers commit to equity, to filling out oppression matrices, and the like. When asked by the community for access to the material, The material was not made available to anyone in the public. When sunshine requests were made by both the legislature and or the press, the response was that it would require a $179,000 bill price tag to be paid before the material would be released to the parents who are the taxpayers of this community. The left maintains that our schools don't utilize this kind of training or these materials. This, of course, if they're trying to hide it, is a lie. And we know it's a lie because in my district and others like it around the country, brave parents stood up to gain access to this information. Our teachers are being trained to produce radical ideology, and our parents deserve, especially if they're paying taxes, they deserve to know what they're paying for. And so my amendment adds this important piece of legislation by protecting the rights of parents to view the professional development materials that are used to teach the teachers and ultimately teach our children. And I urge my colleagues to vote for this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does anyone wish to speak on the amendment from Mr. Burleson? If not, the question is on. Ms. Hayes, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, I don't need the whole 5 minutes. I move to strike the last word and just want to reiterate before the members of this committee and anyone who's still left watching this that there is a difference between the teaching of critical race theory and equity. They are not one and the same. And there is no public school district of elementary and secondary education that teaches critical race theory. It is a graduate level course taught to law school students. It is not taught to teachers, taught by teachers. All of my formal training was in teacher preparation programs. My graduate degree, my undergraduate degree, my administrative leadership degree, all in education, taught in a public school for 15 years, before school, after school programs, and summer programs. Went on to be the Connecticut Teacher of the Year, National Teacher of the Year, and I have never had one class, one professional development training on critical race theory. There is a difference between equity and making sure that we are giving all children what they need in order to be successful. That is not critical race theory, even when one of the defining characteristics is race. So I just want to make sure that we understand the difference between those two things. They are not one and the same. And all of our children do better when our teachers, our schools, and our communities are trying to be more equitable. All of our children benefit, all of our families benefit, the entire community benefits. So thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate just another opportunity to help educate my colleagues on this very important issue. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Utah, Mr. Owens, is recognized for 5 minutes.
I just want to make a real quick comment, because we've heard about this lack of critical race theory being taught in our pre-K through 12. It's real simple. If that's the case, then there should be no objection to disbanding or making sure this does not happen. I agree. If that's the case, it's not being taught, then let's just make sure it can never be taught, and I think we'll all be on the same page. Thank you. I'll yield back.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yes.
I just want to make sure, because I keep hearing my words characterized as, you heard what she said. Everyone in this room heard what I said, and that is not what I said, that I want to ban things or not include parents. So I would just hope that the people in this gallery translate for themselves what it is that I just said. And what I was saying with that is that there is a difference between those two things. Thank you. I yield back.
And I will agree that if it's not being taught, you should have no fear of us making sure that it's not being taught. We can make sure that there's no question about that issue. If everybody agrees that critical race theory should not be taught pre-K through 12. So, thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I'm trying to understand this amendment. And I heard the gentleman who presented it. I heard my colleague, the former National Teacher of the Year, talk about it. And I know, Mr. Burleson, when you offered the amendment, you used a couple of terms, and I wonder if you could define those so we're clear on what you are interested in. You used the term woke, and I don't know what you mean by that, and you used the term critical race theory. So could you please explain what you mean by those so we know what you are addressing in this amendment, because those are the terms you used.
I don't need to define those terms. The amendment is about making sure that parents have access to material, whatever the material is. And so, however you wish to define things, whatever terms, however you want to define it, at the end of the day, parents should have the right to access the material that is being taught in their schools and that they're paying for.
Well, without reclaiming my time and with all due respect, it's your amendment, and we're trying to figure out what you're after with this amendment. Professional development runs a whole range of fields, and if we want to understand what it is that you're interested in. So I'm very interested and I think, Madam Chair, it's only fair that if those terms are going to be used, that they be defined, because obviously they mean different things to different people. I oppose the amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Takano is recognized for 5 minutes.
It would be helpful to understand what the gentleman did mean by the term woke, because he used it in his arguments, and what he knows about critical race theory, because they were invoked in the argument for why his amendment should be advocated. I will yield for an answer. Take it to mean the gentleman does not even know what he means by woke, and he doesn't even know what critical race theory is.
Would Mr. Takano yield to me?
I'll yield to Madam Chair.
Mr. Takano, I used to be on a school board for 12 years, and I saw a lot of time being spent by teachers in what was known as professional development. And there's a wide range of activities that are provided for teachers, some of which I think, some of which teachers have told me have been helpful, most of which have not
Madam
been
Chair,
very...
reclaiming my time, my question was whether the gentleman understood the word woke, what he meant by the word woke, and what he meant by critical race theory. I submit, I will yield to you if you can tell me what the gentleman might have meant by woke or critical race theory. Otherwise, I'll reclaim my time.
I wasn't trying to answer for the gentleman. I was trying to amplify what the gentlewoman from Oregon was asking earlier.
All right, well, thank you. I think it's been amply shown that the majority is, members who've advanced an amendment about teacher training and the right of parents to understand what's in that teacher training, and invoked arguments about wokeness and critical race theory that I'm unclear as to how his comments and his arguments relate to the content of his amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. There being no further debate on the amendment, the question is on the amendment by the gentleman from the state of Missouri. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? No. The ayes have it. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Mr. DeSagne, I believe you have an amendment at the desk.
I do, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5 offered by Mr. DeSaulnier of California, identifier AMD_05.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When we were working on Every Student Succeeds Act in 2015, I had the pleasure of working across the aisle with my friend, Congressman Thompson, and the National Parent Teachers Association, or PTA, to create the statewide Family Engagement Centers program. Since the creation of the program, the Family Engagement Centers have enjoyed continued funding and great success. This amendment is very simple. It would increase the amount of money we can give to the Family Engagement Centers program to allow them to expand and support more students and families. At the current funding levels, there are millions of K-12 students and their families in 35 states now that are unable to benefit from this program at the current funding level. Decades of research shows that family engagement matters for student success. Students whose families are engaged are more likely to attend school, to avoid discipline problems, to achieve at higher levels, and to graduate. Family engagement helps the parents, the students, the schools, and the community. Statewide family engagement centers are the success story for how parents can positively and meaningfully integrate in their children's education in a proven, sustainable way that benefits the parents and students. It's based on a bipartisan effort that has proven over time to be a good investment. If the goal of this legislation is to improve meaningful engagement, I would encourage my colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
The gentleman from California yields back. Does any member wish to speak to the amendment? Ms. Bonamici, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word and speak in favor of the amendment.
The gentlewoman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. And I have a good feeling about this one. Thank you, Mr. DeSaulnier, for your amendment. Statewide family engagement centers are a very important part of improving the ability of parents to authentically engage with their children's school. They help parents work in partnership with educators to improve instruction, boost academic outcomes, and have a meaningful voice in the direction of their children's public schools. These authentic engagement policies involve families. That's important. And making those improvements. Importantly, the strategies employ an approach where parent and family involvement is complementary to, not separate from, the work of educators. Statewide Family Engagement Centers, or SFECs, have traditionally enjoyed bipartisan support, and I want to thank my friend and colleague, Representative G.T. Thompson, for his leadership on this issue. If you want to equip schools to effectively serve parents and meet the additional mandates set forth in the so-called Parents' Bill of Rights, you must be willing to provide the funding that's needed for states to develop these stronger, more equitable, and more resilient family engagement policies. In the district I'm honored to represent, Portland Public Schools creates multilingual tools and supports for families. They have district-wide family engagement specialists to work on culturally responsive family engagement policies. Now, this results, for example, in parents who don't speak English or for whom English is a second language feeling more valued, appreciated, and empowered. And I tell you, colleagues, oftentimes during my years of advocacy on behalf of public education, I heard from parents who couldn't make it to school because they didn't have childcare for younger kids, or they had to work another shift, or they didn't speak English and they didn't understand the material. So this type of work really makes a difference. It's supported by SFECs across the country. So I'm proud to support this amendment. I urge all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join me in recognizing the importance of increasing funding for SFECs and improving the quality and frequency of parental involvement in our schools. This, Madam Chair, will really make a difference, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Chairwoman yields back. Does anyone wish to speak on the amendment from the gentleman from California? If not, I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I certainly appreciate my friend's desire to help families, but unfortunately his amendment is a tired old Democrat idea. Just throw more money at the problem and hope for the best. By the way, this throwing money at it is $60 million for each of the fiscal years, 2024 through 2029, and we have a $31 trillion deficit right now. But that is not the way for us to be going. That's not good enough when we're talking about hard-earned taxpayer dollars. If the representative is really concerned about helping families, one of the best things he could do is support the underlying bill, along with cutting spending that we are taking from hardworking taxpayers and reduce inflation, which is hurting so many families, in fact, all families. As we've shown a number of times throughout this hearing, parental rights are under attack. Many families don't know what their child is being taught in school. One of the best things we can do for families is ensure they all know what's happening in the schools. And I yield back. Anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? If not, the question's on the amendment by the gentleman from California. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no? No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The gentleman from California asked for a recorded vote. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Ms. Manning, I understand you have an amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Manning has an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute offered by Ms. Manning of North Carolina. Identifier
15?
15. Oh, yes, AMD _15.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, all of us here can agree that we want the best possible education for all of our children. They are our legacy, they are our future citizens and leaders, they are our greatest asset as a nation. I hope we can all also agree that in order to give our students the best possible education, we must work with parents, with teachers, and school administrators to encourage, support, and uplift them. We want parents to attend parent-teacher conferences, school open houses, sporting events, school plays, and concerts and PTA meetings. We should support our students and our parents, and we should make sure our students have the tools and resources to succeed in school, to learn to read competently, to understand history, math, science, social studies, to become critical thinkers and problem solvers, so they can become productive and fulfilled members of society. I wish we were focusing on these issues, on how to address issues like reading comprehension and access to mental health resources in schools, instead of focusing on material extreme politicians believe should be stricken from the classroom, or extra burdens that should be put on teachers and administrators by forcing them to share lists of every book in the school library, or burdening them with an endless array of unnecessary permission slips. We have real problems, and we should be addressing those problems. I wish we were spending our time doing that. But there is one issue I think we can all agree on, and that is that all of our students in public elementary and secondary schools should have access to broadband. The lack of access to broadband is a real and critical challenge facing many American students today. If my colleagues are sincerely interested in ensuring a supportive environment for student success, I hope they are prepared to address the issue that's addressed in my amendment. In 2019, only 76% of students living in rural areas had broadband internet access at home. This is lower than the percentage of students living in towns or cities or suburban areas. Distance learning during the pandemic highlighted these differences as some students in rural areas struggled to access remote lessons from home, not to mention students who may have had broadband access, but their internet is so slow that they could not stream videos or video conferences with classmates. I represent 2 rural counties, Rockingham and Caswell counties. And while we're making major strides to expand rural broadband access, it's critical that the federal government tie this issue to education, because it is an education issue. And we need to emphasize our belief that every student should have reliable internet access. I also have students across Guilford County who don't have access to the internet because of the high cost of access. I hope that my colleagues on both sides of the aisle will support the view that all students should have broadband access as part of their education. I urge everyone to vote yes on my amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Is there anyone who wishes to speak on this amendment?
Yes, Madam Chair.
I yield myself 5 minutes. Ms. Manning, we are ready to accept your amendment. And we all agree that all schools should have access to broadband. And I'm sorry it hasn't happened years ago after the trillions of dollars we have expended for this. But we will accept your amendment. Do you still wish to speak?
I
Ms.
wish to
Bonamici?
say thank you, Madam Chair, for supporting Ms. Manning's amendment, which I was going to speak in favor of, and I'm glad you're supporting it. It's a really critical issue, not just in the district I represent, but around the country. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield
Thank
back.
you, Ms. Bonamici. If there's no further debate, then all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No? Thank you. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Hayes, it's my understanding you have an amendment at the desk?
Yes, I do.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute to HR 5 offered by Ms. Hayes of Connecticut, identifier AMD_06.
Ms. Hayes, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. As children continue to recover from the pandemic, both emotionally and academically, it is now more important than ever to ensure children have nutritious breakfast and lunch programs, as well as being equipped to respond to nutrition and health needs facing children today. Hunger exists in every community, and it can be easily hidden. Before the pandemic, more than 1 in 7 children lived in a food insecure household. It is very straightforward. Hungry kids don't learn. When children are hungry, they lack the energy they need to learn, play, and thrive. And over time, this hunger may prevent children from reaching their full potential at school and in life. The National School Meals Program provides 29 million school-aged children nutritious school lunches and 15 million children nutritious school breakfasts. The health benefits of school meals are clear. As just one example, according to a 2023 report from the Journal of American Medical Association Pediatrics, school meal programs have greatly contributed to the reduction of body mass index in school-aged children. This amendment reinforces the benefits of school meal programs as they support children's academic performance and overall well-being. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment that all children will benefit from. And with that, I yield back.
Does anyone wish to speak on the amendment? Ms. Bonamici.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I thank Representative Hayes for bringing this amendment. We're debating the rights of people in school settings, so I want to reiterate that one of the most important things we can do to help children learn is to make sure they have enough to eat. Preventing and addressing child hunger is a moral imperative and an economic necessity. And we know that giving all students access to healthy meals is a good investment because it allows children to live healthier and more fulfilling lives, and it provides them with a strong foundation to grow and thrive. And we know that academic performance will improve if students are not worrying about where their next meal will come from when they're sitting in class with an empty stomach. In recent years, members of this committee came together to prevent millions of children and their families from falling into hunger. I've seen firsthand how giving every student a healthy meal at school improves child health and our schools. Last year, I heard about the importance of our work to serve all students healthy meals from some third graders I had lunch with at Chapman Elementary School in Portland. The students I spoke with told me they thought it was fair and important for all of their peers to have access to meals at schools. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join me in recognizing that all students should be provided with healthy meals and continue our progress to end hunger by supporting this important amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. Does any other member wish to speak on the amendment? Ms. Adams, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Move to strike the last word. I'd like to speak in favor of Representative Hayes' amendment. School meals are a critical part of ensuring that our students have all of the wraparound supports that they need. When students go hungry, they struggle to learn, and many of the nation's hungry are children. As a member of this committee and the Committee on Agriculture, I wholeheartedly support this amendment to communicate the sense that students should have access to healthy and nutritious meals. I would certainly urge the members to support it, and with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Dr. Adams. Any other member wish to speak on the amendment? If not, I recognize myself for 5 minutes.
I'd like to speak on it.
We appreciate, I'm sorry, Mr. Scott. Okay, thank you. We appreciate the member's amendment. Of course, we support school meals and agree that children should have access to the supports they need to succeed. However, we fear this amendment is a backdoor to making the federal government provide meals for everyone, including wealthy families who can easily afford meals on their own. The government's aid, including the taxpayers' aid, including for the school meals program, should be reserved for those who are truly in need, as this is a transfer of wealth. And I oppose the amendment. Mr. Scott, I yield back and recognize Mr. Scott for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this is a sense of Congress that just merely states that students should have access to healthy meals and that healthy meals help students thrive both health-wise and academically. I would hope we wouldn't suggest that that is not the sense of Congress. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. If there's no further debate on the amendment, the question is on the amendment by the gentlewoman from Connecticut. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no? No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Is there another?
Ask for a recorded vote.
Ms. Hayes request a recorded vote pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Ms. Manning, do I understand you have an amendment at the desk?
Yes, Madam Chair.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5 offered by Ms. Manning of North Carolina, identifier MANNIN_009.
Ms. Manning, you're recognized for 5 minutes to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have in this country a rise in anti-Semitism and violence against Jews and the Jewish community. We also have a shocking lack of knowledge about the Holocaust and 2,000 years of anti-Jewish conspiracy theories and scapegoating of Jews that led to the Holocaust. In fact, a recent survey by the U.S. Holocaust Museum showed that more than 40% of our students have never even heard of the Holocaust, one of the most horrific, appalling, and effective attempts at genocide, which succeeded in brutally murdering more than 6 million Jews. And we know that what starts with discrimination against Jews never ends there. It often leads to discrimination against people of color, against members of the LGBTQ community, against disabled people, against immigrants. The Holocaust is a powerful tool for teaching about the perils of discrimination and about the dangers of standing silent when others are attacked. And yet, in schools across the country, extremists are demanding that award-winning books about the Holocaust be removed from school libraries and banned from classroom reading lists. Last year, a school board in Tennessee banned the teaching of Maus. This book here, a Pulitzer Prize-winning novel, a graphic novel, that teaches about the atrocities of the Holocaust for 8th grade students. Last year, a Texas school district banned The Diary of Anne Frank. Both of these books are important texts used to teach the Holocaust to children. These books are banned because of objections about coarse language and obscenities. When asked about the banning of Maus, the author, Art Spiegelman, stated, "This is disturbing imagery, but you know what? This is disturbing history." I agree. By banning these books, school districts are depriving students of Holocaust education. I would hope this is alarming to all of my colleagues in this room. The steep rise in anti-Semitism in our country and around the world is once again endangering Jewish communities. Efforts to limit or ban Holocaust education in schools takes away one of the most important tools in combating anti-Semitism and all other forms of discrimination. And the most important tool we have to fight those things is education. We have a responsibility to provide students with an accurate accounting of our history, because if we don't know our history, we are doomed to repeat it. We cannot allow the concerns of a small group of parents or even community members without children in school to cause the banning of books, books that tell important but disturbing accounts of terrible times in history. Let us remember that one of the very methods used by the Nazis was the banning of books and the burning of books, books they decided were inappropriate or degenerate. Our school libraries should be a source of education for our students. They should be filled with diverse stories and life experiences so our children will have a full and well-rounded education. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on my amendment, and I yield back.
Does anyone wish to speak on Ms. Manning's amendment? Ms. Bonamici, you're recognized
Thank
for
you,
5
Madam
minutes.
Chair. Just briefly, Madam Chair, I wish to support Representative Manning's very important amendment. We know that anti-Semitism is on the rise across the country and around the globe. And as Ms. Manning talked about, the way we address that is by learning from history. I share the concern that some schools and some districts are removing information about the Holocaust from classrooms. I expect, Madam Chair, that you will remind us that the federal government does not dictate curriculum. This is not about dictating curriculum. This is saying do not ban this important part of history. So I want to just align myself with Representative Manning, thank her for bringing this very important amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Anyone else? Well, I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I appreciate my colleagues' recognition of the importance of teaching students about the horrors of the Holocaust and anti-Semitism. Everyone on our side of the aisle wants that done all the time. There has never been a doubt on our side of the aisle that these are important issues to teach and to make people aware of. However, this amendment is built upon the false premise that the bill before us would ban books. There is nothing in this bill that has anything to do with banning books. This is a disingenuous attack from our colleagues on this side of the aisle. This bill is about transparency, about giving every parent the tools to advocate for their children. Nothing, and I repeat, nothing in this bill would limit access to school materials on the teaching of the Holocaust. I urge my colleagues to reject this disingenuous amendment. Is there further debate on this amendment?
Madam
If
Chair.
not, Dr. Adams, you're
Thank you.
recognized for 5 minutes.
Yes, I'd like to strike the last word. I simply want to go on record supporting Ms. Manning's amendment. I think it's needed. I had the opportunity to travel to Israel actually twice, and I've had a chance to visit the Holocaust Museum. I think it is an opportunity as we teach our children that this is not only substantive, but it's really important for them to know. We learn about ourselves by learning about others, and so I certainly appreciate this amendment coming forward, and I support it and would encourage my colleagues to do the same.
The gentlewoman yields back. Mr. Takano, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, I also stand in solidarity with the sentiments expressed by the amendment offered by Ms. Manning. We certainly have not seen the complete extirpation of anti-Semitism in this country, anti-Semitic ideologies, and in fact, we've seen a disturbing rise in them, and it's important that our school curriculum embrace the teaching about anti-Semitism, the terrible cost, and the absolute horror of anti-Semitism. And while there's nothing specific in this legislation that calls for the banning of books, I would argue that this bill is a dog whistle to many of the extremist MAGA movements across this country, which have prevailed upon school boards and which have pitted teachers, pitted parents against teachers, and has grown out of a type of extremism, and that is the only explanation I can have for the structure of a bill which creates, as I said, a straw man, a conjured up enemy that does not exist, and that's why we have a bill full of rights asserted for parents in federal law, where most of these rights are already accounted for, and in fact already being accounted for by processes and procedures in local school boards and states. But let me get back to the main point, that I support a curriculum and making sure that nothing in this bill is construed as to censoring curriculum or censoring materials that teach about the horrors of anti-Semitism. I'm going to yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Scott, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Yes, Madam Chair. If there's anything we need to learn about to prevent history from repeating itself, it's contained in this amendment, and I would hope we'd approve it. And does the gentlelady from North Carolina seek more time? I yield to the gentlelady from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member. I would just like to point out that while the bill does not specifically allow for the banning of books, it does spend a great amount of time talking about the rights of parents and community members to know every single book in a school's library. It would impose a burden on schools to compile a list of every single book in a school's library. It allows parents and community members to review all of the materials in the library, to read those books, to inspect those books, and to address the school board of local education agencies. I have to wonder, what is the purpose of all the time and effort that is devoted to making sure that community members can see the full list of books in the library, can have access to reading those materials, if there's not an underlying agenda to enable parents or community members to go to their school boards and to try to do exactly what has been done in some of these states I mentioned, and that is ban certain books. And so my amendment would strengthen the bill by ensuring that the bill cannot be used to allow for the banning of books, particularly books on the Holocaust. I thank you, and I yield back.
Does the gentleman yield back? Gentleman yields back. Anyone else? As there seems to be no further debate on this amendment, the question's on the amendment by the gentlewoman from North Carolina. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Madam
and
Speaker,
the amendment is not agreed to.
I seek a recorded vote.
Ms. A recorded vote has been asked. A roll call vote is ordered pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Mr. Williams, I believe you have an amendment at the desk.
Madam Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5 offered by Mr. Williams of New York, identifier AMD_04.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Madam Chairman, I think we can do better. In fact, with the rise of anti-Semitism in this country, we must do better. Every student, from elementary school to secondary schools, should have the opportunity to learn the history of the Holocaust and anti-Semitism. In my own family, where we homeschooled our children, we taught about the Holocaust. In fact, we had the opportunity with my business to be in Paris, and our children were with us, and we made a point to go to the Shoah Museum, making a special effort to walk across Paris to get to this museum so that we could show them firsthand the horrors of the Holocaust and the effects of anti-Semitism. The reason that's important is that education is the best defense we have against these horrors and repeating these horrors. In fact, I'm proud to say that our son, while studying at a college program in France, when he learned that a dozen of his classmates wanted to go visit Poland, he insisted that they go visit Auschwitz. In fact, none of the other students wanted to go visit Auschwitz. It was not on their list, but he insisted, and they went. And there's a dozen American students who never would have really experienced the horrors of the Holocaust had we not included that in the curriculum for our children. So, Madam Chairwoman, my amendment simply expresses the sense of Congress that all public elementary school and secondary school students should have opportunities to learn the history of the Holocaust and anti-Semitism. We've seen a rise in anti-Semitism across this country, and I believe now it is more important than ever that this current generation of students learns the truth. And I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Madam Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does anyone wish to speak? Ms. Hayes, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word. And I just want to thank the gentleman for his comments and say that I absolutely agree with everything you just said. And I understand the importance of exposing children to history that they otherwise would not have been exposed to in order to promote a deeper understanding of different experiences, different peoples, different cultures. So you are absolutely right. As a history teacher, I support everything you just said. I would also ask that you imagine just for a minute the value in expanding that same thinking to African American history, to Native American history, to all of the other histories that we've heard spoken about here on this committee that we were told were either not germane or were not any of the things that were being addressed in today's hearing. But you are absolutely right. Our children should learn our history, even the most painful parts of it, because without that, we are doomed to repeat it. So thank you for introducing that amendment and for, in a reasoned, measured way, trying to help explain to the people on the committee the importance of everything you just said. With that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Mr. Takano, do you wish to speak on the amendment?
Madam Chair? Yes.
You
I do
appear to want to speak on the amendment.
Yes, I do want to speak to the amendment. I am delighted that the gentleman is offering an amendment that embraces the teaching of the Holocaust as a sense of Congress. I would also ask if the gentleman defines the Holocaust as also, teaching about the Holocaust, also to include not only the persecution of Jews, but the persecution of homosexuals by the Nazi regime. Does the gentleman include in the definition of the Holocaust, in his sense of Congress, for the sense of Congress, does he include the teaching about the targeting of homosexuals, gypsies, and other vulnerable minorities in Europe at the time? I yield for an answer.
Certainly.
The Holocaust was the systematic execution and murder of over 6 million people of all different varieties. When a government decides that it's okay for any group to be murdered simply out of policy, it's wrong. And we should cherish life in all its forms. The Holocaust and the Nazi regime killed people of the Roma people, commonly called gypsies. They killed people with disabilities, people with mental handicaps. They killed homosexuals. Certainly they killed Jews. They killed many of their own people, and anyone who stood up against them. All of those are included. And I think when a society embraces eugenics, that they get to decide who lives and who dies, I believe that's wrong.
I reclaim my time, I thank the gentleman for his expansive and inclusive understanding of the Holocaust, of the 12 million that were exterminated and targeted, 6 million of whom were of the Jewish faith or were identified as Jews. And so I'm in accord with the amendment that the gentleman is putting forward, if that inclusive understanding of what the Holocaust means, the word Holocaust means, and I thank the gentleman. But I would offer also another suggestion, where the gentleman might be open to including language that would, so not only the Holocaust, so I agree, the teaching of the Holocaust and its consequences are essential. But what about curricula, supporting curricula that would teach young people not only about the Holocaust, but of the harmful effects of slavery, of racism, of discrimination against LGBTQ individuals, that we need to understand more about Native American history, that we need to understand about the ways in which Latinos have been treated, and the ways in which women in our country faced discrimination through history, Asian Pacific Americans, all these amendments that we sought to offer to clarify that nothing could be construed in this legislation to inhibit curricula or censor curricula that address these issues, or books. So I would ask the gentleman if he would be open to expanding the sense of Congress to go beyond the teaching about the lessons of the Holocaust.
I believe that legislation is best when it's narrow, defined, and definitive. And the Holocaust is inextricably linked to the Nazi regime, inextricably linked to the late 1930s through 1945. And even in the definition in Webster, which I just referred, I will stay with the term Holocaust, which talks about the groups that were mentioned that we discussed previously in the context of that time frame and the Nazi regime. And I believe that's the point.
Reclaiming my time, I'm sorry that the gentleman would not accept a more expansive view, but I would hope that within the narrow definition of the Holocaust, that he would also consider the teaching of American extremism before World War II and during World War II, which was very much sympathetic to the Hitler government, and the ways in which members of Congress at the time were involved in spreading Nazi propaganda using the franking privilege. Would the gentleman consider that part of teaching about the Holocaust?
I believe I've defined it as it's defined in the dictionary and is commonly used as a term. There's no reason for Congress to pass a law to redefine the Holocaust.
My time has expired, and I yield back.
Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Mr. Scott, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm intrigued by the amendment. I certainly support the intent, but I'm intrigued about the idea that we would show the sense of Congress what ought to be in the curriculum. The chair has said many times that this is something we shouldn't do, but let's do it.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Mr. Kiley, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Williams, for offering this amendment. I think it's very important, and I think that what some of the comments on the other side of the dais overlook is that unfortunately in this country, we have had far too much in the way of anti-Semitism coming from the education establishment itself. So in California, a few years ago, the legislature passed a bill saying we want to teach ethnic studies and make it a graduation requirement. And so in order to come up with the curriculum for this, they had the Department of Education pull together a group of professors to write the model ethnic studies curriculum. And what they came up with and released to the public to be taught to every high school student in California was a blatantly anti-Semitic document. And you don't need to take my word for that. I want to read you an excerpt from a letter that was written by the California Legislative Jewish Caucus, which consisted of 14 Democrat legislators. It said that this curriculum erases the American Jewish experience, fails to discuss anti-Semitism, reinforces negative stereotypes about Jews, singles out Israel for criticism, and would institutionalize the teaching of anti-Semitic stereotypes in our public schools. The letter goes on, Jews are essentially excluded from the curriculum. We have been advised that this exclusion appeared to be intentional and reflected the political bias of the drafters of the curriculum. They called it deeply insulting, fundamentally inconsistent with the purpose of ethnic studies, harmful to Jewish and non-Jewish students, and indicative of an anti-Jewish bias in the curriculum that would be dangerous to institutionalize in our curriculum. In the few instances, the letter goes on, where the curriculum actually acknowledges Jews, it does so in a denigrating and discriminatory manner. For example, the curriculum recommends song lyrics that inappropriately delve into the Israeli-Palestinian conflict with a strong bias and little nuance, and asserts that Israelis, quote, use the press so they can manufacture, a classic anti-Semitic trope about Jewish control of the media. The letter, again, by these 14 Democratic legislators, says it is difficult to fathom why the state of California would want to actively promote a narrative about Jews that echoes the propaganda of the Nazi regime. The anti-Jewish bias of the curriculum is further reflected in its not-so-subtle promotion of the boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement. They said it singles out Israel, the world's only Jewish state, for special critique and condemnation that is both out of context and factually inaccurate. They called it directly contrary to established California policy and law, and raises further questions about the drafters' anti-Jewish bias and effort to institutionalize the teaching of their own narrow political ideology. Again, this is a letter from 14 Democrat members of the California legislature about something that the state of California's own working group proposed to teach students in our classrooms. Even the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, came out and said it was offensive in so many ways, and it had to be withdrawn. And so I do think that my friend, Mr. Williams, has put his finger on a particular issue that it is worthy of the sense of Congress to specifically address. And while there might be other areas where the sentiment of Congress would be appropriately expressed as well, I think that it is perfectly reasonable and appropriate that this amendment be adopted in its own right. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from California yields back. Does anyone else wish to speak on this amendment? Ms. Manning, you're recognized.
Thank you,
for 5
Madam Chair.
minutes.
I appreciate the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York, but I'd like to associate myself with the remarks of Mr. Takano and the remarks of Ms. Hayes. We have terrible divisions in this country. We have a lack of knowledge about the history of the Holocaust, but we also have a lack of knowledge about the true history of slavery in this country, about the true history of the Asian population in this country, about the true history of the Hispanic populations of our country. We need to do better in our schools to teach our children about the rich, diverse people who make up this country. And I encourage us to do everything we can to be improving the education we provide to our children. That's the kind of discussion I would hope we'd be having today, instead of a discussion about increasing burdens on schools and teachers with excess permission slips and tallying up library books that will enable people to ban books. And let me just remind everyone that I would hope that the teaching of the Holocaust would include books like the Pulitzer Prize winning books Maus and Anne Frank, which were banned by 2 different school districts. So let me just say again, I would love to be having conversations about bills that are designed to improve the way we educate our children and to add resources so that our children can be properly educated and our teachers and school administrators can be properly compensated. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Ms. Jayapal?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield my time to Ms. Hayes.
I would just like to,
Ms. Hayes is recognized.
yes, I would just like to reiterate once again the idea about legislation being narrow, specific, and defined. I think we've attempted to do that on so many different topics, and it was rejected. I would argue that equally as important to teaching children about the Holocaust in all its form is the teaching of all areas of history and the contributions of all people in this country. Millions of people died at the hands of government officials in different eras of our history, and that is worth teaching. That is what our kids should also be learning. So just like I believe it should be the sentiment of Congress that the Holocaust should be taught, should also be the sentiment of Congress that African American history be taught, and Asian Pacific Island American history be taught, and Native American history be taught. And it is highly hypocritical that the argument can be made for the history that affects you and your family, yet the history that affects me and my family is unwanted, unaccepted, and oftentimes offensive on this committee. So just to reiterate that same idea that our children in this country should be taught all of their history and all of the contributions that so many people have provided, and to argue against one and for the other is not a true representation of how our history should be taught, and I'm not really sure how you can defend that. So again, I do not support this, well, actually I support the amendment, which is kind of odd because I do support the teaching of of the Holocaust. I just would ask that you support all the other amendments that have been introduced to encourage the teaching of other histories. I yield back, Ms. Jayapal.
Thank you, Ms. Hayes. I just wanted to add my confusion because, Madam Chair, I understood you to be saying in all these other amendments that we did not want to accept, that nothing in this bill was saying what history should or shouldn't be taught, and we did not want to accept numerous amendments here. I'm just going to go through them. An amendment that we had to make sure that Latino history was taught, an amendment that we had to make sure that Native American history was taught, an amendment that we had to make sure that Black history was not excluded from our curriculum, an amendment to make sure that LGBTQ history was not excluded from our curriculum, an amendment to make sure that women's history was not excluded, an amendment, my amendment, to make sure that Asian American, Pacific Islander, Native Hawaiian history was not taught. And I remember you saying that the federal government has no place in dictating curriculum. And in fact, I think those were your exact words. And I think that this feels very contradictory to me to suddenly go through all of those amendments and say that history, we don't want this bill to do anything that ensures that that history is taught, but suddenly we now feel that this piece of very important history should be taught. So I'm confused, Madam Chair, and I don't know if you want to explain why you opposed all those other amendments, because to me, if we're going to have a sense of Congress that this important history about the Holocaust is taught, seems to me we should have that sense of Congress extend to the history of these other communities. I'm looking at our side of the aisle, and I see a lot of us who are represented by those histories that, you know, have real connections to enormous harms that were done in our history, and we want to make sure people understand that. So I am very confused by what's happening right now, because I thought you were clearly saying to us, no, we can't include that. The bill doesn't say anything about this. No, we can't include Black people, Native Americans, Asian Americans. We can't include any of that history, but suddenly somebody on your side proposes some very important history. I think we all agree with that, but I don't understand why the history that many on our side actually have advocated for is not also being included in the sense of Congress. So I am going to propose that we amend this to include that. I think that is underway. We're working on it right now, and I think it's really important that we amend this sense of Congress. If we're gonna say it about one part of our history, let's be clear that there are a lot of pieces of American history that need to be included in this sense of Congress. So I know we're waiting for that amendment to come, but I hope that my colleagues will support this, because otherwise it's extremely hypocritical and contradictory to all the other statements that you have made during the course of this hearing.
It's expired. Mr. Wahlberg, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. As I'm looking up here, I see e pluribus unum, out of many one. I think we're moving significantly away from that understanding in this country. And I'm thinking that as I know about what's going on in history courses, there is significant amount of educational experience and teaching that goes on, all sorts of things that went on in this country related to various segments of our society over the years, good, bad, and indifferent. So I think as we're talking more, we're dividing in many ways and forgetting the uniqueness of e pluribus unum, out of many one. If the gentleman from New York, Mr. Williams, would like some time, I'd be willing to yield.
Thank you. You know, sadly, the Holocaust is not unique in history. And yet the Holocaust does stand alone. It does stand apart, and it captures so much of the dangers, and is why it must be taught, and taught singularly in its historical context. At the beginning of the mechanization of industry and war, and for entire nations to be mobilized and go to war, it turns out that in the Nazi regime, an entire government could be mobilized for a single purpose of murdering those that it finds undesirable. There are many instances of injustices throughout all of history, but the Holocaust stands alone. And the Jewish people suffered disproportionate to their numbers, of the European Jewry that were killed at that time, disproportionate to the indifference of the world as it allowed that to happen. We all will learn from the teaching of the Holocaust and the suffering of the Jews and the danger of anti-Semitism, because it speaks to all other injustices carried out by governments. It doesn't preclude, nothing in this bill precludes teaching of any of the other issues that you've brought up. But this Congress should stand up and teach about Auschwitz and show the furnaces at Auschwitz and learn the testament and observe the testament of what government can do if left unchecked. Madam Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Wahlberg, you control the time. Mr. Williams, yield it back to you.
I will yield back.
Madam Chair? Madam Chair? Well, I would like to offer an amendment to Mr. Williams' amendment.
I'll recognize you in just a moment, Ms.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Bonamici. I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I happen to be half Italian American, and I have read a lot of information about how badly Italian Americans were treated in this country when they came. We've all heard about how badly the Irish were treated in the country. I am sure we know all about the fact that every ethnic group that has ever come to this country has been treated poorly. Now, I love the teaching of history. In fact, I read history when I have a chance to read it. I read a lot of history. And I wish we were doing a much better job of teaching history for everyone. I'm sure that we would hear from different parts of the Asian Americans how badly they've been treated. So how far are we going to take this situation? Why can, somebody said earlier, we are in the business of dividing America. America has always been a melting pot. We have wanted people to come here and become Americans and to bring their unique talents and experiences to this country and become Americans. And we know what the left is best at, and that is trying to divide us into tribes and force us to fight each other. So if you're going to offer this an amendment, which I understand you want to offer, to include on Mr. Williams' amendment, then we'll have another amendment that will have every possible ethnic group that we can put in it as an amendment. That's ridiculous, because we have no business in this room dictating the curriculum to the schools. In fact, there is a law against it. And that's exactly why there are laws against it, because that should be decided at the local level. And incidentally, The word education is not in the Constitution as our prerogative to deal with. Now, we've tried to be reasonable here tonight. We've been here a long time, and we're going to be here a lot longer. So you can offer your amendment to the amendment, but I just want to say to you, okay? Italian Americans are going to want their history taught. We don't like the way we've been characterized either, okay? Irish Americans don't like the way they were treated in this country. And yes, they were treated unfairly. Again, I could go through every ethnic group that's ever come to this country and talk about that. So I just want to say to you, I'm not into tribalizing this country. I'm into, as somebody pointed out, I believe it was Mr. Wahlberg, out of many one. That's where we should be talking about it. So. Okay. Oh, we're going to have to recess because the live stream has gone down and people don't have the privilege of watching us. Oh, it's back up?
What happened?
I yield back the balance of my time.
So what happened? Did something go?
I have it on the best authority that the live stream is down, therefore we will recess until the live stream comes up, and I'd suggest we all pray that it comes up soon.
I'm done. Yeah, I'm doing great. Good seeing you, buddy. I am done.
Does the gentleman from Virginia wish to sustain his point of order?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Would you explain that?
Yeah, I make the point of order that the amendment is beyond the subject matter of the amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute that it amends. The amendment is a proposition on subjects different from that under consideration within the meaning of Clause 7 of Rule 16 of the House Rules.
Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the point of order? You must keep your comments to the point of order.
Well, I had my hand up
No,
to speak
I've
to
got
the
3
amendment.
hands up. Just a
Go ahead.
moment.
Go ahead.
Ms. Hayes.
I just want a clarification before I start because I had my hand up to speak on the amendment before you asked for the point of order.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I just would like clarification before I start to speak because I had my hand up to speak to the amendment in nature of a substitute before you asked for the point of order.
After we deal with the point of order, if the point of order is not upheld, then we will go back to the discussion of the amendment. Does any member wish to speak to the point of order? Mr. Scott.
Yeah, Madam Chair, the point of order that is
The gentleman's not recognized. I recognize Mr. Scott.
Am I being recognized?
I
I'm sorry.
recognize
I'll defer.
You wish Mr. Takano to be recognized.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Takano, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you. Madam Chair, the point of order is centered around the notion that Ms. Bonamici's amendment goes beyond the scope of the Williams amendment. Is that my understanding?
It goes beyond the scope of Mr. Williams' amendment.
So, for instance, the teaching of teaching about AAPI history goes beyond the scope of teaching about anti-Semitism or teaching about the Holocaust.
The chair does not entertain hypotheticals.
Well, I'm just asking because the substance of Ms. Bonamici's amendment has to do with enlarging the...
Mr. Takano, we're not debating Ms. Bonamici's amendment.
I am ascertaining the fact whether or not AAPI history. So underlying the point of order is that AAPI history has nothing to do with teaching of the Holocaust, when in fact we know that the famed 442nd Infantry Battalion, made up of entirely Japanese Americans, was part of they were a significant part of the liberation of Dachau, which was the longest running concentration camp. So how can we say that the inclusion or the inclusion of Ms. Bonamici's amendment, the concept that AAPI history should also be taught in conjunction with the Holocaust, that the Holocaust very much embraces the teaching, and I will also offer that the segregated fighting unit of the Tuskegee Airmen and other segregated fighting units fought against the Nazi regime and were involved in very important battles. So LGBTQ people were also targeted. I don't understand how the lessons of the Holocaust can exclude these other cohorts of people, Americans, the women who delivered the airplanes from factories, the wax. All of this has much to do with the Holocaust, the teaching of totalitarian forms of government. And they also cite some of the central themes of the essays that comprise the origins of totalitarianism, written by Hannah Arendt, following following the end of World War II in an attempt to understand the Holocaust. And that to understand the Holocaust is to understand imperialism, to understand race thinking, to understand the bureaucracies that were created by the Belgian government, and the massacre, but also another Holocaust that happened in the continent of Africa as a precursor to laying the groundwork for the kinds of administrative apparati that the German Nazi government began to embrace. All I'm saying, Madam Chair, is I think this point of order in substance is meaningless because we cannot understand the Holocaust unless we understand a whole lot of other history. And we need to teach it all. So I would argue that the point of order should be withdrawn.
Any other member wish to speak on the point of order? Mr. Scott?
Yes, Madam Chair. The underlying amendment speaks to the history of excluded groups, which is exactly what we're talking about in the amendment to the amendment. It just expands on the definition, but it's the same thing. That this kind of history needs to be taught. And I would hope that you would accept the amendment and overrule the objection.
I think, Mr. Scott, as the former chair, you know you can't expand on the definition and be germane. The chair is prepared to rule. Germaneness is construed narrowly in order to support informed consideration of legislation. The chair finds the amendment is beyond the subject matter of the amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute that it amends. The amendment is a proposition on subjects different from that under consideration within the meaning of Clause 7 of Rule 16 of the House Rules. Therefore, the amendment is not germane. The point of order is sustained. We're going to be, we will continue.
Madam Chair, I challenge the ruling of the chair.
I move to table the gentleman's appeal.
The motion to table is not debatable. The question is, shall the committee table the gentleman's appeal? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
I did good. You
We'll
did
now
good.
continue
Call
debate.
for a roll call vote, Madam Chair.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox?
Aye.
Ms. Fox votes aye. Mr. Wilson?
Aye.
Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Thompson?
Aye.
Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik? Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Banks? Mr. Comer? Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Owens? Mr. Owens votes aye. Mr. Good? Mr. Good votes aye. Ms. McLean? Ms. McLean votes aye. Ms. Miller? Ms. Miller votes aye. Ms. Steele? Ms. Steele votes aye. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes votes aye. Ms. Letlow? Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes aye. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean votes aye. Mr. Burleson? Mr. Burleson votes aye. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran votes aye. Mr. James? Mr. James votes aye. Ms. Chavez-Dreamer? Ms. Chavez-Dreamer votes aye. Mr. Williams? Mr. Williams votes aye. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Sablon? Ms. Wilson? Oh, Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici?
No.
Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Takano?
No.
Mr. Takano votes no. Ms. Adams?
No.
Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier?
No.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Norcross? Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Wild? Ms. McBath? Ms. McBath votes no. Ms. Hayes? Ms. Hayes votes no. Ms. Omar? Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens votes no. Ms. Landra Fernandez? Ms. Manning?
No.
Ms. Manning votes no. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Mervan votes no. Mr. Bowman?
No.
Mr. Bowman votes no. Ms. Stefanik? Oh.
How's Ms. Wild recorded?
Ms. Wild votes no. The vote?
Ms. Letlow's,
Yes. Ms. Letlow votes aye.
the clerk report the total.
The total is 22 ayes, 16 noes.
Motion to table is adopted. Debate will continue on the Williams Amendment. Any other member wish to speak on the Williams Amendment? The question is, on the Williams Amendment,
Madam Chair?
who's seeking recognition?
Over here.
Madam Chair,
I believe Ms.
request
Hayes
to
has
be
already
heard.
spoken on the
Madam
amendment.
Chair, I request to be heard.
Ms. McBath.
Ms. McBath is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to refer my time to Representative Hayes.
Thank you, Ms. McBath. Going back to the same amendment, I just would like to stress once again that we in fact should be teaching all the history. So I agree with everything that has been said on this hearing. I agree that we should be teaching Italian-American history. And many times during this hearing, the phrase e pluribus unum has come up. And the sentiment of that from the Founding Fathers was that from a single nation, a single nation from a collection of states. It did not ask that the states dissolve. So this is not meant to divide. Everyone can have unique characteristics and still be patriotic, still be American, still be considered as that one. It's the idea that like-minded people are all working together towards a similar goal. So it is not any intention on this side of the aisle to divide people. It is to celebrate the unique cultures that everybody brings and teach all the history. And then I will add just one final thing, that as we are highlighting exceptional events in our American history, I would also like to remind my colleague that there was an exceptional event that resulted in 12 million slaves being transported across the Atlantic slave trade. That is something that should also be taught. So again, this amendment is highly hypocritical to suggest that one history that is very important and should be taught, but also feeds into every other history that we've talked about, that the members on this side of the aisle that have discussed, that Ms. Bonamici's amendment would have just spoken to, is dismissed, yet this amendment is held up. Because if we are in fact saying that the federal government has no place in dictating curriculum, either we teach it all or we don't teach anything. I yield back to Ms. McBath.
I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Ms. McBath. Are there any others who wish to speak on the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment by the gentleman from New York. All in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no.
No.
Okay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. The next amendment. Dr. Adams, I understand you have an amendment at the desk?
Yes, Madam Chair, I have an amendment in nature of a substitute at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in nature of substitute to H.R. 5 offered by Ms. Adams of New York, North Carolina, identifier AMD_23.
Ms. Adams, you're recognized for 5 minutes to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our teachers and parents deserve opportunities for healthy engagement. And they don't need mandated in-person meetings, which for decades we've heard from Black and brown and low-income families restrict their ability to meaningfully engage with instructors. And that's why I introduced my amendment, which would add language to give parents the ability to request virtual meetings with their students' teachers. As an educator retired after 40 years, a mother to an elementary school principal, I've had decades of experience bridging the gaps that often exist between parents, students, and educators. H.R. 5 is a far cry from a solution to these pervasive issues. Our students do their best when their families and educators have opportunities to productively come together. H.R. 5, on the other hand, pits teachers against parents and is a direct example of the lack of respect that my colleagues have for the education profession. Further, over 50% of the U.S. population is in opposition with censorship and mass bans on age-appropriate books or other learning materials or opportunities. Curricula are chosen by panels of experts based upon learning benchmarks that ensure students remain competitive among their peers. This bill places us on a dangerously misleading path of federal mandates, many of which schools receive no additional funding to carry out. It's a setup that uses our students as political pawns, and it is unacceptable. As an elected official for several decades at the federal, state, and local levels, I've heard from parents and teachers alike about what they want to see in their schools. Things like teachers earning the wages that they deserve. Things like providing additional mental health support for teachers who simultaneously, individually navigated the pandemic while teaching our children and often their own children as well. Things like safe and inclusive environments so that students do not have to hear that another of their peers has been murdered or committed suicide. Things like diverse instructors so that our young people see themselves as the next generation of educators that our country has been actively seeking out in light of ongoing teacher shortages. They don't need additional reporting requirements without funding to support the data collection. And they certainly don't need the federal government using classrooms or students as political playgrounds. So let's call a spade a spade. This legislation attempts to hurl the beliefs of a privileged few onto the backs of the many at the ultimate cost of generations of students and families. I urge my colleagues to oppose the bill, and Madam Chair, I'll yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Does anyone wish to speak on Dr. Adams' amendment? Ms. Bonamici.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I recognize you for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thank Representative Adams for her amendment, and I move to strike the last word. As a parent who is very involved in public education in a variety of roles, I always valued the importance of parent-teacher conferences. They're great opportunities to share academic progress and growth. But the reality is, for many parents who want to be involved, they're simply not able, and it's not because there hasn't been a federal Parents' Bill of Rights. It's because there's socioeconomic and language barriers, they have work conflicts, transportation challenges, lack childcare, and other issues. I agree with my colleagues that parent-teacher conferences should regularly occur, but I'm a strong proponent of increasing access for all parents, not just the privileged few. There are specific ways we can improve parental involvement, and I welcome the opportunity to work on these solutions with my colleagues. For example, schools could benefit from additional translation services so parents receive notifications about conferences in their preferred language. Schools and families need the necessary technology to provide virtual options for parent-teacher conferences, and that's why I appreciate this amendment. Making parent-teacher conferences virtually accessible would be transformational for many. So I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join me in supporting this amendment, which will make parental engagement and involvement more accessible for more families. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Ms. Bonamici. I recognize myself for a brief moment. I think we have no objection to this amendment, and so we are willing to accept it, Dr. Adams. Thank you very much. The next amendment will be offered by...
I call the question on the amendment.
Oh, sorry. Is there... all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? No. Thank you. The amendment is approved. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Houchin, I understand you have an amendment at the desk.
I have amendment number 2 at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute to HR 5 offered by Ms. Houchin of Indiana, identifier AMD_2.
Ms. Houchin, you're recognized for 5 minutes to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. This amendment requires school districts to notify parents if, by the end of 3rd grade, their child is not reading at grade level proficiency. Decades of research show us that literacy is crucial to academic success. Knowing how to read is essential to being able to learn quickly and succeed in rigorous academic environments. The 3rd grade, in particular, is an especially pivotal time for students and their reading ability. It marks when children begin to shift from learning to read to reading to learn. In middle school and high school, students must learn a tremendous amount by reading for themselves. If children are struggling with literacy, parents deserve to know. The last thing schools should do is hide it from parents or sweep it under the rug. I'm not suggesting that all schools do this, but as schools are being measured and competition between schools increases, there is a risk of more and more schools hiding reading scores and reading proficiency that does increase the risk. Parents have a fundamental responsibility to ensure that their children are being educated well, and to fulfill that responsibility, they have a right to know. This amendment ensures that they will stay well-informed on our children's literacy skills. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting in favor of this amendment and the underlying bill, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on the amendment? Mr. Scott, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, I think this is redundant. I think it's already done, but I would hope that we would, if we discover that a child can't read by the 3rd grade for the reasons that the gentlelady has said, that we focus on making sure that they can read. Their reading recovery programs and everything else, and I think we need to make sure that parents are just not informed that their child can't read, but we make sure that the child can read.
Mr. Takano, you recognized for 5 minutes.
I too agree with the ranking member that schools, I don't see any reason for schools to hide the fact that students are struggling with reading. And I must say that I take issue with the animus and the sentiment that comes through in the amendment's authors, the author of the amendment, the feeling that somehow schools and teachers are the enemy, and that they're quote unquote hiding the fact that kids can't read. I don't think that there's even some. I think it's a very few. I don't even say it's a few. I just don't think schools are in the practice of hiding any struggles that students may be having, and the fact that the possibility that students aren't at grade level reading is a serious issue that we can tackle together. We should be working as Republicans and Democrats together on literacy. But this amendment, while I don't have any objection to making sure that parents are informed, I just don't think there's any reason for this amendment.
Ms. Hayes, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I move to strike the last word, and I would just like to just say I support what my colleague, Mr. Takano, just said. Most of us know that elementary school age children, 3rd graders specifically, in most states either take the DPI or the DAR, which are standardized tests, that the parents get a copy of that reading assessment. And 3rd grade is a benchmark year, you are absolutely right, but we don't need a federal law to do this because it already happens. And it is one of those things that happens in every school around the country, and parents literally are notified of the testing windows. They get that testing information, so much so that even during the pandemic, we still continued with those standardized testing and shared those results. So we don't need a federal law to do this. It is redundant. I urge my colleagues not to support this amendment. And again, just to have a conversation with your local educators to put yourselves at ease, to know that many of the things that we are discussing here today are already supported in schools, are already done in conjunction and collaboration with parents, are already shared out publicly, and there is no need for a federal law to assume control over local decisions that are made in our school. Thank you. I yield back.
Does any other member wish to speak on the amendment?
Madam Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Mr. James? Oh, Mr. Bowman, I'm sorry, I couldn't see where you were.
No problem.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Federal law already requires that states administer annual standardized tests in grades 3 through 8. It's called the Every Student Succeeds Act. States are also required to make those test results public on the state's education website. The state shares those results with the school districts and the schools, which then share them with parents. So this law is already in place. There's no need for additional law. So I support rejecting this amendment, and I encourage my Republican colleagues to do the same. Thank you, and I yield back.
Any other member wish to speak on the amendment? Well, I'll make a brief comment about it. I don't believe that we can be guaranteed that every child's teacher is telling the parents personally that they're not reading at grade level. And what Ms. Houchins said is absolutely true. We know that children who can't read at grade level by the end of the 3rd grade have a very uncertain and not very positive future ahead of them. The least we can do is have them inform the parent individually, and then hopefully the parent will work with the schools and expect that the child's reading level will be brought up in a reasonable length of time. If there is no further debate on the amendment, then the question is on the amendment by the gentlewoman from Indiana. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Ms. Manning, do I understand you have an amendment at the desk?
Yes, Madam Chair. Manning Amendment Number 34.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5 offered by Ms. Manning, North Carolina, identifier AMD_34.
Ms. Manning, you're recognized for 5 minutes to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment would ensure that schools cannot require students to submit information about their reproductive or sexual health, information that is deeply personal, appropriately private, and can be embarrassing for adolescents, particularly at a time of life when children develop at different times, and any emphasis on bodies can cause self-doubt, humiliation, and add to mental health issues for students. And we all know that mental health issues and eating disorders of adolescents are at an all-time high. The last thing we need are schools prying into personal information that could cause additional anxiety or embarrassment to students. For example, we have heard stories out of Florida where a policy was considered that would have required girls to provide school officials with information about their menstrual cycles. That kind of policy should raise alarm bells among every member on this committee. The right to ask embarrassing questions that are invasive and unrelated to a student's ability to learn is part of a culture war that seeks to control students and young women's bodies. Young women need and deserve privacy. Their personal and private bodily information and medical information should be kept between the students' parents, and the students' medical providers. While I am relieved that the unnecessary screenings were avoided in Florida, we cannot sit idly by as these types of intrusive actions are considered in other states. The reproductive health information of any student is not germane information for a school, nor is it information that a school should be able to obtain. I ask my colleagues to vote yes on my amendment, and I yield back.
Does any member wish to speak on the amendment? If no other member wishes to speak on the amendment, then I will yield myself 5 minutes. I'm opposed to this amendment. This amendment's not related to the purpose of the bill. The purpose of this bill is to make sure that parents are well informed about what is going on at their schools. Of course, we believe that student privacy is important, and we're happy to talk further with the representative about that. That's one of the main pillars of this bill. But today's markup is about making sure that schools don't trample parents' rights to know what their children are being taught. Further debate on this amendment? If not, the questions on the amendment by the gentlewoman from North Carolina. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I request a roll call vote.
A roll call vote is ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Ms. Chavez-DeRemer, I understand you have an amendment at the desk.
Madam Chair, amendment to the amendment DEREME002.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5 offered by Ms. Chavez-DeRemer of Oregon, identifier DEREME_002.
Ms. Chavez-DeRemer, you are recognized for 5 minutes to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill requires school districts to publish their budgets, but those budgets are often hundreds of pages long and read like an accountant's notebook. Often parents work long hours or even 2 full-time jobs. They don't have time to go through the dense budgets, let alone wrap their heads around what it all means. My amendment simplifies this process for parents, requiring that school districts also release a fact sheet breaking down their budget, further empowering parents' access and allowing parents to fulfill their responsibilities that they have to their children. I hope that my colleagues will support this very simple fix, and I yield back, Madam Chair.
The gentlewoman yields back. Does anyone wish to speak on the amendment? Mr. Scott, you're
Yeah, I
recognized.
just want to make sure we're discussing 002. Is that right?
Would the clerk redesignate the amendment for Mr. Scott?
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute to H.R. 5 offered by Ms. Chavez-DeRemer of Oregon, identifier DEREME_002.
Do you wish to be recognized?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Scott, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, this says if you're going to get a detailed budget information required under the present sentence, that you also get a fact sheet that summarizes it, and that such information is in clear and easily understood format. That makes sense to me. I hope we'd adopt the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Scott. Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Hayes, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just would like to say that, once again, I want to assure my colleagues that parents don't have to do this on their own. I worked in a school district, a very large school district with an over $300 million budget. These things are not just released with hundreds of pages of documentations. Generally, there are Board of Education hearings, there are public alderman hearings, there are community forums that outline and describe the details of the budget. So just to put my colleagues at rest, it is not just documents released that parents have to sift through, much like we do here in Congress with the budget process. There are generally weeks of hearings, public comment. In our instance, we had a Board of Aldermen who approved the budget, so there were aldermanic hearings that were televised, and this was oftentimes a weeks-long process. So I do support this amendment because we should be transparent, and as much information as is available should be shared. But just to, I guess, add another layer of assurance, because there seems to be this continuing theme that information is hidden from parents. And I can tell you that that is not generally the experience of local education agencies. I yield back. Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Ms. Manning, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like some clarification. I just want to make sure that when the amendment says provide to parents, it doesn't mean that the information has to actually be sent out to all parents. But, for example, posting it on a public website would be sufficient to meet the desire of the amendment.
Are you asking Ms. Chavez
I
Dreamer,
am.
are you yielding to her?
I yield, yes, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, that is correct, to be posted on a website for clarity.
Thank you for the clarification, I yield back.
Does anyone else wish to speak to the amendment? Mr. Takano?
Yes, Madam Chair, as I look at the amendment, it says, each of the following shall be made available for inspection by the parents or guardians of the children in attendance at the schools served by such agency. And it goes on to list all instruction materials, including, am I reading the right amendment here? Or is this,
I
I'm
don't
looking
believe
at a
you
different
have the
amendment.
correct amendment.
I'm sorry, all right,
Yield back?
I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Takano. Anyone else? All right, if there's no further debate on the amendment, the question's on the amendment by the gentlewoman from Oregon. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no.
No.
The amendment, in the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Mr. Bowman, I understand you have an amendment at the desk. Is that accurate?
Yes, Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk, Bowman Amendment number 19.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5 offered by Mr. Bowman of New York, identifier AMD_19.
Mr. Bowman, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Our schools and our students are experiencing a mental health crisis. The Surgeon General declared in December 2021 that students nationally are experiencing a mental health crisis. Only 1 in 5 high school students in the U.S. are enrolled in a school with a sufficient number of school counselors, despite the fact that more than 70% of children who receive mental health support do so in a school-based setting. The gap in access to mental health professionals is even more severe for Black and Brown, English language learner, and low-income students. The introduction of this bill demonstrates how Republicans are more concerned with using redundant legislation to message fear than they are on providing the funding and resources schools need to respond to student trauma and support their mental health. For decades, as both a teacher and middle school principal, I saw how when students act out, it often comes back to trauma and unmet needs. This bill does nothing to address the underlying issue our students face. It does not fund our school counselors who address student mental health needs and work collaboratively with families to support our youth. We need to rededicate our committee time to address the pressing crisis of our youth and their mental health concerns that our schools are experiencing. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does anyone wish to speak on the amendment? Ms. Bonamici, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word and speak in favor of Mr. Bowman's amendment. Access to mental health professionals in schools is a critical piece of building safe, responsive, inclusive, and healthy schools. And this is, colleagues, a really serious issue. You may have seen that the CDC recently reported a very high level of violence, sadness, and suicide risk, especially among girls and LGBTQ youth. School psychologists are essential to the provision of mental health care for kids in school. These services are foundational to supporting their healthy development and academic success. Achieving excellence in education requires that every student be ready to learn and every teacher empowered to teach. School psychologists work with students, educators, and families to support the academic achievement, positive behavior, and mental wellness, especially for students who are struggling with barriers to learning. They help schools and families address some of our biggest challenges in education, improving and individualizing instruction to close gaps, increasing graduation rates, preventing dropouts, creating safe, positive school climates, and preventing violence, and providing meaningful accountability, and importantly, strengthening family and school partnerships. Currently, many schools either do not have a school psychologist or have school psychologists who are stressed thin and susceptible to burnout. We must have a serious conversation about expanding access to school-based mental health professionals. So I support this amendment because it recognizes the importance of school-based mental health professionals, and I urge all of my colleagues to support this amendment and show bipartisan interest in tackling the shortage of school-based behavioral and mental health professionals. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. Anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Ms. Manning, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I would like to speak in favor of Mr. Bowman's amendment. We understand the mental health challenges that today's kids are experiencing. In fact, we know that after the pandemic, we saw a 30% rise in pediatric emergency room visits for mental health issues and a 25% increase in eating disorders. We've also seen a variety of articles from studies done recently that show that teenagers, particularly teenage girls, are having a dramatically increased suicidal ideation. So we have a dramatic need for more mental health services in our schools. And I'd also like to point out that we also have a shortage of mental health providers. And anything that we can be doing in this committee or in this Congress to incentivize more people to go into the field of mental health would be beneficial to our students and our society. So I want to thank Mr. Bowman for his amendment, and I yield back.
Anyone else wish to speak to this amendment? All right, I will speak briefly on the amendment. We certainly appreciate the representative's concerns, and we agree that students should have the resources they need to succeed. Although we've been assured here many times that all that's being taken care of at the local level. However, we're concerned that this amendment would lead to too much federal involvement in schools. It's not the job of Congress to dictate how districts should be making staffing decisions, nor should Congress be prescribing what type of health professionals students need access to. Those decisions are best left to the local level and to parents. Which leads me to my second point. This markup's about protecting parental rights, not addressing school staffing levels. If the representative would like to talk about school staffing, we're happy to have that conversation another time. But today we have the opportunity to ensure that parents can know what their children's schools are teaching, and we should focus on that. Anything else is a distraction. There's being no further debate on the amendment. The question's on the amendment by the gentleman from New York. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The next amendment.
I would like to request a recorded vote.
All right, Mr. Bowman has requested a roll call vote. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Ms. Chavez-DeRemer, I believe you have an amendment at the table.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amendment DEREME _001.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute to H.R. 5 offered by Ms. Chavez-DeRemer of Oregon, identifier DEREME _001.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're recognized for 5 minutes to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Teachers are some of the hardest working members of our society. I get that concern of weighing them down with bureaucratic burdens. But parents also have a responsibility to know what is being taught to their kids every day. These two realities, to me and to many of my colleagues, don't have to be at war with each other. The bill, with its current language, allows for parents to inspect what is being taught in classrooms, but without any structure. If inspection requests can be submitted at any moment, teachers might become busier fulfilling parents' inspection requests rather than paying attention to their students. The amendment I'm offering brings order to this process. Every 3 weeks, parents will have 3 school days to review and comment on teachers' lessons plans for the next 3 weeks, as well as review materials taught earlier in the school year. This 3-day window of time brings much-needed stability to a much-needed process. I do hope my colleagues will support this common-sense amendment. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Does anyone wish to debate the amendment? There being no further debate on the amendment,
Madam Chair.
Mr. Takano, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Yeah, the word common sense is used too often in this body to describe things that are not common sense. In this case, oh yeah, let's just have parents be able to examine, let me sort of read the list of things, all instructional materials, including teacher manuals, films, tapes, and other supplemental material which will be used in such school or in connection with any survey, analysis, or evaluation, any books or reading materials made available to students in such school or through the school library of such school. Again, many internal processes in terms of textbook adoptions, curriculum that has to go through committees. I mean, teachers are not autonomous in terms of what they are able to actually do in their classrooms. Much of it is constrained by school policies and district policies. So it is not common sense that there be this disruptive every 3 weeks, all of these materials get examined. Now this is, frankly, this is a kind of micromanagement which comes out of a fundamental distrust that is being assumed by the majority, a distrust of teachers. I would suggest that I'm not proposing that teachers have anything to hide. A teacher's manual of a state-adopted textbook is certainly nothing to hide, but certainly to suggest that we need to have a federal statute which mandates that every 3 weeks such inspections can happen is predicated on a fundamental distrust, which I don't think we should be operating out of that distrust. We should be building trusting relationships between teachers and parents, and the divisions are being caused, I think, by a rather radical and extreme element in our country, which is promoting this distrust between teachers and students, teachers and parents. I know you'll back.
Ms. Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just urge my colleagues not to support this amendment. I'd like to once again give you a little insight on what happens in a classroom. Generally, as a teacher, we would submit lesson plans every 2 weeks. That would go to our department head and then to our principal, but they were based on the curriculum which was taught in academic units. This idea that every 3 weeks a curriculum could be, your lessons should be reviewed, dismisses the fact that oftentimes as a teacher you may have to slow down or speed up to meet students' individual needs. So it is not as prescriptive or transactional as someone outside of the classroom may believe that it is. The materials are all generally at the beginning of the year. You sign off on a syllabus. The parents sign the syllabus. You know what is being taught, the materials that are being used. Any parent at any time, most schools have an open door policy where you can reach out to ask questions, but this idea of this prescriptive timeline where every 3 weeks a teacher would submit lesson plans for the month ahead really doesn't take into consideration that we are teaching children, individuals, who sometimes need very specific things that require us to slow down, stop, reinforce a skill, reteach a skill. So just something for you to, something else that I'd like for my colleagues to consider as we are just going through this laundry list of top-down, very prescriptive educational mandates from Congress overseeing what happens in local classrooms at the most granular level, which is antithetical to everything that Republicans have said that they believe in, that they stand for, that they support in education. So I urge my colleagues to vote no on this unnecessary amendment. I yield back.
On the amendment. Mr. Scott, you're recognized.
Yeah, yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this says that it has to be available for inspection, all instructional materials, including manuals, films, tapes, other supplemental material which may use, and any books or reading material made available to students in such school or through the library are subject to comment. The school has to set up a comment period during which parents or guardians in attendance at the school may inspect and provide feedback of any material. You've got to set up with these comment periods every 3 weeks and have comment period not less than 3 days. I mean, when are the teachers going to have time to teach? I yield back.
Joan yields back. There appears to be no more debate on the amendment by the gentlewoman from the state of Oregon. All those in favor on the amendment, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Ms. Stevens, I believe you have an amendment at the desk.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 5 offered by Ms. Stevens of Michigan, identifier AMD_03.
Ms. Stevens, you're recognized for 5 minutes to explain your amendment.
When I speak with parents back home in Oakland County, Michigan, when I hear from educators, those from our educational community, they express the concern that our schools are outdated and that they potentially are hazardous to learning. We have seen a major investment to repair and modernize school facilities so that students and staff can learn and work safely. This amendment would specifically create funding to remove lead pipes from schools, which is potentially contaminating our children's drinking water at school. Crumbling school facilities, of which we have talked about in this committee, in Congress's past, pose significant health and safety threats to more than 50 million students and 3 million teachers in public schools. This is playing out in real time. Schools across the country, students and educators are learning and working in dilapidated buildings with asbestos and contaminated water and mold. The average school building is roughly 44 years old. According to a 2020 GAO report, 54% of public school districts need to replace or update major systems in more than half their buildings. Roughly 41% of districts need to fix HVAC systems in at least half of their school buildings. Research shows that poorly functioning ventilation systems are a barrier to teaching and learning, particularly for students of color concentrated, sometimes in high poverty school districts. A 2022 GAO report confirmed that school districts serving high proportions of children and families of lower incomes, students of color, English learners, and students with disabilities often do not have the funding to prepare for disasters or repair damaged facilities. This report also found that due to deferred maintenance, many low-income school districts lose out on federal disaster recovery assistance. Instead of politicizing our classrooms, this amendment would help rebuild our classrooms and address the concerns of parents and educators all across this country and in southeastern Michigan. And I would just like to add this amendment, as we're talking about a parent's Bill of Rights, and as we're talking about the outcomes of our children, we've got to start with the infrastructure. We've got to start with the schools. This is very palpable. This is very real. And certainly everyone can agree to ensure that we are getting lead out of our schools. So I encourage all my colleagues who hail from all the zip codes across this nation to support this amendment, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Anyone wish to speak on the amendment? Ms. Manning, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to speak briefly in support of the amendment offered by my colleague from Michigan. This bill that we're talking about today and tonight purports to create a bill of parents' rights. One right I hope parents have is to send their children to schools where they're not poisoned by drinking water contaminated by lead pipes. Therefore, I would love for us to have the right to send our children to schools where they can drink healthy water and parents don't have to worry about their children being poisoned. I therefore support and urge my colleagues to support my colleague's amendment, and I yield back.
Anyone else? I recognize myself. I appreciate the gentlelady's amendment, but I will not be able to accept it. Everyone on our side of the aisle believes that children should have safe water to drink, healthy food in the school, and a healthy environment. But this bill is about establishing a set of principles or rights parents have in dealing with their schools. This amendment creates a new grant program around school infrastructure needs, and that's not what we're discussing today. No further debate on the amendment. The questions on the amendment by the gentlewoman from Michigan. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment
Madam
is
Chair, I
voted.
request a recorded vote, please. Thank you.
The gentlewoman requests a recorded vote pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Mr. Good, I believe you have an amendment at the desk.
I do, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk, the final one for me tonight, thankfully.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5 offered by Mr. Good of Virginia, identifier good_004.
Mr. Good, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment would clarify that parents have the right to know about attempts by school personnel to affirm their child's asserted identity if that identity is inconsistent with the child's biological sex. The amendment is simply asking that parents be notified about the most sensitive issues as it relates to their own child, or when the school staff is using different pronouns or names for the child, or letting them use restrooms or locker rooms inconsistent with their biological sex. Virginia my own home state, has demonstrated the need for this underlying legislation and for this amendment. In fact, Governor Youngkin was largely elected because of this parental rights issue. My colleagues on this side of the aisle, I'm confident, would agree that parents inherently have the God-given right to know what happens in their child's school. Parents deserve to know if their child is safe, and sadly, the consequences of leaving parents out of serious issues related to gender can be severe, as we have seen. In fact, a special grand jury found that in Loudoun County Public Schools in Virginia, a school system that has gotten infamous because of this, they were delinquent in handling a sexual assault incidents, plural, that occurred in 2021. In one of these tragic incidents, a male student claiming to identify as female abducted an actual female student and sexually assaulted her. The attacker was simply moved to another school district, and the school board refused to release any information about the incident. Loudoun County Schools kept the story secret until parents started speaking out. In the findings from the special grand jury, it stated that Loudoun County Public Schools administrators were looking out for their own interests instead of the best interests of the children, and they failed at every juncture. Just last month, matter of fact, as appalling as this is, the Loudoun County School Board voted to keep the findings of the sexual assault case private. But the genesis for this underlying bill and the parents' rights movement that resulted in Governor Glenn Youngkin becoming elected in Virginia. And he has issued model policies for our state in the same vein as this amendment, requiring parents simply to be notified if their child wishes to be called pronouns inconsistent with the child's biological sex. For those who fear for a child's safety, if the parent is notified, it's clear that the most appropriate individual to love and care for a student is their parent. My amendment is a common sense amendment in line with existing model policies and underscores the importance of parents having ultimate responsibility and control of their children's education and well-being. And so I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Good. Does anybody wish to speak on the amendment? Mr. Takano.
I move to strike the last word. Madam Chair, again, the word common sense is invoked in a way that points to no common sense at all. Because if the gentleman really knew an LGBTQ person, really understood the community, and really understood what LGBTQ students may encounter, that there is a very real, a reality-based fear that some LGBTQ students have if they are outed to their parents. Many of these young people come from unsupportive homes where parents may react violently, where they may impose emotional or psychological harm. And again, I want to cite the statistic of 40% of homeless youth are LGBTQ. So if we were to inform our common sense with this knowledge, we would not, I think, accede to the idea that the gentleman for Virginia's amendment is common sense at all. In fact, it very much puts at risk LGBTQ students by outing them to parents that may be unsupportive. Some parents are supportive, and some parents may react in different ways. But we have to make laws that are wise and that account for all the possible circumstances. I would say that this amendment, again, puts LGBTQ children at risk, and it actually puts them in harm's way. And I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Takano. Ms. Jayapal, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word. I'd like to speak in opposition to this amendment, and I'm actually insulted by it. I am insulted by a lot of what has happened today. You've heard me say I'm the mom of a trans kid, a trans daughter, and I do not understand why my Republican colleagues are so fixated on a group of children who are trying to live their lives. I really don't understand it. You want people to report if they want to be called by a different name. Is that a nickname? If they're called a nickname on the playground, do you want that to be reported? What names exactly are we talking about? You want people to report if they want to be called by a different gender? Do you know that you use the pronouns they, them frequently when you're referring to a man or a woman? It is actually part of English grammar. It's not a terrible thing to think about language and how language allows for people to feel like they belong. We have incredible instances of people wanting to change their name because they want to change their name. I thought you guys were the party of freedom. What kind of freedom is this? You want to actually put kids in danger. You are making laws here, or trying to make laws, without even understanding, or maybe you do, that would be worse, the impact of your words and your amendments and your legislation that hurts children across this country.
The gentlelady is reminded to direct her comments to
Thank
the
you, Madam
chair,
Chair.
or the words will be taken down.
Thank you. I understand. I just have to say this is insulting. It is insulting. You know, when my daughter came out to me, I embraced her. And unfortunately, not every child gets that acceptance from their families when they choose to come out. In part because we have these polarizing, divisive conversations where instead of offering assistance and support and all kinds of welcoming support from parents, we have legislators who want to make trans kids a problem in this country. They are not a problem. My daughter is not a problem. Too many children find themselves in homes where they live in isolation and fear. According to the Movement Advancement Project, just 27% of trans kids say their families are supportive of who they are. 2/3 of LGBTQ youth report hearing homophobic or transphobic statements from their own family. Please understand that outing a child to an unsupportive parent is cruel and reckless, and in some cases, it is deadly. 1 in 10 transgender kids who are out to their family experience physical abuse from relatives because of who they are. And this amendment would force schools to endanger children. Trans youth with unaccepting families are often forced out of their homes and into the street. LGBTQ youth are more than twice as likely as their peers to be homeless, with the primary factor behind this shocking statistic being family rejection. And in turn, homelessness drastically exacerbates depression and anxiety and leads to increased rates of suicide. I say all of this because I ask you to please understand that you are targeting children with these amendments, with these suggestions that somehow there's something wrong with our kids if they identify in a way that you don't see as appropriate, if they change their name, if they just want to be who they are. And I have to tell you, it's insulting to me as a legislator because it's completely without any factual merit in what you're saying, but as a mom, it's incredibly insulting. And shame on us for using this forum in Congress, this incredibly privileged opportunity that we have here, to bring harm to children across the country, to foster and fuel hatred and divisiveness against a bunch of kids who are just trying to be who they are. Come on, let's actually do some real legislating, and let's stop this hateful speech. I firmly oppose this amendment, and I just call on my Republican colleagues on the other side of the aisle to stop doing this to our kids. This is wrong. It is absolutely wrong. I yield back.
Mr. Owens,
Thank you,
you're
Madam Chair.
recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to yield my time to Mr. Good.
Bottom line is, parents have a right to know what's happening with their kids in their schools, even the most sensitive issues, and we can all point to the extreme circumstances as justification for what we want to do, but parents deserve to know. Parents are the most equipped and most responsible people to take care of the well-being of their children. Not too long ago, 0.02% of all children identified or had gender dysphoria. Now it is increased 5,000% in the last 7 years. 5,000% in the last 7 years. It's an issue in our schools. It's exploding in our schools, and parents have a right to be informed and to be brought into the conversation. All this amendment does is require parents to be notified. Can you think of a more harmful thing to your child than have them being treated a different gender at school without your knowledge? Can you think of a more damaging thing to you and your parent-child relationship, or for your child, for that to be happening apart from your knowledge, when you could have helped that child with that gender confusion? And studies show 90% of children grow out of that with the appropriate support once they identify that gender dysphoria, that confusion. So all this is doing is notifying parents as they appropriately should be notified. And I yield back, Madam Chairman.
Mr. Owens, you yield back.
I yield back. Thank you.
Ms. Hayes, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
I move to strike the last word. Just to ask a clarifying question, I would just like to know, does this legislation only apply to LGBTQ youth, or is it any student who would like to be called by a different name? Because I can tell you, having worked in an urban public school where I had large ethnic populations of students from Albania or Poland or different areas of the world with very complicated names, and students would often say, just call me so-and-so. So would that apply whenever a student is called outside of their given name to this piece of legislation, or is it targeted specifically at LGBTQ students? I yield for an answer.
I think you're well aware what the intention of the legislation
I'm not
is.
aware, that's why I'm asking, sir.
Well, I think I've made it clear. Thank you.
So I guess we can assume that this legislation is meant specifically
The
to target.
legislation is intended to allow parents
I
to know.
am reclaiming my time. I gave the gentleman
Are you
the
genuinely
opportunity
confused?
to answer the question that I asked. Your answer was you think I am aware. So right now I am reclaiming my time and I am stating that the legislation is meant to specifically target LGBTQ students, not any student who would ask to be called by a different name, which is a common practice amongst children, especially children who have long multisyllabic names. So again, this is an attempt to discriminate against a specific group of students. I urge my colleagues to vote no to this discriminatory legislation, which bastardizes the intent of what this committee is supposed to do. Children in schools often ask to be called shortened names, nicknames, and if this legislation is saying that any child who asks to be called by a name outside of their given name on their birth certificate, then you would have said that. The answer is no. Again, this is targeted at LGBTQ and transgender kids, and I urge my colleagues to vote no to this legislation. I yield back.
Mr. Scott, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Just very briefly, Madam Chair, the problem with this legislation is it applies to everybody. It's by federal mandate. Everybody is covered, whether it's a good idea or not. Some of the children have parents for whom such notification would not be helpful. But this legislation would require the notice anyway, in every case. Obviously, in most cases, it would make sense, but there are some cases where it doesn't make sense, and this legislation would require it anyway. So I intend to vote no, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Dr. Adams, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Move to strike the last word. I wanted to see if the gentleman would yield for question. Oh, I'll yield to him for a question.
Yes, ma'am.
For an answer. Okay, so you mentioned a study where you said children would grow out of it, something like that. What do you have the study? Do you have the name of it?
There are multiple studies that indicate that 90% of children grow out of any temporary expression of gender confusion, and to have adults come alongside them and support that or affirm that confusion truly is prevents them from growing out of it as they typically naturally would.
So do you have the name of the study? You said 90%. I mean, can you give me one?
I don't have any names to specifically to give you today.
Madam Chair, I'm going to yield the rest of my time to Representative Jalapal.
Or you can yield to me.
I'll yield to Mr.
Thank you, thank you. I was just looking because I was curious what studies these might be. I really was thinking maybe I'd learn something. But here's what I found. This is from Kaiser Health Network. Although some research shows that up to 94% of children will grow out of their transgender identity, those studies were flawed in the first place and should not dictate how doctors care for young children who want to socially transition. Then there are, oh my goodness, how many of these? Numerous articles here about the flaws in those, quote, studies. So, once again, I would just ask you to remember that there are parents' rights to have their children respected. Stop talking about our kids the way you talk about them. I yield back.
I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Adams. Anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? There being no further debate, the question is on the amendment by the gentleman from Virginia. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Ms. Wilson, I understand you have an amendment at the desk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5 offered by Ms. Wilson of Florida, identifier WILSFL_010.
Ms. Wilson, you're recognized for 5 minutes to explain your amendment.
It is the sense of Congress that parents have a right for their children to be taught by teachers who earn a minimum salary of $60,000 per year. We have teachers who are driving for Uber and working at the makeup counters, working at the local mall, working in retail, waiting tables after they leave their teaching job because they don't make enough money to make ends meet.
Yeah, I read bunches of them.
If you say you support their parents, then support the teachers of those parents' children by helping them to make a fair, livable wage. This should be a right. 3/4 of your constituents want to increase teacher salaries. 2/3 of school districts are grappling with teacher shortages. We are losing teachers each and every day. One way to get teachers back in the classroom is by offering better pay. A recent survey found that most parents do not want their children to become teachers because the pay is too low. It should be shameful to the members of this committee. I fear for my colleagues if this does not bring them shame. If it doesn't, it wouldn't be hard for me to think the American people made a horrible mistake in electing them to this body. Teacher pay matters to me. I submit that teacher pay should matter to every member in this room. And today, Republicans and Democrats alike get to show their support and respect for our teachers. Today, we should amend H.R. 5 to include the right to properly compensate teachers. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
Ms. Adams, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word and speak in favor of Representative Wilson's amendment, an amendment that will funnel support to help states to pay teachers a minimum of $60,000 annual salary. Far too long, teachers have done so much with too little, and particularly too little pay. In light of deep and widespread teaching shortages in North Carolina and nationwide, record low teaching morale, the need for policy solutions to increase teacher pay is absolutely clear. During the coronavirus pandemic, many parents discovered the delicate balance that teachers carry out each day in the classroom, tending to the unique and diverse needs of students, lesson planning and coordinating extracurricular activities. And as if that were not enough for one person, our teachers do all of this while being monitored, undergoing assessments, meeting with parents and community leaders, and attending professional development opportunities for all that they do. Most important of these, loving our children, We cannot continue to sweep the needs of the nation's educators under the rug. I support this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Does anybody else wish to speak on the amendment? Ms. Stevens, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, I move to strike the last word in support of the Wilson amendment. Surely, as we are preparing to see our colleagues who are co-sponsoring the Parents' Bill of Rights support things like reporting the utilization of whiteboards, technology. Now we've seen an amendment proposed about pronouns. The cumbersome reporting in this bill certainly warrants paying our teachers a livable wage. We have a teacher crisis. It is the #1 thing we hear about in Michigan, across the board. Pensions have gone away. We don't pay the student teachers. They're saddled with transportation costs. So if we're passing federal law, the nation's law, certainly we can support something that rewards and recognizes our teachers at the livable wage, just as my amazing colleague, Ms. Wilson, stated. Working second jobs after hours, seeing your teacher at the fast food store because as a cashier because they can't make a livable wage. Certainly, this brings some common sense back to our legislation. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens. Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? All right, I recognize myself. While I have always supported the idea that our nation's educators should be paid more, those at the elementary and secondary level. In fact, I'd pay them what college professors make and pay the college professors what they make at the elementary and secondary level. But it's not the federal government's role to dictate what the pay should or should not be. Therefore, I oppose the gentlelady's amendment. There being no further debate on the amendment, the question's on the amendment by the gentlewoman from Florida. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Recorded vote.
The gentlewoman has requested a recorded vote pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Mr. James, I understand you have an amendment at the desk.
Roger, Madam Chairwoman. I have an amendment, James 004 to Delta at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute to H.R. 5 offered by Mr. James of Michigan, identifier James _004.
I'm so
excited. The gentleman
excited.
is recognized to explain his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. And I am so excited to be here. We are discussing the important matters of our nation and the day. And I very briefly offer an amendment to Mr. Good's amendment. We are not singling out anyone, but I would like to remind my colleagues on both sides of the aisle that this bill is about what parents deserve to know. I believe that parents deserve to know if their child is engaging in or being engaged by cyberbullying. I believe that parents deserve to know when children are being engaged by or engaging in hazing. I believe that parents deserve to know when their children are being engaged by things that will decrease their mental health, will increase suicidal ideation and self-harm. I do believe that parents deserve to know when they are in possession of drugs or other controlled materials. I believe that parents deserve to know if their children are having an eating disorder or otherwise troubled. And I believe that parents deserve to know if a child in their school brings a weapon that may threaten their safety. I think you agree. I really do think you agree that parents deserve to know these things. We are not singling out anyone, but we are talking about the rights that parents have and deserve to know. And we've talked about a lot of great things like the mental health crisis that are currently being faced in our schools by our children. Teachers' pay, that our teachers are great public servants and deserve all the respect that they are due. Lead pipes in our schools that have plagued southeastern Michigan and folks all around the country. But I would also remind you that my colleagues on the Democrat side have had the White House, the Senate, and the House up until about 2 months ago, and now it's a problem. We are here to talk about the things that parents deserve to know. And in addition to the important issues raised by this amendment and my Democrat colleagues, I'd like to propose that in all instances in which a child's mental health or personal safety is in question, the parent of that child is simply advised of the situation. Moving testimony from one of my colleagues about how she responded to her child who's transgender. How arrogant of us to assume that we know better and that other parents would not respond similarly. I firmly believe that most of us as parents who love our children, most of us, 99.9%, I think that would be a solid assumption, love our children, would do everything that we can, but we can't do that if we are not informed. We need to be informed, and parents deserve to know. Parents must know when their child goes to school that they are safe, and that includes knowing that their child face a crisis or any event that threatens their child's well-being, that they will be informed, that they will work as partners with their administrators in order to make sure that everyone makes it home safely and they don't swallow a medicine cabinet when they get back there. This amendment is necessary to ensure the safety and well-being of all of our children in our public schools and to recognize the God-given right that our parents have to raise their children in the way they see fit. I believe that our parents deserve to know, and I urge my colleagues to support it and the underlying bill. I yield back.
I'm going to ask the clerk to please clarify the number of the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5 offered by Mr. James of Michigan, identifier James_008.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, I've not been able to receive electronically the amendment. I don't have the text.
I'm sorry, Mr. Takano, will you speak into the microphone?
I do not have the amendment, the electronic form. Excuse me, I finally just received it just now. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Takano. Does anyone, Ms. Hayes, you seek recognition? You're recognized for 5 minutes.
I move to strike the last word and urge a no vote of my colleagues on this amendment. I'm just gonna, you're right, we support all of these things. We talked about amendments that support food for kids, amendments that support clean water, amendments that support teacher pay, amendments that support trauma-informed mental health professionals, amendments that support keeping our schools safe from guns. All of these amendments and all of these things that my colleagues say they support, I remind you that the way we show our support for issues in this body is to vote for them, is to pass legislation that actually solidifies those issues. To vote for, in support of bully-free schools is, I think, what was just stated. Yet this entire hearing has been about bullying children. What about those children? Who is speaking? We haven't talked about any of these other issues. Everything has been targeted at this one specific group of young people. So own it. Own it. This is your position. Own it. All we've heard about in this entire hearing is how we support children, we support teachers, we support all of these things, but time and time again, when these things come up for an issue or come up to have amendments debated, they're rejected as not being germane to this topic or this issue. I remind you that when we are discussing parents' Bill of Rights, those children have parents too, and those children deserve to be heard. Those parents also deserve to be heard and represented by their members of Congress. And as a final note, I will say, everyone keeps invoking, God-given rights and what God would like and what God would want. I remind you that all of our parents don't worship the same God or believe in the same God, have different value sets, have different beliefs, and that really should not guide our decision-making. We have a responsibility to educate all children in this country, no matter who they are, no matter where they come from, no matter how they present themselves at school. So again, this amendment and every amendment that we've heard come from the other side really sets to pick and choose the quality of education that our students will get. I urge a no vote on this amendment as well, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Yes, Madam Chair.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I can't imagine a situation where parents wouldn't know that their child is being bullied. The child would tell the parents. And so if the parents don't know, you wonder what kind of situation that is. This would be a federal law requiring such notification, whether it's a good idea or a bad idea in that particular situation. Again, you're passing a federal law mandating things that may work 99% of the time, may not make sense, may be counterproductive in 1%, but you've passed the law requiring such notification, whether it makes sense or not, whether the child will be endangered with such notification. You don't know. You don't know what kind of parents they've got or how they're going to react. But there's some reason they don't know, and the child hasn't told them. I think we ought to pause to see if there's any kind of reason and individualized assessment that ought to be made before such notification is mandated by federal law. So I would want to vote against this legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Mr. Owens, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Just a quick minute. This is a debate I think we've been fighting for, actually going for quite a few decades, starting with John Dewey, who believed that the father of progressive education, who believed that it was the state who truly owned those kids that we loaned to them $8 a day. And that's what we're talking about right now. We're talking about something very simple. Anyone who loves their child wants to know what the child's welfare is throughout the day that we loan them to the school system. And here we have a conversation that parents are the bad guys. Parents are the ones, if you tell their kids what's going on, they're going to punish them. Where we arrogantly say that I wouldn't do that as a parent, I wouldn't do that, but other parents will. America needs to really understand what the debate is. It's about who raises our children, who decides what's best for them, who decides what kind of curriculum they have or how they should be educated. It's not these bureaucrats who take them for 8 hours a day and think they know everything about how to raise kids and raise other people's kids. So I'm hoping those who are listening understand this debate. Continue to hear how parents are portrayed as the bad guys, the ones to be careful about, the ones not to be opened up to understand what's happening to their child. At the same time, notice how the other side of the aisle seems to understand how their child should be talked to and embraced. Well, not every parent, but most parents in this country feel the same way. They love their children. That's why they're tuning in to conversations like this. So you can find out how to make sure their child is educated, they leave confident, and be able to produce and give back to the country and make their parents proud. So with that, I yield back.
Mr. Owens yields back his time. Ms. Bonamici, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just very briefly, number one, want to say that no one here is insinuating that parents are bad. We're just concerned about the children who do not have supportive parents, and I think we've made that very clear. And with regard to the amendment from the gentleman from Michigan, the problem with having a list like this is, unfortunately, it doesn't include important issues like shouldn't a parent be informed if their student has been placed in seclusion or restraint, or there's been an exercise of corporal punishment, which I don't support. So I trust the teachers and the school. They will be notifying parents when there are these issues. This doesn't need to be added to this already problematic bill, and I encourage my colleagues to oppose it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Wahlberg, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, thank you. And it's late and getting later. There's been a lot of emotion go on here, and it's an emotional topic we're dealing with. This is near and dear to our hearts, especially those of us who are parents and grandparents, those of us who love kids, regardless of how those kids behave in their life, choices they make, we love them. I think we need to remember, and specifically with this amendment, all the gentleman is saying, parents deserve to know. The overwhelming number of parents, I think we could agree, overwhelming number of parents love their kids, care for their kids, want to do the best for their kids. And if there are things that are potentially negative in the kids' lives, parents ought to know about it. The parent of a transgender student ought to know about it if there's some bullying, etc., that goes on. The parent of a Christian kid who's being bullied because of his faith ought to know about it. The parent of a kid who the kid is acting out and causing problems or making choices that they're not able to make yet or shouldn't be making at the age in their life. Parents ought to be given the chance. There's a risk there, yes. There are some parents that are dysfunctional, that won't take the responsibility, that screw up with their kids' lives, and we see that all the time. But the majority of parents are still not that way. And I think the gentleman makes a point. Folks, what's wrong with letting parents know what's going on in the lives of their kids in the schools? And you know what? Knowing the number of public school teachers and private school teachers I know, including in my family, teachers care for those kids too. And the majority of them are not going to complain about us. And in fact, most of the people, if they can't figure out how to go to sleep and they're watching what's going on here, they don't mind us saying parents ought to have rights to know what's going on in their kids' lives. And I know it's an emotional issue here. And it's frustrating that we battle it, but that's what happens in this people's house. That's what we do. But I applaud the gentleman for standing up and saying anything that goes on in a kid's life in school, we should not hide that from the parents. And then if the parents don't handle it appropriately, we've got all sorts of authorities that can take action on that. And so I plead with my colleagues to get away from the politics of it and think about what your parents cared about for you, most of us at least. I didn't agree with my dad in many cases, but he was right. And I'm glad that when I disagreed with him, ultimately he stuck to it. And even though they love my twin brother better than me, I'm still glad to be here with you. And I think we ought to encourage parents to be parents. And that's a good thing. And I yield back. I'd be delighted to yield.
Thank you. I appreciate the gentleman for yielding. The problem with this is that the families you're talking about will already know, because the child would say he's being bullied in school. We're talking about the subset of parents that don't know and would be notified. My question is, in all cases, without exception by federal mandate, should they all, without any evaluation, be notified, even though you think it might not be a good idea?
I appreciate the gentleman's concern there, but let me answer first. Let's make sure we don't discriminate against the 90% or better of parents who want to deal with their kids and deal with it positively. Then let's find ways of dealing with those parents who aren't going to do well by their kids, who are going to bully them themselves, who are going to not deal with them appropriately. But then we'll do that. But let's not throw the overwhelming majority of parents out just because of the few that we ought to be concerned about and find a way there.
Madam Chair, point of order.
That's all I'm saying.
Point of order. The subject under debate is not the previous amendment, but the amendment that deals with cyberbullying, hazing, mental health, etc.
Thank you, Mr. James.
I yield back.
You yield. Mr. Bowman, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
So this overall bill and many of the amendments are simply solutions in search of a problem. Parents already have a right to know all these things.
They're not.
Parents vote for school boards, serve on school boards, select superintendents, serve on PTAs, serve on school leadership teams, are partners with teachers, are consistently in communication with teachers. Parents already know. We are saying parents have a right to know. They already have that right. There's no need for an additional bill or an amendment on any of these things. We're here wasting time, and we're throwing out all these numbers, and Mr. Good couldn't even identify the so-called research that he shared with the rest of us. We are, like, I was in school for 20 years, pre-K through 12, working with parents every day of my life. How many members on the other side of the aisle worked in schools for that long, worked in schools at all? When's the last time you visited a school or went to a school board meeting? You're taking one singular incident in a district somewhere in the country and then looking to create federal legislation in relation to individual incidents. Of course, there are some mistakes that have been made by teachers and schools and school districts all over the country, periodically. It happens all the time. But to say we need federal law related to parents' rights with regard to these issues it's legislative malpractice. We have been here all day talking about something that we say parents have a right to have that they already have. My colleagues who are speaking on these issues have been teachers in classrooms. We have a teacher of the year on this side. We have former school principals on this side. We have elementary educators on this side speaking about our lifelong engagement with parents. What are we talking about? They already have the right to know all this stuff. Again, there's a long-standing reputation of the GOP, the Republican Party, seeking to dismantle public education in this country. We want to shrink the federal government, want to get rid of the Department of Education. And what's worse about this entire hearing is we have targeted the most vulnerable children to make our arguments, which are our trans kids. Speaking of them as if they are trans in school, but not trans in the home. As if there's someone different at home and you're saying parents have a right to know. Parents know because they know their kids and love their kids. They just want their kids to be safe when they go to school. You're acting like there's some conspiracy theory by teachers, unions, and public education officials to hide information from parents. It's not happening. All of this is a lie. It's not happening. Mistakes in districts and classrooms in parts of the country happen. Yes. The need for federal legislation to respond to those mistakes, especially with regard to Parent Bill of Rights, is unnecessary. They already have the rights. And former Governor McAuliffe's mistake, he was wrong in saying parent voice is not important in education. He was wrong for saying that. But he doesn't represent the Democratic Party or the Democratic Party's position on public education. Come on now. We all care about vocational education. Let's write a bill together focused on vocational education. I'm with that. We care about mental health, cyberbullying, student safety. Let's write a bill on that. I'm with that. But this Parent Bill of Rights thing, it's virtual signaling to the far right individuals in your party and groups across the country that want to see a dismantling of public education, in favor of private education, Christian schools, and charter schools. Like, you support vouchers. The more you attack public education, the more vouchers, the more parents lose faith in public schools and use vouchers to go to private schools, mostly Christian schools. That's what come on now, we're not stupid. And Mr. Good, just because a person isn't white and Christian and male doesn't mean they're deficient or defective. I yield back.
The members are reminded to address their comments to the chair. Anyone else? Mr. Takano, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I thank the gentleman from New York for articulating this notion that what this bill is about, what this whole pretense over parents' rights or the parent right movement is virtue signaling to extreme elements in our country. That what the political energy is that animates this legislation before us is derived from a whole situation of parents that were angry about the situation that we had with the pandemic, with the school closures, and also with some parents that are extremely concerned about curriculum and trans students. Otherwise, why would we see amendments that are so focused by the majority, amendments by the majority that are focused on trans children and trans kids, and in some cases making it mandatory that they're outed to their parents. Teachers and parents, when they work together, and most of the time they do work together, but teachers also have a responsibility in many cases to protect the well-being of their students and to make judgments about a whole host of issues that make it necessary for them to make judgment calls. Administrators make administrative calls. Again, I agree with the assessment of the ranking member that in most cases, parents and teachers can work together, and if there's an atmosphere of trust, much of the things that parents have a right to know are going to be known. But in some cases, in many cases, we have to take care of those situations in which harm may accrue to the student, harm may accrue to the child, and we have to take account for the child's well-being. And the child has rights too. And teachers have responsibility to ensure that those rights are also protected. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? Mr. Mervan, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox. Is the hair okay? Thank you. My question is, if I will yield to the person who's leading the amendment, what happens if a child is being bullied and the school does not report to the parent? I yield my time to the person who has the amendment.
There are notifications. There are notifications in this bill that parents should be engaged, and once the parents should know, the parents will be allowed to partner with the teachers.
My question is there a penalty? What is the repercussion?
No, your question was what will happen if the child is bullied.
If I can take back
No,
my
you
time
yielded.
and rephrase my, I'm not being
Rephrase, go ahead.
confrontational. I really want to know. I'm being serious.
Okay.
A school does not report to the parent. What are the repercussions to the school?
In practical matters, when this is discovered, what will happen is the parents will work with the school within the local laws and jurisdictions to make sure that they continue to partner and they seek whatever redress is required at that particular time.
So each local jurisdiction, if I can yield back after this question, each local jurisdiction will determine what the penalty is to their own school if they don't report.
I would assume that where the law is silent at the federal level, then the state and local level would take over, yes.
And if I can yield one more question, who enforces this?
Again, where the federal law is silent, I assume that the state and local law will take over.
So we're creating a federal law that assumes
Mr. James and Mr. Mervan, would you yield to me just a second?
I yield to the chair.
Thank you. This is under general enforcement of the Elementary and Secondary Education Act by the Department of Education.
Again, who enforces this?
The Department of Education.
So the parent would go to the Department of Education.
No, the parent would go to the local education authority, the LEA.
And then what would happen to the actual local school?
And then the LEA will deal with this under the general authority given by the Department of Education.
Does anyone have a thought on how you define deal with this?
If the school does not fulfill its responsibility, then it would be up to the state and to the department to deal with the local agency.
May I yield Mr. Bowman the rest of my time, please?
Thank you so much. So again, this already exists. So if there's a situation where a child is bullied in school, or is there's some type of confrontation that the school failed to notify the parent about, but the parent was informed by the child when the child came home, the parent then informs the school that my child has been bullied and or harmed, and the school didn't notify me about this. I would like to have a meeting to discuss what happened. That's one pathway. Another pathway is the parent can go to the superintendent to report to school for not reporting what happened to the child. And then the superintendent will do an investigation as to the level of negligence in the school and or just oversight, because a lot of things happen in a school building. If the superintendent and or the state find the school culpable, the administrator in the school and or the teacher may get a letter to file, may be removed from the school, or some other form of disciplinary action. And I can articulate this so clearly because it already exists. So why are we talking about doing it? It's already there. I was a middle school principal. I've been through this myself. It exists. There's no need to vote yes on the amendment. It exists already. I yield back.
Anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Mr. Williams, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
I commend Mr. Bowman and his experience, and so glad that is the rule of the day and under your leadership and in your middle school. Unfortunately, we should forced to be in a position to try to raise the level of all schools and all children to the same standard that you articulated. That's what Mr. James has put forward this amendment to do. It turns out there are bad actors. Sometimes they are the former chairman of the Democratic National Committee, and sometimes they are the governor of the 12th largest state in our union, and the federal government is the only authority above that, and that's the protection that Mr. James seeks. So while I commend you for your expertise and passion and the proper handling of these things under your watch, I think the rest of the American children deserve the same level of protection that you innately provide and wisely provide. Madam Chairman, I yield back.
I believe in all situations, as far as the federal government is concerned, is if local and state schools don't comply, they're subject to losing their federal funding. And that would be the ultimate opinion. Now, I guess we need to get some legal opinions on that, but as I understand, my mom and dad were teachers. And the reason that states have to deal with a lot, well, we went over this with the Every Student Succeeds Act, where the federal government was, we had the No Child Left Behind legislation. There was so much compliance requirement in that legislation that teachers did not have the time to teach. And of course, if they didn't comply, then they were subject to losing, these districts and these states were subject to losing federal aid, federal assistance, which is about 11% in the state of Georgia of of our school funding. You got to remember something, folks. It's the parents that are paying the majority of the cost of public education here. And that's why we think they should have a right to know what is being taught to their children. You know, in Richmond County, it's 60% of the county budget of property taxes, folks. It's not federal funding. Federal funding is only, like I said, in Georgia, it's 11%. I don't know what it is in other states. But I think here all we're trying to do is assure that those folks who are paying the biggest portion, the folks that have the real interest and stock in this whole process, have a voice in it. And like I said, the only penalty would be the federal government says, if you don't comply, then we're going to withdraw your funding. And there are states today that are considering not taking federal funding because they're sick and tired of being told what the federal government is going to require of them in their school systems. They would rather do it locally. There are states considering that. And there may be a movement throughout this nation. But all we're trying to do here through this whole process is guarantee that the folks that have the largest stake in all of this have a voice in what students are being taught. The federal government is perpetrating certain things that, and I'm up here at 12 o'clock because of moms in my district. Moms are not happy with the public education system in this country right now, in my district. Okay? They have every right not to be happy. Now, you can criticize their values, but I'm not going to criticize your values. Yeah, we all have different values, but don't criticize me for my values and what I want my child to be taught. That's ridiculous. We all have that right in this country. But let me get one thing straight. What we're talking about right here, right now, is a small portion of funding of education, and all we want to do is make sure the federal government's not perpetrating things that our parents who have the largest stake in this don't agree with. And that's why I'm up here at 12 o'clock at night, because I'm representing my district. And I just want that, you need to know that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Ms. Stevens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to yield my time to Congresswoman Hayes of Connecticut.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens. I'm going to speak on this amendment and every other one because I want to reiterate the fact that we support parents' rights to have this information. Our argument is that parents already have this information. We don't need federal law. It's so incredibly rich that the last comments that were made is that we don't need federal legislation to tell parents what to do, yet we are sitting here debating federal legislation. 8% of the funding in my school district comes from the federal government. 60% comes from state and local taxes, and the rest of it comes from local taxes, the rest of it comes from the state. I am a mom. I am the parent of a child in public schools. I am a taxpayer. I am an educator. And I have a vested interest in all of these conversations as well. So I'm here too at midnight, at 12 o'clock at night, and I have been here from the moment we gavelled in at 10:15 because I care deeply about this issue. This isn't just about a passion. This is based on straight facts. We care about parents having the right to weigh in on their children's education. And the fact that that is being conflated in every issue as if we have a problem with parents being involved. Every educator on this side of the dais understands, appreciates, fully respects the rights of parents to be involved completely in their child's education. That's not what we're talking about here today, though. Much of this stuff already exists. This is all semantics. Again, as Mr. Bowman said, this is, you're looking for a problem because there is no problem here. All of these things already exist. Federal government, you are absolutely right, pays a very small percentage of education funds to local communities, and it should be up to parents, school districts, local education agencies to make their own decisions. And we agree with you. We support that, which is why I urge my colleagues to vote against all of these amendments that are trying to invoke federal legislation into local education decisions.
Would the gentlelady yield?
I will not. Because we've talked about all of these things, and once again, we are trying to conflate the idea that the federal government should be the ones making decisions for parents at the local level. I vote for local leaders, I participate in my local school district, and that's where I make the decision on local education issues. I yield back to Ms. Stevens.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to yield my time to Mr. Allen.
Yes, and let me make something very clear here. My local and state officials say that, the problem they have dealing with, these things that parents are so upset about is because it's federally mandated. Federally mandated that certain things be done in the school systems. And that's why these states are saying, we're done with the federal government here. The federal government is perpetrating that certain things be done in schools that parents don't agree with, okay? And so that's why we're here. That's why we're here debating this. It's not the local and state that is the problem. It's the federal government saying that you've got to do this, you've got to do that, and parents don't agree with it. Now, I'm just telling you what's going on in my district. It may be very different in your district, okay? But in my district, the parents are very upset about it. And they want to have a voice in it.
May I?
And that's why we're here. And and again, to me, that's the explanation. We have a little disagreement here. No problem.
May I?
I call the vote on the bill.
May I, sir? Because we're not disagreeing. The federal government shouldn't be
The
involved.
gentlewoman has not been recognized. It's Mr. Owens' time, and the gentlewoman has not been yielded time.
I'll yield back.
Thank you. It's her debate, but we haven't voted on this. Does Ms. Wilson seek time to speak on the amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that the bottom line here is there's no need to try to sugarcoat all of this. I have been in education for over 30 years. And since time immemorial, Republicans have tried to decimate public education, public schools. So there was a scab that grew over this sore, but the scab was removed 6 years ago when we elected a certain president. And so think tanks began to talk about this, and it opened up a whole can of worms. You can't bring 100 parents into this place that are dissatisfied with public education. You're creating something that's not real. Parents want their children to be safe. What happened when you were in school? What happened when I was in school? Why all of a sudden these parents are concerned about what's being taught in their schools? Because it's not true. And all of this about the parents in your district, our districts have parents too. So let's just tell it like it is. The goal of this bill and the goal of this party, your party, is to get rid of, decimate public education. And we're not going to let you do that. We're going to fight to the bitter end. And God help us that we still have the Senate and we have a president that will veto anything that you try to pass out of this committee that will weaken public education. Children who look like me need public education. We don't want vouchers and all of this, the other things that you're coming up with. We love our children. Whatever you are trying to do, it's wrong. And you're trying to destroy an institution that was put in place for children, basically, who look like me. Public education, and we will fight you to the bitter end because you will not destroy public education, not on my watch. I yield back.
I believe you've already spoken, Mr. Bowman. We're ready, I'm ready to take the vote on the amendment. Mr. Courtney, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I yield to Mr. Bowman. Thank you so much. I just wanted to add, so thank you for all of your remarks and all of your comments, and you're absolutely right that the federal government should not be mandating certain things on local school districts. Recently, because of the global pandemic, the CDC made the decision to close schools in certain states because they thought that was the best decision to keep kids safe. That was a heavy-handed government approach. There's one other thing that the federal government mandates in our local schools, and that's annual standardized testing. And whenever you are ready to work in a bipartisan way to get rid of annual standardized testing, I am looking forward to working on that legislation with you. Now, with regard to parents' rights and curriculum in local school districts, the parents there in the local school districts have a right to engage with their local school board to impact what is taught in those schools through elections to the school board and through the choosing of the superintendent in that school district. The federal government doesn't mandate curriculum to local school boards. That is not a part of federal legislation. We have the Every Student Succeeds Act, and there are certain provisions in that act that talk about the Parents' Bill of Rights, which is what we've been talking about here, but a lot of this stuff, most of this stuff is locally controlled. So those parents in your district asking for a federal bill to supersede what's happening there at the state level, that is not how this goes. The parents there in that local district have a right to, manage and facilitate and nurture the sort of education they want in that particular district. Now, if there's diversity of opinion, that's what happens in America. We're a diverse country. People have different opinions. And just one quick point to add on to Ms. Wilson's point. A lot of this began to happen when we started talking about diversity, equity, and inclusion in local school districts. There was a lot of this pushback because parents thought critical race theory was being shoved down their throats. And so there was some pushback. That's another discussion, but that's not coming from the federal government, right? So the parents in that local school district, they can engage with that local school district and nurture the curriculum in the way they see fit. And the last thing I want to say is this, and I haven't done this research, but I'm sure it's true. I'm confident it's true. If you go to any state Department of Education, you can see what is being taught in those schools. You can see curriculum. You can see testing information. There's probably information there from parents. And if it's not, the parents can demand that that information be made available and receive it, because that is required under the federal law, which is the Every Student Succeeds Act, for states to be transparent with this information. Thank you, and I yield back.
I yield back.
There being no further debate on this amendment, I'm going to call the question on the amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. I believe you have another amendment at the table.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5 offered by Ms. Wilson of Florida, identifier WILSFL_011.
Ms. Wilson, you have 5 minutes, but you don't have to use them all.
It is a sense of Congress that parents have a right for their children to be taught by teachers who are diverse. Research shows that when black children have at least one black teacher by 3rd grade, they're 30% more likely to graduate from college. The research also says white children benefit from a diverse teaching staff. This amendment would give parents the opportunity to put their children on a path toward success. This amendment would establish a grant program under the Department of Education, facilitate the training and recruitment of diverse teachers for elementary and secondary schools. $10 million should be appropriated to this program for fiscal year 2024 and each succeeding year. Demographic changes in the American student population demonstrate an increasing need for teachers who reflect the diversity of their students. Unfortunately, the teacher workforce has struggled to keep pace with these shifts, resulting in a stark disconnect between teachers and students in their classroom. Research routinely supports the diversification of the teacher workforce as these efforts improve the academic performance and social outcomes of all students. Miami-Dade County Public Schools, where I come from, is a great example of marrying this research with practice. In the 2021-2022 school year, they introduced Project READY, an initiative aimed at recruiting and retaining male teachers of color in the district. States around the country have introduced similar programs, signaling the salience of this issue across America. As such, we should amend H.R. 5 to include this important measure. Madam Chair, I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Dr. Adams, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wish to speak in favor of Representative Wilson's amendment. As a mother and a grandmother, I believe that our students and their families should absolutely have access to a workforce of diverse educators. Diverse teachers inspire their students to dream bigger and even become the great teachers of our futures. I recall our Speaker, Maritai Pelosi, saying that diversity is our strength and unity our power. And knowledge is power, and power is what makes the difference in lives and communities. Throughout my time in Congress, I've been fortunate to speak time and time again in favor of diverse teacher pipelines. We've supported programs like the Hawkins Center of Excellence, which empower diverse future educators across our country's historically black colleges and universities and other minority-serving institutions, and raised awareness of the important role that diverse educators play in reversing the school-to-prison pipeline that sadly directed a generation of black and brown boys out of bright futures. This should be the business of this committee. And so I urge my colleagues to support this important amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Dr. Adams. Ms. Hayes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Ms. Fox. I rise in support of this amendment and I think that my colleagues will also support this amendment when they think just for a second that when you have a population that reflects the diversity of the students, it also reflects the diversity of the parents. I worked in a school that had a very large Albanian population, a very large Italian-American population, a very large Portuguese population. And I can tell you that when we hired teachers that were diverse and could speak to parents in their native tongue or had the same experiences, lived in the same neighborhood, shopped in the same stores, worshiped in the same places, those parents often sought those educators out when they had questions, when they were trying to navigate the system. So having a diverse teacher population doesn't only support student success, but it also supports the parents of those students. And since everything that we're doing here today is about supporting parents' Bill of Rights and making sure that parents have access to their students' education and making sure that parents feel comfortable in their school buildings, I think that making sure that we have teachers from diverse backgrounds that reflect the cultural experiences of all of those parents, which by default would also reflect the population of those students, is beneficial to everyone. So I encourage my colleagues to support this amendment. It really infuses the teacher pipeline. It helps us to recruit teachers from diverse backgrounds and populations, and really promotes collegiality and collaboration between educators and parents. With that, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Ms. Bonamici, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I also support Dr. Adams' important amendment. National data show that while the student population is becoming more diverse, the teaching workforce remains largely white and mostly female. We know that a more diverse teaching workforce can improve student academic, behavioral, social, and emotional outcomes, particularly for students of color. According to the National School Boards Association, in fact, for minority children, they have better academic performance, improved graduation rates, and are more likely to attend college when taught by teachers of color. And teachers of color can positively influence all students in both academic and non-academic ways. Their ability to serve as role models for students with similar backgrounds results in improved academic outcomes, as I mentioned. But unfortunately, teachers of color often face disproportionate barriers to entering the profession. Student loan debt disproportionately affects students of color, and many teachers are saddled with high levels of debt. So when we look at things like the loan forgiveness programs and other incentives, that's important as we desperately need to build our educator workforce and in a diverse way. We need to also support mentoring and professional development opportunities for teachers of color. So I strongly urge my colleagues to recognize this need and the benefits to students and families and to overall success of our students and therefore our economy, the benefits of a diverse teacher workforce. So thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Adams, for introducing this and Representative Wilson, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. Mr. Takano, you're recognized.
Very briefly, I want to support Ms. Wilson's amendment. It is common sense that a diverse teacher corps should be available to teach a diverse student body. Students do respond to that diversity, and when students see people that look like them teaching them, it only heightens the level of engagement of students, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I will recognize myself very briefly. I appreciate the gentlewoman's amendment and her attempts to solve the challenges schools are facing regarding teachers. However, this amendment creates a new program. This is not the time or place to have that discussion. I'm now calling the question on the amendment by the gentlewoman from Florida. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. No. In the opinion, the chair knows have it, and the amendment is not approved.
As for a recorded vote.
And Representative Wilson asked for a recorded vote.
Madam Chair, it's being on the front row. Just may I be recognized for a question of the chair?
Yes, sir.
Can you, I'm unable to follow along the amendments now. Can you or staff tell us how many amendments we have left and where we are in the process? For those that may be watching at home, just to be able to follow along.
Sure. Let me finish this, and I will, Mr. Bean. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. And I am not sure I can immediately answer you. I believe that we have about 2, 4, 6, 7 more Democrat amendments. 6, okay. You don't have this one. And then 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. Okay. Okay, a very scientific answer, 5 or 6. Mr. James, I believe you have an amendment at the desk.
Roger, Madam Chairwoman, I have Amendment James 006 at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5 offered by Mr. James of Michigan, identifier James_006.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Mr. James, you're recognized for 5 minutes to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Still getting the hang of this. Parents are not the bad guys. Parents have a right to know what's going on in schools. Simple. That's why we're here. That includes knowing what content teachers are sharing with students or what is available in the school library and materials online. When I was a kid, schools had parents sign permission slips. Now parents have to jump through hoops to find out what their child is learning in school. I'm not here to attack anybody. Teaching is a tough job. Running a school is a tough job. Raising a child in today's world of big tech and TikTok is a tough job. I don't have the experience as my Democrat colleagues have in pre-K and elementary school and middle school and high school, but I have experience in combat. I am a soldier, and I understand about tough jobs. I understand calling balls and strikes when I see them, and that's why I'm here today. So here's my call. It's against the underpinnings of our Constitution for the government to get between a parent and a child. And when it affects us across the nation, yes, the federal government does have a role. Schools should never hide what they teach children or attempt to keep parents in the dark. And they have a right to retain their First Amendment rights, especially if they believe that those rights are being violated by the government. And if we can agree to that, which I actually think that we can, then we can agree that parents should never be required to sign a non-disclosure agreement in order to know that their children are being taught, or to know that the materials they're being exposed to are things they're not ready for. In many communities, getting parents involved in the first place is a challenge and crucial to a child's success. Yes or no? Schools and the federal government, and whomever else, absolutely should not be doing anything to make the student, teacher, and parent partnership better. We should not be doing anything to challenge that. Back home, I don't think any of us can go a single week without hearing from an employer, a school, a parent, a local official who isn't concerned that our kids are not being prepared well enough in this generation with the hard and soft skills and the critical thinking that they need to be able to succeed in the jobs of today and tomorrow. We all agree, and I've heard it many times, our collective focus should be on education, preparing our students with the skills and ability to compete in the real world. Not inventing new and different ways to keep secrets from parents. And that's exactly what some of our constituents have been forced to do, to sign NDAs prior to being allowed to see what their children have access to. I'm simply going back to the fact that parents are not the bad guys, and parents deserve to know. With that, Madam Chair, you're back. Yield back.
Thank you, Mr. James. Does anyone wish to speak on the James amendment? Mr. Takano, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
First of all, no one's calling no one's calling parents the bad guys. The premise that is the first statement kind of indicates a premise, a false premise, for which this amendment is offered. This is a straw man argument, making up a monster, making up an enemy that does not exist. And this whole, I taught for 24 years in the public schools before I became a member of Congress. Not once did I ever see any parent, I never asked a parent to sign a non-disclosure statement. I've never seen an administrator or a principal. The gentleman has made a claim that quote unquote many parents have had to sign. Tell me one example, or give us an example of a non-disclosure statement that was imposed on parents. I will yield for an answer.
Roger that. Call your bluff. Go and look at the Washington Examiner on October 26, 2021, because you know about every exception of what you did. Parents of Loudoun County Public School students have been asked to sign a type of non-disclosure agreement to view a curriculum not connected to a group known to push critical race theory. This NDA is required to be signed by parents who want to review the second step curriculum. There's your example. What you got?
Well,
you said find one example, and I found your one example.
Well, I just have not had an experience where I've got teachers all around me, staffers here, former teachers. This is
no. You said it was a straw man and a false dilemma.
Well,
you accused me of using rhetorical fallacies.
I need to ask.
So please
reclaiming my
withdraw
time.
your first remark. Withdraw your first remark.
Yeah. Well,
I need to ask the members to answer specific questions and direct their comments to the chair.
Madam Chair.
I was called out.
I reclaim my
He
time.
withdraws his remark.
The gentleman is not the gentleman's time.
He conceded. He conceded his time.
It's my
Madam
time.
Chair.
I yield for an answer.
Gave you one.
So Washington, well, listen, I won't question the Washington Examiner's credibility, but listen, I will say that the gentleman pounced awfully hard. I'd like to know more about this Loudoun County non-disclosure statement, the NDA that was imposed. But in a public school setting on an issue of regarding curriculum, I just don't even know that NDAs are even imposed by school boards and by administrators, but apparently there's one, and I'd like to know more about it, but I still say that that the gentleman's amendment is a bit strange and weird. I'll just say
The gentleman
that.
yield?
And I yield back. I yield to the ranking
So you
member.
name call when you get called out.
I called the amendment weird. I didn't call you weird.
We just looked up the Loudoun County example. Apparently, the non-disclosure was because they were looking at copyrighted material that not required by the school system, but required by use of the copyrighted material. The non-disclosure was for that reason.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. It does, if this is true, what you're saying is true, it does strike me that, that this amendment is really unnecessary, and this was a very narrow reason for why Loudoun County required the non-disclosure agreement, and I would say that the gentleman's pouncing was also a bit excessive and overboard. And I yield back.
Ms. Hayes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to reiterate what Mr. Takano said. I urge a no vote on this amendment. I never heard of an example of parents being asked to sign a non-disclosure agreement. I would absolutely disagree with that, for parents to have to sign a non-disclosure agreement in order to view any part of curricular materials. I thank the ranking member for providing clarity here. But again, this just reiterates the fact that these decisions, debates, and discussions should happen at the local level. Because if this issue had been brought to the Loudoun County Board of Education or the superintendent or the local elected officials, they could have gotten the answer that they needed as to why this copyrighted material or this non-disclosure was required by the creator of the material. So again, it's not something that we can decide at the federal level to apply to all people. It really is something that local education agencies should have the ability, with their elected officials, with their superintendents, with their parents, to be able to discuss. And the districts where this is an issue, those decisions can be made at the ground level. And the districts where it is not an issue, they don't have to deal with these things. I would be vehemently opposed to parents having to sign a non-disclosure agreement in order to view their child's curriculum. But I'm also opposed to the federal government being the arbiters of that. It should be at the local level where local parents can engage with their officials to make sure that this is not done. I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back.
Mr. Bowman, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you. This is a local issue. Even if there was a non-disclosure agreement signed, this is not a federally mandated non-disclosure agreement. This is not federally imposed. It is not a federal issue. This is a local issue. I yield back.
Mr. Scott, do you wish to be recognized? No. Mr. Williams, do you wish to be recognized?
Yes, Madam Chairman, and it'll be brief. Copyright law is a federal law by the U.S. Patent and Trade Organization. And so I think it is actually, Mr. James' amendment serves a double purpose of not only ensuring the parents have the right, but dissuading schools from licensing content which it is not in the license agreement between the publisher and the school to allow parents to have that purview and oversight. And it's a basic tenet of intellectual property law, and therefore certainly under the purview of the federal government and not simply just a local matter. So I believe that Mr. James' amendment actually accomplishes even more than just assuring parents' rights, but also dissuading or disincentivizing schools from choosing curriculum that, for I would say, very suspicious reasons, would want to obscure that from the parents, or the license would not cover viewing by the parents.
Point of parliamentary
yield back.
inquiry, Madam Chair. Point of parliamentary inquiry. My inquiry goes to the issue of copyright, and if Mr. James's, the intent of his amendment is to cover non-disclosure agreements of copyright law, does that fall within the jurisdiction of this committee? Well, it's a point of order I'm raising about whether or not this amendment.
It
The
falls
time for point
within.
of order is gone. Sorry.
It falls within the
Can't.
jurisdiction of this Congress, and most certainly,
But not of this-
school
not-
education
not of this-
material.
not of this committee.
You asserted that these school materials were bound by federal copyright that required parents to sign a non-disclosure to view. So if these school materials are not part of the Department of Education, the Education Committee's purview, I don't know what they are. Bullying at school is not just an education system, it's also an education purview. It's also a Department of Justice issue, but we discuss it here. There's all manners of law in our system that come under and are provided for by the work of this committee. So that is a completely disingenuous, false, and weird observation.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment by the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. James. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. I believe, Mr. Bowman, you have an amendment at the desk.
Yes, Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk, Bowman Amendment number 21.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5 offered by Mr. Bowman of New York, identifier AMD_21.
Mr. Bowman, you're recognized for 5 minutes to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My amendment is simple. Let's increase authorized funding for full-service community schools so that they are equipped to serve the whole child, whole family, and whole community. This is an evidence-based and highly impactful model that works, and community schools cannot work without the partnership of parents. I know this because I've studied it and I've lived it. Before coming to Congress, as I've mentioned, I spent 2 decades as an educator, counselor, and principal, and founded a community school in the Bronx. Community schools treat schools as community hubs to provide integrated student supports, rigorous and holistic learning opportunities, active family and community engagement, and collaborative leadership practices to support high-quality learning and teaching. When students are supported holistically by community schools that integrate wraparound supports and high-quality learning experiences, they are happier, healthier, more engaged, more excited to come to school, learn more, and are better able to pursue their passions after graduating. This should be a no-brainer for every member of this community and this committee. If we really want to talk about promoting meaningful and authentic parent and family engagement for every family and high-quality learning for every student, this is how we do it, like Montel Jordan. I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment. We are also looking to increase funding for community schools to $3.65 billion over 5 years from its current fiscal 23 level, $150 million. Now, this was the center of my doctoral research. Collaboration within the community school ecosystem to meet the needs of children and community, where parents, teachers, administrators, students, and community-based organizations are working together in collaboration to make sure we meet the needs of children at our schools. Parents are partners in this. So we are going to continue to move forward with a parent bill of rights, if you will. This is an amendment that would be a strong component of that. And I encourage my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, my Democratic colleagues, to support fully funding and fully supporting community schools. Thank you, and I yield back.
Is there further recognizing the Congressman?
Mr. Chair, I would like to state the data supports that black boys are disproportionately suspended from school, more likely to be involved in the criminal justice system for normal age-appropriate behavior than their white peers, less likely to be enrolled in gifted and talented programs than their white peers. Black boys do achieve excellence, however, and are more likely to do so in places that create a culture of care for them. That's what my Democrat colleague is talking about. But everything that you're mentioning is not in relation to allowing parents to know what's going in their school. I would be honored to work with you on a bill that addresses the endemic failure at the lowest level in our urban and rural areas, particularly where they fail poor people. I would love to get with you offline. I yield.
I'd like to thank the gentleman from Michigan. Is there further debate on the amendment? And the Congresswoman.
Thank you very much,
From
Mr.
Oregon.
Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of Mr. Bowman's very important amendment, and I do that enthusiastically despite the hour, because I'm such an enthusiastic supporter of full-service community schools. I have seen them work, and talk about a way to involve parents. Community schools do that. Full-service community schools recognize that many students and families are coping with issues from homelessness to chronic illness that can affect students' ability to focus on learning. Community schools provide a wide range of wraparound services, from organizing tutoring, academic enrichment, access to healthcare and mental health services based on the needs of the community. And because of their robust and rich services and offerings, community schools create better conditions for teaching and learning, and better conditions for parents to become meaningfully involved with their kids' schools. And I have seen this at our son's schools in Portland. Investing in the Department of Education's full-service community schools program will expand opportunities for students to attend schools that are true centerpieces and pillars of their communities. So I urge all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join me in supporting this important amendment that will make community schools more available, accessible, and responsive to families around the country. It will be a very good investment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back the balance of my time.
And thank you, gentlewoman from Oregon. And we now recognize, the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Oh, I thank the chairman. The hour's late. With late hour comes confusion. I appreciate a lot that's being said, but folks, we're not debating the reauthorization of Every Student Succeeds Act. You're really bringing up some great points, but it is not relevant and not germane within the point of a parent's Bill of Rights. We will, I hope, in the near future, at some point, I'm not sure when it expires. It took forever to get the Every Student Succeed Act done and get rid of No Child Left Behind. And you're making great points, but it's not relevant tonight. Let's stay on topic. You got great ideas when we get to that point in the future when we're working on the reauthorization of the Every Student Succeeds Act, which basically is the Elementary and Secondary Education Act. But let's stay on target tonight. Let's not confuse everybody. That's my only request. Let's focus on what's relevant and germane. This is about a bill that is pretty simple and straightforward. And I don't get the objection to allowing parents to have rights. Now, we got some great educators on this committee. I'm a recovering school board member. I've done teaching not in elementary and secondary, but post-secondary. But quite frankly, not all schools are the same. And that's why we work at the federal government to make sure that we have equality in terms of education policy. And I think every parent, every student, deserves to have their parents being informed. And I'm not really, all the arguments that you're making I'm not getting what your objection is. I mean, I don't see how anyone could be opposed to assuring that within the education system, you know, that parents have rights and are to be at the table. It's because I don't think they have those rights everywhere. There's some schools, I'm sure it's the schools you all taught in, that sounds like it did a great job. But I think every parent in every school and every student and their parent deserves to have that opportunity across the nation. So just because you've had all great opportunities, you know, let's not discriminate against parents anywhere. I think in the end, you know, parents are a very important part of their children's education. Teachers are an incredibly important part of their teachers of the education. But parents need to be at the table as well. With that, I yield back.
Thank you to the gentleman from Pennsylvania and recognizing the gentlelady from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word and just reiterate, as I have all day, that the Democrats on this committee do support parent engagement and parent involvement, and we want parents to be involved in their child's education. We just think that that should happen at the local level. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment offered by Mr. Bowman because it does exactly what this bill is asking for. The community school strategy transforms the school into a place where educators, local community members, families, and students can work together to strengthen conditions and outcomes for students. It really is built upon a partnership between the school, the parents, the students. So it really, literally every part of the community school model requires parent engagement. So at the end of, what are we up to now? 12 hours, 14 hours of me sitting in this chair at this committee listening to every single amendment. This bill, I mean, this amendment that has been offered actually literally is the gift that you've been asking for, that we have a school model where parents are woven into the fabric of the school. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. I understand the issues today. I understand them very clearly, very intimately. I respect the positions of my colleagues and where they stand, and parents should be involved. As every single one of the members on the other side of the aisle have said, it just is not a decision that we should be making at the federal level. My school district was not perfect. No school district is perfect. But I could tell you what, if there was an issue in my school district, it is better handled at the local level, not here in Congress, not here at a federal level. All of our districts are different. We have very unique challenges, very unique issues. The things that some of the members on this committee need are going to be very different than what the students and the parents are asking for in my district. So this is an issue that should be left at the local level, and in all of the instances where all of these egregious actions are happening, I would encourage the local education authorities and the local elected officials and the parents, quite frankly, to demand that they are involved in their children's education. So once again, this can be framed as however anybody wants to frame it, as many times as you want to say it. It doesn't make it true. The Democrats on this committee support parents being involved, and this amendment is a perfect example of that. I urge my colleagues to support Mr. Bowman's amendment to make investments in the community school models, and with that, I yield back.
Thank you to the gentlewoman from Connecticut. We now recognize the ranking member of Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I take issue with the idea that we don't care about parents involved. Our concern is with this bill, most of the so-called rights are already available, like the right to meet with your teacher. I don't know anywhere where you can't meet with your teacher. But this is a federal mandate. As we've heard, we have to search for recourse. If they don't do it, it's kind of hard to find out any way to force them to do it. But it's also a mandate that fits every case, whether it makes sense or not in that individual case. This amendment, however, will actually help parents get involved and help the families get involved with the schools, and that's why I support the amendment.
And thank you, Ranking Member Scott from Virginia, and now recognizing the Congressman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also enthusiastically rise in support of Mr. Bauman's amendment to create community schools. They offer the opportunity for parents to truly be involved and to be even more fully informed. And to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, this amendment very much is on point. And the gentleman did not, I think, hear many of the concerns of this on this side of the aisle with regard to the underlying bill. Again, all of the I would say all the parental rights that are being put into language already exist at the local level, and the presumption or the supposition that these rights don't exist and therefore need to be enshrined into federal law is one, wrong, and second, the way that these rights are being enshrined to be enforced by federal law everywhere, even where they don't make sense, as the ranking member has said, even where they don't make sense. We have concerns also about the ways in which the section on data and data restriction, although we support the privacy of students, we also see the danger of students inadvertently having their privacy violated and put into harm's way, in the case of LGBT students being outed to their parents and subjected to harm. And we've cited evidence of the 40% of homeless youth. 40% of homeless youth are LGBT, as sort of underlying evidence that students do face unsupportive homes at times, and that we need to also provide for exceptions. This bill does not do that. And I will yield back.
Thank you to the gentleman from California. Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment by the gentleman from New York. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. No. So in the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
I would like to request a recorded vote.
A roll call vote is ordered pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk, Mr. Chairman.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5 offered by Mr. Takano of California, identifier AMD_04.
And Congressman Takano is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, I would like to amend the underlying name of the bill, the, quote, Ban Books, Censor Teachers, and Child Endangerment Act, end quote. The name Parents' Bill of Rights is a facade and wielded to turn the classroom into a political arena. Under current laws, parents already have a right to access curriculum and reading materials on the syllabus. The redundancy of this bill makes it clear that this is a messaging measure aimed at scrutinizing materials that could contain LGBTQI+ stories, characters, and themes. This paves the way for censorship and book banning across the board. Schools have an obligation to provide safe and supportive learning environments for all students, and that includes LGBTQI+ students and students of color. Depriving them of the opportunity to see themselves or their families represented on the bookshelves of their own schools can have a direct impact on their sense of self-worth and mental health. And this affects their educational experience and their opportunity to succeed. It is of paramount importance we highlight once more that this bill endangers LGBTQI+ youth, specifically due to thinly veiled language pertinent to the use of surveys. Language in Title II of this bill allows for parents to request information of the education record of their child or any response of the student to a survey. This means information could be weaponized against transgender students. It is clear this is a disingenuous attempt by opponents of equality to use trans people, particularly trans kids, as a political wedge. These fears are being pushed by the same groups that advance predatory-based narratives of fictitious harm to children if same-sex couples were allowed to marry, if LGBT+ people were allowed to be teachers, and trans people simply existing in public spaces. While these problems are manufactured, the harm of trans kids caught in the crossfire is very real. Misunderstandings about transgender kids and adults mean that many still don't get the support they deserve, and the consequences can be tragic and in some cases fatal. We need to be upfront about what this legislation truly does and call it out for what it is, plain and simple. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. DeConner. Mr. Grossman, you wish to be recognized?
Oh, okay, there we are.
You're recognized
Just
for 5
one
minutes.
brief comment, might as well get in the comments somewhere here, for you guys. For whatever reason, this bill has kind of evolved into a obsession over the transgender community. Don't know if that was the intent. But in any event, I just want to point out there's a book I read that if you want to get the other side of the story, When Harry Became Sally by Ryan Anderson, which mentions that perhaps overindulgence of these people harms them in the long run, that a lot of these people will bounce back under it, but if you indulge them, they will feel they can't get back to what I guess I'd say is the societal norm. So if you want to read the other side and whatever you guys have been reading, I strongly will recommend When Harry Becomes Sally. I think you'll wind up helping these folks in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grossman. Anyone else? There being no further debate on the amendment, the question is on the amendment by the gentleman from California. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Mr. Scott, I believe you have an amendment at the desk. A roll call vote is ordered pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Mr. Scott, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Well,
Oh, excuse me.
I have an amendment at the
You
desk.
have an amendment at the desk, and the clerk will report the amendment.
Scott 01.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 5 offered by Mr. Scott of Virginia, identifier Scott _0, sorry, 101?
No, 01, just 01.
Oh, sorry, 01.
You're recognized for
Do you
5
do you have it in front of you?
Scott _01.
The first one you're doing is 33.
Well,
I'm sorry.
this one.
Oh, we're doing 33.
We're doing 01. It's parent coordinator at every school?
Yes. Amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute to HR 5 offered by Mr. Scott, identifier AMD _01.
Okay.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we're talking about parental involvement. This bill is simple. It just requires a parent coordinator at each school so that there's one dedicated staff member to serve to help build that partnership between families and schools, further enhancing these relationships. If we're talking about parent involvement, it would be nice to have somebody in the school who's coordinating these things. Coordinator would be required to ensure a wide range of parent voices are included in the school community, and that there is outreach to ensure that parents are involved and participate to the maximum degree possible. Instead of banning books and censoring curriculum, this amendment would actually help schools partner with parents. I've seen parent coordinators in schools, the participation of the PTA skyrockets because somebody cares and encourages the parents to actually participate. So if we're going to talk about parental involvement, this is how you do it. So I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Bowman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Mr. Bowman, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I speak in support of this amendment. The parent coordinator position in schools is essential and vital towards engaging all parents within a particular school community and within a school district. This is something that New York City public schools have implemented for many, many years, and it has been so helpful in bridging the gap between the work done by teachers, the work done by the administrators, and consistent engagement with parents. It has made parent-teachers associations much stronger. It has made school leadership teams much stronger. And this is a person that is just completely dedicated to reaching out to parents, following up with parents, setting up meetings with parents, organizing parent events. This is a designated liaison in person at the school level. It's a great amendment. It is something that we definitely should adopt. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does anyone seek recognition on the amendment? I recognize myself. Much of this amendment includes requirements already in the law. As such, these are items schools should already be doing. Additionally, parents should not have to go through another layer of school administration before engaging with their teachers. Mandating a one-size-fits-all coordinator is not the right way to go, and I must oppose the gentleman's agreement. Yes?
Did you say this was already present law, the parent coordinator?
I just said much of it includes requirements already in the law.
Okay. Will the gentlelady yield again?
Yes.
Yeah, but this is, the parent coordinator is not part of present law. Is that right?
Correct. Right. There being no further amendment on debate on the amendment, the question is on the amendment by the gentleman from Virginia. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. No. In the opinion, Chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The gentleman from Virginia asks for a recorded vote. Pursuant to the Chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Mr. Scott, do you have another amendment?
Yes, Scott _24.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5 offered by Mr. Scott from Virginia, identifier AMD_24.
Mr. Scott, you're recognized for 5 minutes to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this amendment would increase funding for translators at schools that are predominantly English second language. In my district, I often talk to families with limited English proficiency to tell me that we don't do enough to meet the needs of English learners. The EL students make up a sizable portion of our student population now in the fall of 2019. EL students constituted more than 5 million students, about 10% of all public school students in the country. Federal government recognizes its role in meeting the needs of these students under the Civil Rights Act of 1964 in the Equal Educational Opportunities Act of 1974, public schools must ensure that EL students can participate meaningfully and equally in educational programs. School districts are supposed to have qualified EL teachers, staff, and administrators to effectively implement their EL programs and must provide supplemental training when necessary. This amendment will increase resources for in-person translators for parent-teachers conferences so that the parent-teacher conference can make sense. In schools that have a high proportion of ESL learners, this amendment will help parents engage with teachers and schools and regarding the child's education and performance. So this would actually help the parent involvement because they would be able to communicate effectively with the teachers. I hope we'd adopt the amendment.
Does anyone wish to speak on the amendment? Seeing no other one who wishes to speak on the amendment, I will recognize myself. While we're supportive of schools providing their multilingual families as much assistance as possible, however, this is an unfunded mandate that could be very costly for school districts, particularly rural districts, so I must oppose the amendment. The question now is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Mr. Scott asked for a recorded vote. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed.
One more.
Mr. Scott has an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Scott, 33.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute to H.R. 5 offered by Mr. Scott of Virginia, identifier AMD_33.
Mr. Scott, you're recognized for 5 minutes to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, on the last vote, I think all of this is an unfunded mandate, so one more wouldn't have made that much difference. On page 6, line 11, we strike the semicolon and insert with reasonable limitation. The full statement would be that you have a right to address the school board at the local educational agency, and I insert with reasonable limitation. We can't be serious that we're going to give every parent the right without any limitation to address the school board. If you show up with a group of 100 people and everybody gets to address the school board without any limitation, no time limitation, no number limitation, I don't think it's unreasonable for the school board, after they've heard from the first 50 people on one side of an argument, to say that they've heard enough when there's nobody on the other side or one or two people on the other side. They don't have to hear from all 100 or 200. That could be the whole school board meeting. It could go 2 or 3 hours just listening to one side of the argument when there's not much on the other side. Reasonable limitations, school boards in my hometown have a 3-minute limitation. You can have your say, you gotta say it in 3 minutes and that's it. They can limit the number of times somebody can show up, but within reason, you ought to be able to limit the way people show up and take over a school board meeting. So if you want somebody to come in with a court order and say they have the right, all 100 of us have a right to be heard because of federal law, unless you put with reasonable limitations in there, the school board has just got to sit up and listen to it for 3 or 4 hours, all on one side of an argument. That can't be what this bill is all about. I yield back.
Does anybody wish to speak on the amendment? Ms. Bonamici.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I want to speak in favor of the amendment. It's a reasonable amendment that makes a lot of sense to have that reasonable requirement in there. But I also want to note in our earlier discussion, I guess it was yesterday, when we were discussing the amendment offered by the other gentleman from Virginia, where he was suggesting that there's been I think the language is, and this, you adopted this, I didn't support it, should never seek to use law enforcement to criminalize the lawfully expressed concerns of parents about their child's education. The gentleman implied that at these school board meetings there weren't threats. And I just want to enter into the record because it's important to have this in there. For some reason, Loudoun County, Virginia is coming up, but this is a letter that came to the home of a Loudoun County, Virginia school board member. It was addressed to her adult child. Quote, "It is too bad that your mother is an ugly communist whore. If she does not quit or resign before the end of the year, we will kill her, but first we will kill you," close quote. And I wanted to put that was a quote, and I wanted to put that into the record so that people understand that people have the right to speak to a school board member, but they don't have a right to threaten them. And that's a really critical piece that we have to understand because there have been threats against school board members, real threats, concerning threats. So I just want to put that on the record that that does happen. So yes, people absolutely have the right to speak to a school board member, but they need to do it respectfully and peacefully. And then finally, with regard to the comment and the book recommendation by our colleague from Wisconsin, I'm a firm believer in free speech, but don't try to buy it from Amazon, which of course is a private company, and so it's not a First Amendment issue because they removed it because it's hate speech. And I yield back.
Anyone else wish to speak on Mr. Scott's amendment? Well, we've seen some videos of where school boards have thoroughly abused their citizens who want to speak, and I hope that won't happen in the future after this bill is passed. And I know that Mr. Scott's amendment's well-intended, and we certainly want any discussion between parent and school board to be reasonable. However, the amendment's language gives entirely too much leeway to school boards. Under this amendment, school boards would have tremendous power to decide what forms of parent communication is, quote, reasonable. In fact, it's easy to imagine school boards hostile to parents' input would deem any feedback they don't like as unreasonable and shut it down. And again, we've seen examples of that. This would circumvent parents' fundamental right to have input about how their children are educated. To put it simply, the amendment opens a giant loophole for school boards to escape accountability from parents. Therefore, I oppose the amendment and urge my colleagues to vote no. It's in order now to vote on the amendment. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. All right. I believe that was the amendment we've been looking for, the last one. Oh. How many?
We're going to suspend for 60 seconds to let the clerks go. But we don't even bang the gavel, we're suspending for 60 seconds.
We're going to suspend the discussion here for about 60 seconds while the clerks get the amendments in order that we're going to vote on. We're moving in the right direction. How many amendments? That's the first gap in my stuff. The committee will come to order. It looks like people don't want to go home. They're having too good a time, but I vote for going home. Okay. We'll now be voting on 3 amendments to the bill H.R. 734. And what's the first one? The amendment offered by Ms. Bonamici. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Wilson? No. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes no. Ms. Stefanik? Ms. Stefanik votes no. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Banks? Mr. Comer? Mr. Comer votes no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes no. Mr. Owens? Mr. Owens votes no. Mr. Good? Mr. Good votes no. Ms. McLean?
It's a best practice to give what the description is.
Ms. Miller? Ms. Miller votes no. Ms. Steele?
Because sometimes there's
Ms. Steele votes no. Mr. Estes?
en bloc, we'll just say we're voting on
Mr. Estes votes no. Ms. Letlow?
contains Hayes.
Ms. Letlow votes no. Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes no. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean votes no. Mr. Burleson? Mr. Burleson votes no. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran votes no. Mr. James? Mr. James votes no. Ms. Chavez Dreamer? Ms. Chavez Dreamer votes no. Mr. Williams? Mr. Williams votes no. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin votes no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes aye. Mr. Sablon? Mr. Sablon votes aye. Ms. Wilson?
Aye.
Ms. Wilson votes aye. Ms. Bonamici?
Aye.
Ms. Bonamici votes aye. Mr. Chicano?
Aye.
Mr. Chicano votes aye. Ms. Adams?
Aye.
Ms. Adams votes aye. Mr. Desaulnier? Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross votes aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild votes aye. Ms. McBath?
Aye.
Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Hayes?
Aye.
Ms. Hayes votes aye. Ms. Omar? Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens votes aye. Ms. Lander Fernandez? Ms. Manning? Ms. Manning votes aye. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Mervan votes aye. Mr. Bowman? Mr. Bowman votes aye. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes no. Ms. McLean? Ms. McLean votes no. Mr. Grijalva? Oh, yeah. Mr. Desaulnier? Mr. Desaulnier votes aye. Ms. Omar and Ms. Lander Fernandez. Madam Chair, on this.
Clerk will report the tally.
Madam Chair, on this vote, we have 17 ayes and 25 nays.
The amendment is not adopted. We're now voting on Representative Jayapal's amendment ANS AM _013. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Wilson? Mr. Wilson votes no. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes no. Ms. Stefanik? Ms. Stefanik votes no. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes no. Mr. Comer? Mr. Comer votes no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes no. Mr. Owens? Mr. Owens votes no. Mr. Good? Mr. Good votes no. Ms. Klein? Ms. Klein votes no. Ms. Miller? No. Ms. McLean votes no. Ms. Miller?
These two sheets are the same for any amendment on that bill. You seem to be fine with
No.
that.
Ms. Steele votes no. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes votes no. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow votes no. Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes no. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean votes no. Mr. Burleson? Mr. Burleson votes no. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran votes no. Mr. James? Mr. James votes no. Ms. Chavez Dreamer? Ms. Chavez Dreamer votes no. Mr. Williams? Mr. Williams votes no. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin votes no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes aye. Mr. Sablon? Mr. Sablon votes aye. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes aye. Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes aye. Mr. Takano?
Aye.
Mr. Takano votes aye. Ms. Adams?
Aye.
Ms. Adams votes aye. Mr. Saulnier? Mr. Saulnier votes aye. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross votes aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild votes aye. Ms. McBath? Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Hayes? Ms. Hayes votes aye. Ms. Omar? Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens votes aye. Ms. Lander Fernandez? Ms. Manning? Ms. Manning votes aye. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Mervan votes aye. Mr. Bowman? Mr. Bowman votes aye. Madam
The
Chair, on
clerk
this
will
vote,
report the tally.
there are 17 yeas and 25 noes.
The amendment is not adopted. The question now occurs on H.R. 734, amendment in the nature of a substitute. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. There being no other members to speak on the bill, I now entertain a motion to report the bill and recognize Mr. Bean.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to you, and good morning, committee. I move the Committee on Education and the Workforce report the bill, H.R. 734, to the House of Representatives with an amendment in the nature of a substitute, with the recommendation that the amendment be agreed to and the bill as amended do pass.
The question now occurs on reporting H.R. 734 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Mr. Scott requests a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox?
Yes.
Ms. Fox votes yes. Mr. Wilson? Mr. Wilson votes yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik? Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes yes. Mr. Comer? Mr. Comer votes yes. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Owens? Oh, Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Owens? Mr. Owens votes yes. Mr. Good? Mr. Good votes yes. Ms. McLean? Ms. McLean votes aye. Ms. Miller? Ms. Miller votes aye. Ms. Steele? Ms. Steele votes aye. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes votes aye. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow votes yes. Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes aye. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean votes aye. Mr. Burleson? Mr. Burleson votes aye. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran votes aye. Mr. James? Mr. James votes aye. Ms. Chavez-Dreamer? Ms. Chavez-Dreamer votes aye. Mr. Williams? Mr. Williams votes aye. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Sablon? Ms. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Cano?
No.
Mr. Cano votes no. Ms. Adams?
No.
Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. Saulnier? Mr. Saulnier votes no. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild votes no. Ms. McBath? Ms. McBath votes no. Ms. Hayes? Ms. Hayes votes no. Ms. Omar? Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens votes no. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Ms. Manning? Ms. Manning votes no. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Mervan votes no. Mr. Bowman? Mr. Bowman votes no.
The clerk will report the tally.
25 yeses, 17 nays.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. H.R. 734 is ordered reported to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. I ask unanimous consent that staff be authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the bill as amended. Without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Without objection, so ordered. We'll now be voting on amendments to the bill H.R. 5. The clerk will call the roll for number 1, Bonamici, SUB_01. Okay, we're now voting on Bonamici sub_01. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Wilson? No. Mr. Wilson votes no. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes no. Ms. Stefanik? Ms. Stefanik votes no. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes no. Mr. Comer? Mr. Comer votes no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes no. Mr. Owens? Mr. Owens votes no. Mr. Good? Mr. Good votes no. Ms. McLean? Ms. McLean votes no. Ms. Miller? Ms. Miller votes no. Ms. Steele? Ms. Steele votes no. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes votes no. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow votes no. Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes no. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean votes no. Mr. Burleson? Mr. Burleson votes no. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran votes no. Mr. James? Mr. James votes no. Ms. Chavez-Dreamer? Ms. Chavez-Dreamer votes no. Mr. Williams? Mr. Williams votes no. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin votes no. Mr. Scott?
Yes.
Mr. Scott votes yes. Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes aye. Mr. Savon? Ms. Savon votes yes. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes aye. Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes aye. Mr. Cano?
Aye.
Mr. Cano votes aye. Ms. Adams?
Aye.
Ms. Adams votes aye. Mr. Saulnier? Mr. Saulnier votes aye. Mr. Norcross? Ms. Norcross votes aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild votes aye. Ms. Macbeth? Mrs. Back votes aye. Ms. Hayes? Ms. Hayes votes aye. Ms. Omar? Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens votes aye. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez? Ms. Manning? Ms. Manning votes aye. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Mervan votes aye. Mr. Bowman? Mr. Bowman votes aye.
The clerk will report the tally.
17 ayes, 25 nays.
The amendment is not adopted. We will now vote on Owen UT_008. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox?
Yes.
Ms. Fox votes yes. Mr. Wilson? Yes. Mr. Wilson votes yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik? Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes yes. Mr. Comer? Mr. Comer votes yes. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Owens? Mr. Owens votes aye. Mr. Good? Mr. Good votes yes. Ms. McLean? Ms. McLean votes yes. Ms. Miller? Ms. Miller votes yes. Ms. Steele? Ms. Steele votes yes. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes votes yes. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow votes yes. Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes aye. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean votes aye. Mr. Burleson? Mr. Burleson votes aye. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran votes aye. Mr. James? Mr. James votes aye. Ms. Chavez-Dreamer? Ms. Chavez-Dreamer votes aye. Mr. Williams? Mr. Williams votes aye. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Scott?
No.
Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Sablon? Ms. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Takano?
No.
Mr. Takano votes no. Ms. Adams?
No.
Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. Saulnier? Mr. Saulnier votes no. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild votes no. Ms. Macbeth? Ms. Macbeth votes no. Ms. Hayes? Ms. Hayes votes no. Ms. Omar? Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens votes no. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez? Ms. Manning? Ms. Manning votes no. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Mervan votes no. Mr. Bowman? Mr. Bowman votes no. On this vote, there are 25 yeas and 17 nays.
The amendment is adopted. We are now going to vote on en bloc 1, which consists of Hayes Amendment _08 and Scott Amendment _11. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox.
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Wilson. No. Mr. Wilson votes no. Mr. Thompson. No. Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes no. Ms. Stefanik. Ms. Stefanik votes no. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes no. Mr. Comer. Mr. Comer votes no. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker votes no. Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens votes no. Mr. Good. Mr. Good votes no. Ms. McLean. Ms. McLean votes no. Ms. Miller. Ms. Miller votes no. Ms. Steele. Ms. Steele votes no. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes votes no. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow votes no. Mr. Kiley. Mr. Kiley votes no. Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean votes no. Mr. Burleson. Mr. Burleson votes no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran votes no. Mr. James. Mr. James votes no. Ms. Chavez-Dreamer. Ms. Chavez-Dreamer votes no. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes no. Ms. Houchin. Ms. Houchin votes no. Mr. Scott.
Yes.
Mr. Scott votes yes to Mr. Grijalva. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney votes yes. Mr. Sablon. Mr. Sablon votes yes. Ms. Wilson. Ms. Wilson votes yes. Ms. Bonamici. Ms. Bonamici votes yes. Mr. Cano.
Yes.
Mr. Cano votes yes. Ms. Adams.
Yes.
Ms. Adams votes yes. Mr. Saulnier. Mr. Saulnier votes aye. Mr. Norcross. Mr. Norcross votes yes. Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Ms. Wild. Ms. Wild votes aye. Ms. McBath. Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Hayes. Ms. Hayes votes aye. Ms. Omar. Ms. Stevens. Ms. Stevens votes aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez. Ms. Manning. Ms. Manning votes aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan votes aye. Mr. Bowman. Mr. Bowman votes aye.
The clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, there are 17 ayes, 25 nays.
The amendment, the en bloc amendment is not agreed to, is not adopted. The next vote is on Scott, AMD _16. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox.
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Wilson. No. Mr. Wilson votes no. Mr. Thompson. No. Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes no. Ms. Stefanik. Ms. Stefanik votes no. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes no. Mr. Comer. Mr. Comer votes no. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker votes no. Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens votes no. Mr. Good. Mr. Good votes no. Ms. McLean. Ms. McLean votes no. Ms. Miller. Ms. Miller votes no. Ms. Steele. Ms. Steele votes no. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes votes no. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow votes no. Mr. Kiley. Mr. Kiley votes no. Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean votes no. Mr. Burleson. Mr. Burleson votes no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran votes no. Mr. James. Mr. James votes no. Ms. Chavez-Dreamer. Ms. Chavez-Dreamer votes no. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes no. Ms. Houchin. Ms. Houchin votes no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Grijalva. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney votes aye. Mr. Sablon. Mr. Sablon votes yes. Ms. Wilson. Ms. Wilson votes yes. Ms. Bonamici. Ms. Bonamici votes aye. Mr. Stacano.
Aye.
Mr. Stacano votes aye. Ms. Adams.
Aye.
Ms. Adams votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier. Mr. DeSaulnier votes aye. Mr. Norcross. Mr. Norcross votes aye. Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Ms. Wild. Ms. Wild votes aye. Ms. McBath. Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Hayes. Ms. Hayes votes yes. Ms. Omar. Ms. Stevens. Ms. Stevens votes aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez. Ms. Manning. Ms. Manning votes aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan votes yes. Mr. Bowman. Mr. Bowman votes aye.
Clerk will report the tally.
There are 17 ayes and 25 nays.
The amendment is not adopted. We now have the en bloc 2, which is composed of Mr. Grijalva, AMD _14, and Mr. Bowman, AMD _21. Oh, pardon me. The first bill in the en bloc is Mr. Grijalva, AMD_14, and Mr. Takano, AMD_4. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Wilson? No. Mr. Wilson votes no. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes no. Ms. Stefanik? Ms. Stefanik votes no. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes no. Mr. Comer? Mr. Comer votes no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes no. Mr. Owens? Mr. Owens votes no. Mr. Good? Mr. Good votes no. Ms. McLean? Ms. McLean votes no. Ms. Miller? Ms. Miller votes no. Ms. Steele? Ms. Steele votes no. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes votes no. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow votes no. Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes no. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean votes no. Mr. Burleson? Mr. Burleson votes no. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran votes no. Mr. James? Mr. James votes no. Ms. Chavez-Dreamer? Ms. Chavez-Dreamer votes no. Mr. Williams? Mr. Williams votes no. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin votes no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes aye. Mr. Sablon? Mr. Sablon votes yes. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes yes. Ms. Bonavici? Ms. Bonavici votes yes. Mr. Takano?
Yes.
Mr. Takano votes yes. Ms. Adams?
Yes.
Ms. Adams votes yes. Mr. DeSaulnier? Mr. DeSaulnier votes aye. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross votes aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild votes aye. Ms. McBath? Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Hayes? Ms. Hayes votes aye. Ms. Omar? Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens votes aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Ms. Manning? Ms. Manning votes aye. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Mervan votes aye. Mr. Bowman? Mr. Bowman votes aye.
Clerk will report the tally.
Madam Chair, on that vote, there are 17 ayes and 25 nays.
The amendment is not adopted. We're now on en bloc number 3, which is composed of Grijalva, AMD_28, Grijalva, AMD_32, Bowman, AMD_26, Takano, AMD_29, Bonamici, AMD_30, Jayapal, AMD_27. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Wilson? No. Mr. Wilson votes no. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes no. Ms. Stefanik? Ms. Stefanik votes no. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes no. Mr. Comer? Mr. Comer votes no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes no. Mr. Owens? Mr. Owens votes no. Mr. Good? Mr. Good votes no. Ms. McLean? Ms. McLean votes no. Ms. Miller? Ms. Miller votes no. Ms. Steele? Ms. Steele votes no. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes votes no. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow votes no. Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes no. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean votes no. Mr. Burleson? Mr. Burleson votes no. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran votes no. Mr. James? Mr. James votes no. Ms. Chavez-Dreamer? Ms. Chavez-Dreamer votes no. Mr. Williams? Mr. Williams votes no. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin votes no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes yes. Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes aye. Mr. Sablon? Mr. Sablon votes yes. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes yes. Ms. Bonavici? Ms. Bonavici votes yes. Mr. Takano?
Yes.
Mr. Takano votes yes. Ms. Adams?
Yes.
Ms. Adams votes yes. Mr. DeSaulnier? Mr. DeSaulnier votes yes. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross votes yes. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild votes yes. Ms. McBath? Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Hayes? Ms. Hayes votes aye. Ms. Omar? Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens votes aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Ms. Manning? Ms. Manning votes aye. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Mervan votes aye. Mr. Bowman? Mr. Bowman votes aye. Madam Chair, on that vote, there are 17 yeas and 25 nays.
I now recognize the ranking member for unanimous consent request.
Madam Chair, I ask unanimous consent that Scott 33, that I thought I'd asked for a roll call, apparently I didn't, be added to the next bill for a en bloc amendment with the Jayapal amendment.
Without objection, the unanimous consent request is granted. So the next vote we have is en bloc with Jayapal, AMD underscore 18, and Scott underscore AMD underscore 33. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Wilson? No. Mr. Wilson votes no. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes no. Ms. Stefanik? Ms. Stefanik votes no. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes no. Mr. Comer? Mr. Comer votes no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes no. Mr. Owens? Mr. Owens votes no. Mr. Good? Mr. Good votes no. Ms. McLean? Ms. McLean votes no. Ms. Miller? Ms. Miller votes no. Ms. Steele? Ms. Steele votes no. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes votes no. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow votes no. Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes no. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean votes no. Mr. Burleson? Mr. Burleson votes no. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran votes no. Mr. James? Mr. James votes no. Ms. Chavez-Dreamer? Ms. Chavez-Dreamer votes no. Mr. Williams? Mr. Williams votes no. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin votes no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Gahalba? Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes aye. Mr. Sablon? Mr. Sablon votes yes. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes yes. Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes yes. Mr. Takano?
Yes.
Mr. Takano votes yes. Ms. Adams?
Yes.
Ms. Adams votes yes. Mr. DeSaulnier? Mr. DeSaulnier votes yes. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross votes aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild votes yes. Ms. McBath? Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Hayes? Ms. Hayes votes aye. Ms. Omar? Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens votes aye. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez? Ms. Manning? Ms. Manning votes aye. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Mervan votes aye. Mr. Bowman? Mr. Bowman votes aye.
The clerk will report the tally.
Madam Chair, the votes are 17 ayes, 25 nays.
The amendment is not adopted. The next en bloc is composed of Desanye, AMD underscore 05, Scott, AMD underscore 01, Scott, AMD underscore 24, Bowman, AMD underscore 21. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Wilson? No. Mr. Wilson votes no. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes no. Ms. Stefanik? Ms. Stefanik votes no. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes no. Mr. Comer? Mr. Comer votes no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes no. Mr. Owens? Mr. Owens votes no. Mr. Good? Mr. Good votes no. Ms. McLean? Ms. McLean votes no. Ms. Miller? Ms. Miller votes no. Ms. Steele? Ms. Steele votes no. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes votes no. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow votes no. Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes no. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean votes no. Mr. Burleson? Mr. Burleson votes no. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran votes no. Mr. James? Mr. James votes no. Ms. Chavez-Dreamer? Ms. Chavez-Dreamer votes no. Mr. Williams? Mr. Williams votes no. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin votes no. Mr. Scott?
Yes.
Mr. Scott votes yes. Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes aye. Mr. Sablon? Ms. Sablon votes yes. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes yes. Ms. Bonamici?
Yes.
Ms. Bonamici votes yes. Mr. Takano?
Yes.
Mr. Takano votes yes. Ms. Adams?
Yes.
Ms. Adams votes yes. Mr. DeSaulnier? Mr. DeSaulnier votes yes. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross votes aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild votes aye. Ms. McBath? Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Hayes? Ms. Hayes votes aye. Ms. Omar? Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens votes aye. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez? Ms. Manning? Ms. Manning votes aye. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Mervan votes aye. Mr. Bowman? Mr. Bowman votes aye.
The clerk will report the tally.
On this vote, there are 17 ayes and 25 nays.
The amendment is not adopted. The next vote is Hayes, AMD underscore 06. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Wilson? No. Mr. Wilson votes no. Mr. Thompson? No. Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes no. Ms. Stefanik? Ms. Stefanik votes no. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes no. Mr. Comer. Mr. Comer votes no. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker votes no. Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens votes no. Mr. Good. Mr. Good votes no. Ms. McLean. Ms. McLean votes no. Ms. Miller. Ms. Miller votes no. Ms. Steele. Ms. Steele votes no. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes votes no. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow votes no. Mr. Kiley. Mr. Kiley votes no. Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean votes no. Mr. Burleson. Mr. Burleson votes no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran votes no. Mr. James. Mr. James votes no. Ms. Chavez Dreamer. Mr. Chavez Dreamer votes no. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes no. Ms. Houchin. Ms. Houchin votes no. Mr. Scott.
Yes.
Mr. Scott votes yes. Mr. Grijalva. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney votes aye. Mr. Sablon.
Yes.
Mr. Sablon votes yes. Ms. Wilson.
Yes.
Ms. Wilson votes yes. Ms. Bonamici.
Yes.
Ms. Bonamici votes yes. Mr. Cano.
Aye.
Mr. Cano votes aye. Ms. Adams.
Yes.
Ms. Adams votes yes. Mr. Saulnier. Mr. Saulnier votes aye. Mr. Norcross. Mr. Norcross votes yes. Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Ms. Wild. Ms. Wild votes aye. Ms. McBath. Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Hayes. Ms. Hayes votes aye. Ms. Omar. Ms. Stevens. Ms. Stevens votes aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez. Ms. Manning. Ms. Manning votes aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan votes aye. Mr. Bowman. Mr. Bowman votes aye.
Clerk will report the tally.
There are 17 ayes, 25 nays.
The amendment is not adopted. The next vote occurs on Manning, AMD _009. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox.
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Wilson. No. Mr. Wilson votes no. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes no. Ms. Stefanik. Ms. Stefanik votes no. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes no. Mr. Comer. Mr. Comer votes no. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker votes no. Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens votes no. Mr. Good. Mr. Good votes no. Ms. McLean. Ms. McLean votes no. Ms. Miller. Ms. Miller votes no. Ms. Steele. Ms. Steele votes no. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes votes no. Ms. Miller. I'm sorry. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow votes no. Mr. Kiley. Mr. Kiley votes no. Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean votes no. Ms. Burleson. Mr. Burleson votes no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran votes no. Mr. James. Mr. James votes no. Ms. Chavez Dreamer. Ms. Chavez Dreamer votes no. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes no. Ms. Houchin. Ms. Houchin votes no. Mr. Scott.
Yes.
Mr. Scott votes yes. Mr. Grijalva. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney votes aye. Mr. Sablon.
Yes.
Mr. Sablon votes yes. Ms. Wilson.
Yes.
Ms. Wilson votes yes. Ms. Bonamici.
Yes.
Ms. Bonamici votes yes. Mr. Takano.
Yes.
Mr. Takano votes yes. Ms. Adams.
Yes.
Ms. Adams votes yes. Mr. DeSaulnier. Mr. DeSaulnier votes aye. Mr. Norcross. Mr. Norcross votes yes. Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Ms. Wild. Ms. Wild votes yes. Ms. McBath. Ms. McBath votes yes. Ms. Hayes. Ms. Hayes votes aye. Ms. Omar. Ms. Stevens. Ms. Stevens votes aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez. Ms. Manning. Ms. Manning votes aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan votes aye. Mr. Bowman. Mr. Bowman votes aye.
The clerk will report the tally.
There are 17 ayes and 25 nays.
The amendment is not adopted. The next vote is on Manning, AMD _34. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox.
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Wilson. No. Mr. Wilson votes no. Mr. Thompson. No. Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes no. Ms. Stefanik. Ms. Stefanik votes no. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes no. Mr. Comer. Mr. Comer votes no. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker votes no. Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens votes no. Mr. Good. Mr. Good votes no. Ms. McLean. Ms. McLean votes no. Ms. Miller. Ms. Miller votes no. Ms. Steele. Ms. Steele votes no. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes votes no. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow votes no. Mr. Kiley. Mr. Kiley votes no. Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean votes no. Mr. Burleson. Mr. Burleson votes no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran votes no. Mr. James. Mr. James votes no. Ms. Chavez Dreamer. Ms. Chavez Dreamer votes no. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes no. Ms. Houchin. Ms. Houchin votes no. Mr. Scott.
Aye.
Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Grijalva. Mr. Courtney. Aye. Mr. Courtney votes aye. Mr. Sablon.
Yes.
Mr. Sablon votes yes. Ms. Wilson.
Yes.
Ms. Wilson votes yes. Ms. Bonamici?
Yes.
Ms. Bonamici votes yes. Mr. Cano?
Yes.
Ms. Cano votes yes. Ms. Adams?
Yes.
Ms. Adams votes yes. Mr. Saulnier? Mr. Saulnier votes aye. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross votes aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild votes aye. Ms. McBath? Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Hayes? Ms. Hayes votes aye. Ms. Omar? Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens votes aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Ms. Manning? Ms. Manning votes aye. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Mervan votes aye. Mr. Bowman? Mr. Bowman votes aye. Madam Chair, on this vote, there are 17 ayes and 25 nays.
The vote is on, the next vote, I'm sorry, the amendment is not adopted. The next vote is on Bowman AMD _19. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Wilson? Mr. Wilson votes no. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes no. Ms. Stefanik? Ms. Stefanik votes no. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes no. Mr. Comer? Mr. Comer votes no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes no. Mr. Owens? Mr. Owens votes no. Mr. Good? Mr. Good votes no. Ms. McLean? Ms. McLean votes no. Ms. Miller? Ms. Miller votes no. Ms. Steele? Ms. Steele votes no. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes votes no. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow votes no. Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes no. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean votes no. Mr. Burleson? Mr. Burleson votes no. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran votes no. Mr. James? Mr. James votes no. Ms. Chavez-Dreamer? Ms. Chavez-Dreamer votes no. Mr. Williams? Mr. Williams votes no. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin votes no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Courtney?
Aye.
Mr. Courtney votes aye. Mr. Sablon?
Yes.
Mr. Sablon votes yes. Ms. Wilson?
Yes.
Ms. Wilson votes yes. Ms. Bonamici?
Yes.
Ms. Bonamici votes yes. Mr. Takano?
Yes.
Mr. Takano votes yes. Ms. Adams?
Yes.
Ms. Adams votes yes. Mr. Saulnier? Mr. Saulnier votes aye. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross votes aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild votes aye. Ms. McBath? Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Hayes? Ms. Hayes votes aye. Ms. Omar? Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens votes aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Ms. Manning? Ms. Manning votes aye. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Mervan votes aye. Mr. Bowman? Mr. Bowman votes aye.
The clerk will report the tally.
Madam Chair, on this vote, there are 17 ayes and 25 nays.
The amendment is not adopted. The next vote is on Stevens AMD _03. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Wilson? No. Mr. Wilson votes no. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes no. Ms. Stefanik? Ms. Stefanik votes no. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes no. Mr. Comer? Mr. Comer votes no. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes no. Mr. Owens? Mr. Owens votes no. Mr. Good? Mr. Good votes no. Ms. McLean? Ms. McLean votes no. Ms. Miller? Ms. Miller votes no. Ms. Steele? Ms. Steele votes no. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes votes no. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow votes no. Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes no. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean votes no. Mr. Burleson? Mr. Burleson votes no. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran votes no. Mr. James? Mr. James votes no. Ms. Chavez-Dreamer? Ms. Chavez-Dreamer votes no. Mr. Williams? Mr. Williams votes no. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin votes no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes aye. Mr. Sablon? Mr. Sablon votes yes. Ms. Wilson?
Yes.
Ms. Wilson votes yes. Ms. Bonamici?
Yes.
Ms. Bonamici votes yes. Mr. Takano?
Yes.
Mr. Takano votes yes. Ms. Adams?
Yes.
Ms. Adams votes yes. Mr. Saulnier? Mr. Saulnier votes aye. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross votes aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild votes aye. Ms. McBath? Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Hayes? Ms. Hayes votes aye. Ms. Omar? Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stephen votes aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez. Ms. Manning. Ms. Manning votes aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan votes aye. Mr. Bowman. Mr. Bowman votes aye.
The clerk will report the tally.
Madam Chair, on this vote, there are 17 ayes and 25 noes.
The amendment is not adopted. The next amendment we will be voting on is Representative Wilson, WILSFL _010. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox.
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Wilson. No. Mr. Wilson votes no. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes no. Ms. Stefanik. Ms. Stefanik votes no. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes no. Mr. Comer. Mr. Comer votes no. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker votes no. Mr. Owens. Mr. Owen votes no. Mr. Good. Mr. Good votes no. Ms. McLean. Ms. McLean votes no. Ms. Miller. Ms. Miller votes no. Ms. Steele. Ms. Steele votes no. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes votes no. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow votes no. Mr. Kiley. Mr. Kiley votes no. Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean votes no. Mr. Burleson. Mr. Burleson votes no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran votes no. Mr. James. Mr. James votes no. Ms. Chavez-Dreamer. Ms. Chavez-Dreamer votes no. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes no. Ms. Houchin. Ms. Houchin votes no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Grijalva. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney votes aye. Mr. Sablan. Mr. Sablan votes yes. Ms. Wilson.
Aye.
Ms. Wilson votes aye. Ms. Bonamici.
Aye.
Ms. Bonamici votes aye. Mr. Takano.
Aye.
Mr. Takano votes aye. Ms. Adams.
Aye.
Ms. Adams votes aye. Mr. Saulnier. Mr. Saulnier votes aye. Mr. Narcross. Mr. Narcross votes aye. Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Ms. Wild. Ms. Wild votes aye. Ms. McBath. Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Hayes. Ms. Hayes votes aye. Ms. Omar. Ms. Stevens. Ms. Stevens votes aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez. Ms. Manning. Ms. Manning votes aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan votes aye. Mr. Bowman. Mr. Bowman votes aye. Madam
The clerk
Chair,
will report the tally.
on this vote, there's 17 ayes, 25 noes.
The amendment is not adopted. The next amendment is Representative Wilson, WILSFL _011. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox.
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Wilson. No. Mr. Wilson votes no. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes no. Ms. Stefanik. Ms. Stefanik votes no. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes no. Mr. Comer. Mr. Comer votes no. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker votes no. Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens votes no. Mr. Good. Mr. Good votes no. Ms. McLean. Ms. McLean votes no. Ms. Steele. Ms. Steele votes no. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes votes no. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow votes no. Mr. Kiley. Mr. Kiley votes no. Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean votes no. Mr. Burleson. Mr. Burleson votes no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran votes no. Mr. James. Mr. James votes no. Ms. Chavez-Dreamer. Ms. Chavez-Dreamer votes no. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes no. Ms. Houchin. Ms. Houchin votes no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Grijalva. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney votes aye. Mr. Sablan. Mr. Sablan votes yes.
Yes.
Ms. Wilson.
Yes.
Sablan votes yes. Ms. Wilson votes yes. Ms. Wilson votes yes. Ms. Bonamici.
Yes.
Ms. Bonamici votes yes. Mr. Takano.
Yes.
Mr. Takano votes yes. Ms. Adams.
Yes.
Ms. Adams votes yes. Mr. DeSaulnier. Mr. DeSaulnier votes aye. Mr. Norcross. Mr. Norcross votes aye. Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Ms. Wild. Ms. Wild votes aye. Ms. McBath. Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Hayes. Ms. Hayes votes aye. Ms. Omar. Ms. Stevens. Ms. Stevens votes aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez. Ms. Manning. Ms. Manning votes aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan votes aye. Mr. Bowman. Mr. Bowman votes aye.
The clerk will report the tally.
Madam Chair, on this vote, there's 17 ayes and 25 nays.
The amendment is not adopted. Before we finish, I want to just say thank you. I want to thank all the members who have endured this today, but particularly thank the staff. for the work that's done. The members will go home when this is over, and they'll be here cleaning up, and we'll get here a lot earlier in the morning than most other people, I'm sure. So I really, really appreciate what you've done. The question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute as amended. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. There being no other members to speak on the bill, I now entertain a motion to report the bill and recognize Ms. Letlow.
I move the Committee on Education and the Workforce to report the bill H.R. 5 to the House of Representatives with an amendment in the nature of a substitute and with the recommendation that the amendment be agreed to and the bill as amended do pass.
The question now occurs on reporting H.R. 5 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. That Mr. Scott requests a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox?
Aye.
Ms. Fox votes aye. Mr. Wilson? Aye. Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik? Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes yes. Mr. Comer? Mr. Comer votes yes. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Owens? Mr. Owens votes aye. Mr. Good? Mr. Good votes aye. Ms. McLean? Ms. McLean votes yes. Ms. Miller? Ms. Miller votes aye. Ms. Steele? Ms. Steele votes aye. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes votes aye. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow votes yes. Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes aye. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean votes yes. Mr. Burleson? Mr. Burleson votes aye. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran votes aye. Mr. James? Mr. James votes aye. Ms. Chavez-Dreamer? Ms. Chavez-Dreamer votes yes. Mr. Williams? Mr. Williams votes aye. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin votes yes. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Sablon? Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici?
Ms. Bonamici?
Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Cano?
No.
Mr. Takano votes no. Ms. Adams?
No.
Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. Saulnier? Mr. Saulnier votes no. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild votes no. Ms. McBath? Ms. McBath votes no. Ms. Hayes? Ms. Hayes votes no. Ms. Omar? Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens votes no. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez? Ms. Manning? Ms. Manning votes no. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Mervan votes no. Mr. Bowman? Mr. Bowman votes no.
The clerk will report the tally.
Madam Chair, on that vote, there are 25 ayes and 17 noes.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. H.R. 5 is ordered reported to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. I ask unanimous consent that staff be authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the bill as amended without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Without objection, so ordered. Yeah. There being no further business, the committee has adjourned.